In this course, you'll learn how I went from finishing university to making £1,000 per month from properties I didn't own. But before we get into the course, I need to give you some context on how the strategy works. I went into Rightmove and I found literally the cheapest apartment I could rent, which was a studio apartment for £750. The property also came fully empty, like there was literally nothing inside it, so I had to buy everything. The next part was pretty straightforward. I made an account on Airbnb, then I made a new listing. I took all the professional pictures of the apartment, and then I just put those pictures to Airbnb. I had this booking from this lady. She ended up booking 16 nights for £972, and then I had another booking for 15 nights for £962. These people were paying me significantly more per month than I was paying on a monthly basis. When my first deal started working, I took on another one in the same building, and I took more apartments in Stevenage, in Welwyn Garden City, Hertford, and I started managing apartments for other people in London, in Bishop Stortford. By the end of it, I had taken on 40 apartments either by renting myself or managing for other people. In this course, you'll learn the strategy from start to finish. By the end of the course, you'll have an area where you can do this. You'll know how to work out how profitable a deal is, how to market your property to get bookings, how to systemize your business so you can run it from your phone, and so much more. Now, all the modules are timestamped, so if you click the description button or the chapters button, you can essentially see all the modules. Now, if you find this course useful, subscribe to my YouTube channel because I'm going to be making a lot more content about property investing, and also share this with anyone else who's looking to invest in property. So now we'll get into the course. So in this session, we're going to be going through the service accommodation business model and the 3 different strategies which work within service accommodation. Now, before we get into the strategies, we first have to work out, well, what exactly is service accommodation? What type of properties work as service accommodation? I think a lot of people think that service accommodation is essentially apartments in the city center, or maybe a house in the suburbs, or maybe a cottage somewhere. But the reality is, all of those can be service accommodation. Service accommodation, the easiest way to think about service accommodation is essentially short-term rental, or maybe even a holiday home rental. Essentially a place which you're renting for a few days, maybe a few weeks, or even a few months. And all of that is really categorized as still short-term, because if you want to, move somewhere to a different country, to a different town, and you were to rent accommodation, generally, the contracts are from about 12 months. So anything which is below that is, almost considered short-let. So even if it was 3 months, 4 months, I mean, the longest guess we've had is 11 months, but, it's anything which is short-term accommodation, and accommodation that you can provide where people can stay for a short period, whether that means of days or weeks or months, that is, considered serviced accommodation, because you're essentially servicing this apartment or this house. You might be offering a cleaning service and so on, and people get to stay for a short term. Now, why exactly does that business model work? And to explain why the business model works, I sort of have to ask you this question, which is, why do people pay for Spotify or Apple Music when you can get music for free? So now if you think about that for a second, people can get any sort of music they want for free without spending any money. You go to YouTube, you can download music, you can do whatever you want. But a lot of people, including myself, people end up paying for music services like Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music, when all of that is essentially free. So it does beg a question, well, why are people willing to pay for something which is free? And I remember going to a talk by Spotify back in 2016, and they said the reason is, the answer here is convenience. Because see, if you download music in the normal way and, you open up a laptop and you search the songs and so on, and then maybe download it and get your phone and, plug the wire into the laptop, it takes a lot of time, it's a lot of effort. Whereas when you have a service like Spotify, you press one button and essentially you have the song in your phone. And same with the rest. So essentially what's happening is that people are paying for convenience. And actually you make money with Airbnb, you make money with service accommodation exactly the same way. So let me give you an example for one of our properties. So now this is a 2-bedroom property that we rented, and we rented this for £1,200. Now, when we rented this for £1,200, we then put it onto Airbnb. We had the professional pictures, we furnished it, so on, and we stuck this onto Airbnb. Now, on Airbnb, we received a booking for 34 nights for £2,726, which is, considerably more than £1,200 a month that I'm paying. So I'm paying £1,200 a month, and a guest has just paid me £2,700 for just slightly over a month. So my question to you is this: if I'm renting a property for £1,200 a month and I rent that out to someone else for £2,700 a month, why are they willing to pay almost double what I'm paying to my landlord? Because this is a rent-to-rent deal, which we'll get onto in a second. But why are they willing to pay a lot more money? And again, the answer is because of convenience. Now, you might be thinking, well, why is this more convenient than renting something else? And here's a bunch of different reasons as to what really makes Airbnb and service accommodation convenient, and that is essentially where the margin is, which is that if you can make something more convenient for someone else, they will pay you the premium. No different to Spotify, Apple Music, so on and so on. So here are some ways that this model of renting a place for a few days, a few weeks is a lot more convenient. So the first one is that there's no long-term contracts. So, think about it normally. What happens is if you want to rent a place and you move for university, you move for work, you move for whatever reason that you're moving to a different area, if you want a house or an apartment, normally you would have to get a 12-month contract minimum. You might get lucky and you might get a 6-month contract, but generally you're about 12 months. Whereas with this, if someone wants 34 nights, they can get exactly 34 nights. They don't have to get 38 nights or 28 nights. There's no limitations. You can get exactly what you want. So because you have flexibility, that is a form of convenience. The next thing is everything is already set up for you. So when a guest enters the property, the internet is set up, the Wi-Fi, the bills, everything which needs to be set up is already set up in the property. And so there's nothing for them to waste their time doing and getting providers and so on and so on. Whereas, again, if you rented a property for 6 months, 12 months, you then have to, get the Wi-Fi, you have to set up the bills, the internet, and, the list goes on and on and on. And again, you don't have any of that because when this person checks in for 34 days, everything is already set up. So it's a lot more convenient for him to sort of be in and out as he pleases. The next thing is cooking facilities. So again, this is a comparison more to hotels rather than houses, which is, if someone was living in a hotel, it is actually not that convenient because if you wanted to make your own food, now let's say you're in a hotel for a week or maybe 2 weeks or even a month, well, your only option is to basically eat out every single day. You don't really have the choice of making your own food, whereas when you have your own kitchen and all those facilities, you can essentially make whatever you want. So it's a lot more convenient than going out every single day when you can just make your own food. And last but not least, the family is essentially in one place. So again, this is a comparison to hotels, which is, let's say there's a family of 4. There's 4 people, 2 adults, 2 children. And what would typically happen in a hotel is you would get, 2 rooms, and maybe you have one parent and one child and another parent and another child in separate rooms, or maybe the parents and children in separate rooms. Again, it's not as convenient, whereas if you have one apartment, let's say it's a 2-bedroom apartment, and everyone's in one place, it makes it much easier for parents. It's a lot more secure because the kids are in one apartment as opposed to down the hallway or in separate rooms. So again, it just makes the whole process a lot more convenient. So that is really how the short-led business works, which is you're making a markup, you're making a margin purely because, well, you're making a product which is a lot more convenient for people when it comes to accommodation, when it comes to stays. So anyone who's coming to the area, they can pick exactly the number of nights they want, and they can pick exactly the facilities they need from that particular apartment, depending on which one they book. And it just makes the process a lot easier rather than them going to a brand new place and taking a rental property. And again, even when you compare it to hotels, there's a lot more convenience offered by service accommodation compared to traditional hotels. So that is a reason service accommodation works. That is a reason you have this. I always compare it to this model of there's a lot of people who bring a lot of product from, let's say, China, and they get a wholesale, so they might buy 2,000 of them, and they might do a bulk order, and they get it very cheap, so they might get it £1 per piece. So for example, if they buy 2,000 pieces of maybe headphones or something, they might get it for £1 each, so they spend 2,000. But when they're selling it to someone else, the other person, the consumer, doesn't have to buy 2,000 minimum order. He can buy 1 if he wants to. He or she can buy 1 unit. And because they have the flexibility, the convenience of being able to buy 1, they now they don't have to charge them £1. They can charge £5. They can charge £6. And that is how the wholesale business works, which is people are bulk buying and they're sort of restricted to those quantities, and then they're selling in smaller quantities. And no different to corner stores, convenience stores, if you think about your local convenience store and you think about the prices in a convenience store compared to Tesco, convenience stores are always, corner stores, convenience stores, whatever you want to call them, 7-Elevens, they're always more expensive than Tesco and those sort of Tesco, Asda, those sort of places, purely because it's more convenient. Like for example, where I'm filming this right now, there's a convenience store 3 minutes away, or if I want to go to Tesco, I have to walk about 10-15 minutes. And because I don't want to walk 10-15 minutes, I'd rather just go down in 3 minutes and maybe I have to pay another £1 or something. But I'm happy to do that because it saves a lot of my time and it's a lot more convenient for me. And this model works exactly the same way, which is people are willing to pay you higher prices than what you rented the property at, or maybe if you own the property, what you rented at normal prices, they're willing to pay you more because it's more convenient for them. So that's how the overall model works. Now, within the model, there's three main strategies of how you can go about doing this. So the first one is by purchasing property. Now, essentially what that means is you buy a residential property and you operate that as a serviced accommodation unit. Now, shortly we'll be going through some modeling and I'll be showing you exactly how these work. The second one is rent to rent. Now, rent to rent is essentially where you're renting a property from the open market and then you run that property as serviced accommodation. So now let's say you find a landlord or a letting agent and you rent a property from them. Once you rented this, you essentially just rent it back out as serviced accommodation on short-term lets and charge people a much higher price because of the convenience. And finally, you have the management model. The management model is very similar to letting agents. So imagine you find a landlord and they want to run their property as service accommodation, but they don't want to do all of the work. So that's where you come in and you say to them, well, I'll do all the work for you. I'll run this as service accommodation and essentially I'll take a fee for that. And the fee might be 15% or, the fee might be 25%, around that sort of mark. And that is a business model in itself. So now if we look at the first model, which is the purchase property model. With the purchase property model, very simple. Essentially, imagine you've bought a property. So you've acquired a normal property and you're making cash flow every single month. So you might be making, for example, in this diagram, you might be making £500 every single month on that property. So, you've got a mortgage, you've got bills, you've got all these costs, and after everything is cleared off, you might be making about £500 a month. You then decide, well, I'm going to run this as a service accommodation, and because I know I can charge much higher prices. So right now you're making about £500 a month, and you think, well, maybe I can charge a lot more money because it's a lot more convenient. People are happy to pay more money for short-term accommodation. And so what happens is you turn your property into service accommodation, and essentially it's a great way of just boosting your cash flow. So you might be making £500 a month cash flow. Now suddenly you're making an additional £500 cash flow because of service accommodation, and your cash flow is doubled. So you're making 500, now you're making 1,000, and so you've created this margin in the middle where your cash flow just gone up and up. So the purchase model is very simple. It's taking your properties which you already own or a property you purchased and then just simply running that as service accommodation. The second model is the rent-to-rent business model. So with rent-to-rent, how that works is, let's say you have gone to the market and you've rented a property, and then you've turned that into service accommodation, and your revenue every single month is £2,500. So you take a property, you rent it from the market, and you turn it into service accommodation. You advertise on Airbnb, Booking.com, all the marketing strategies that we're going to go through later, and you make £2,500. Now, once you make £2,500, the first thing you have to do is pay your expenses. So you make £2,500, and then you pay the landlord their rent, which is £1,000. So £1,000 is then deducted from your revenue of £2,500. So you made £2,500, then you pay the landlord their rent, which is £1,000. So now you're down to £1,500. Now after £1,500, you have expenses. These will be your bills, your laundry, your cleaning, maybe some system costs, so on and so on. And here I put £500. So you had £2,500. You then pay the landlord their £1,000. You then pay all the bills, bills, systems, so on and so on, £500. And anything below that is essentially your profit. So if you look at the diagram, you have your revenue, you take all your rent cost away, you take all the expenses away, and everything left at the end is essentially your profit. So that is how the rent-to-rent business model works, which is very, very simple. You're taking a rental property where you think there's a lot of potential that you can make a lot more money. And once you make a lot more money, you pay all your cost away, and whatever is left at the end, that is essentially your profit. Very, very simple model. We'll be doing a much, much deeper dive in this later on. And finally, you have the management model. So in the management model, what happens is that you essentially take a property and you say to a landlord that I can make you a lot more money than you're currently making. So again, let's just assume, the landlord was making £1,000 rent every single month on this property. The landlord making £1,000, and you say, well, I think we can do a lot better than this. I can make you a lot more money if you let me run this as service accommodation. And when I run this as service accommodation, I'll just take a fee for doing this because, well, you're going to be making a lot more money anyway. So for this example, let's just say the landlord's making about, £1,000 every single month on this property. Now, you run this as service accommodation, the revenue goes up to 2,500. So the revenue is 2,500. You then take a fee. You say, well, my fee for doing this is 20%, so I'll take 500 of that. That's 20% of the 2,500, and so what's left goes to the landlord, which is 2,000. So now the landlord previously was making 1,000, but now because you've supercharged the cash flow, they're now making 2,000. They're making an additional 1,000. You're making a £500 fee, a 20% fee. Now sometimes that might be 15%, sometimes that might be 25%, and it's a win-win for both, because you make money from managing a property, they make money because, well, they're getting a lot more cash flow now. Now, of course, in these simplistic examples, I've left a lot of the numbers out. There's a lot of expenses I've left out just to sort of explain the model. Now, when we go through the deal analyzer system and when we evaluate these deals, it'll be a lot more clear as to exactly how these numbers work for all these strategies. So, whether you do rent to rent or you purchase or you do management, you can exactly, you can put this into the calculator. It will tell you exactly how much money you're going to be making in every single deal. But that is how the model works. So the first thing to do is essentially to work out, well, which of these three models do you want to follow? Do you want to buy properties and turn them into service accommodation? Do you want to rent properties and then do rent to rent? Or do you want to not even have, the risk of renting? Essentially, all you want to do is you just want to take a fee for doing it for someone else. And there's pros and cons to all the models. So, for example, if you're purchasing the property, well, the benefit is that, well, of course, you're making a lot more money, but the downside is that, there's, depending on which area you're in throughout the country, or, it takes a lot of money to buy a property. You have to deposits, you have legal fees, you have stamp duty. There's a lot of expenses when it comes to buying a property. So even though it makes a lot of money and you have capital growth and, you control the property, you own the property, the downside is it takes a lot of money. The upside with rent to rent is, well, essentially, there's no deposit, there's none of that. There's a deposit when it comes to renting a property, but it might cost you £2,000, £3,000, £4,000, and you can get started and you can start making money. And, so that's the huge advantage of rent to rent. And that's why a lot of people follow the rent to rent strategy, because with, hardly any money, with a, not hardly any money, but with a very, very small amount of money compared to the money needed to buy properties, you can get started and you can be making a lot of cash flow. The downside is, well, if you didn't do the deal analysis properly and you didn't find your area properly, you are now liable for that rent every single month. So if the property doesn't perform, then, well, you take a bit of a hit, because essentially, well, the deal is not making money, but you still have to pay rent every single month. So that's the downside of rent to rent, which is, you might, if you haven't done the deal analysis properly and you haven't taken a good deal, you could potentially lose money. Now, when it comes to the management, the great thing with management is that you can't possibly lose any money, because you're just making a fee for the potential money that you do make. So if there's a month where, let's say you make no money, well, because you're just taking a percentage, if there's no money made, yeah, you don't make any money, but there's no way that you can lose any money either, because, well, you just take a portion of any money which comes in. The downside with management is that, essentially, generally, you make less cash flow than you do with service accommodation or rent to rent, purely because, well, your margin is slightly lower. With rent to rent, you take all the upside, whereas with management, you have to give, most of it to the landlord, and you take a 15%, 20% fee. So
pros and cons to each model, and really in this lecture, in this segment, what you need to do is work out, well, out of the three strategies, which one am I going to focus on? And it might be that you want to focus on multiple strategies. You might want to buy some properties and do rent to rent, or you might say, well, I want to do rent to rent and some management. So you can essentially do a mix. Now, of course, it's always easier to start with one and then transition, but essentially you need to decide, well, which strategy is right for me based on, how much time I have, how much money I have to invest, and so on and so on. So that is the goal of this session here, which is look through the three strategies and then work out, well, which strategy is right for me.
Once you have selected your areas or your potential three top areas, we're then going to start doing the research with that area and see, well, the properties in this area, do they make any money, or do we have to move on to the next area? Now, in order to do this, we need to use this tool called AirDNA. You can access this by going on to airdna.co. So once you have made your account on AirDNA, you have to go onto this tool called AirDNA Market Minder. This is essentially the main tool AirDNA has. Now, one of the areas that I've selected is called Milton Keynes. This is in the south of England. And as you can see, there is a button which says purchase. I haven't paid for any data yet. Everything you see here will be shown to you absolutely free for the areas you select. Anything which is with this lock icon, and on the left-hand side here as well, that is something you have to pay for in order to unlock. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the free information, and if we think the area has a lot of potential, then we might consider paying and getting some more information in order to do some further research. This is what you need to have set up, which is your AirDNA account, and input your area. Then you need to open the deal analyzer system. Now, when you open the deal analyzer, it will give you two options: enable macros or disable macros. You need to click enable macros because this will essentially validate all the formulas which I have built for this spreadsheet. Now, we can just click this one. You can just click don't update and simply open up the sheet. Now, the first page says the type of property. Now, when we've selected Milton Keynes, we first need to know, well, what type of property works in Milton Keynes, and because maybe, a one bed has a lot of potential, but a three bed has no potential. So we need to see what type of property will possibly have potential in this area. So this is the first table that we need to fill in. Irrespective of which page you are on, you only have to fill in anything which is in blue. So that is the only thing you have to input. Everything else will be calculated for you. So for example, if I go on this sheet here, anything which is gray, yellow, red, that will be done for you. The only thing you have to input are the blue fields. So let's start from this one here. So there are six main types, which is the studio, one bed, two bed, three bed, four bed, and five bed. We need to know which location these properties are in your given area. What type of properties are they? What are their conditions? And what is the rent that they're going for? So I'll get through this one step at a time. Let me just make this slightly bigger. So let's look at the studios first. How you do that is, if you go back onto AirDNA, here you can see all the properties in Milton Keynes. Now, this icon here, which is the green icon, and you might be able to see that here there is only a few of these green properties, like one or two maybe. And the green property essentially means that it is a shared room that someone is renting out. Now, we can uncheck this one because we're not interested in that. We're not, renting out shared rooms. This one is a private room in a property. Again, we can uncheck this because we're not really in the market of renting out rooms. We are in the market of renting out entire properties. Rooms are typically rented out by people who have a spare bedroom and so on and so on. So as you can see on the left-hand side under rental type, shared rooms, there's actually only one. You might be able to, there's a green dot right in the middle turning on and off as I do this. Private rooms, there's quite a few. And the one we're interested in is the entire home, the entire property in this area. So again, we can uncheck this one as well. Now, the only thing we're left with is the entire properties. So now we need to evaluate with the entire properties. Now, if I uncheck this, what it does is it gets rid of all the entire properties. So now nothing is checked. If I go back onto this and click Studio, then it shows me all the studios which are available. Now, in terms of the location, so the first thing we need is the location of the studio. Well, there actually isn't one designated location when it comes to studios. They seem to be, scattered all over the place. So I will say scattered. In terms of the property type,
Well, studios are typically, if I go up here and hover over this to me, okay, this is a bungalow. This one says it's a tiny house. I've never really seen a studio house in my life before, but okay. This one is a self-contained bedsit. This is a studio flat. This is a unique house. Okay, this is an annex, which is really, again, a flat kind of. This is an apartment. This is an annex. Generally, they seem to be annexes or apartments. So with this one, we can select both, since you do have some annexes, which are technically, I guess, considered houses to some degree. So you can click both. If we look at the condition, we can't really tell too much because there's a lot of outside pictures. This one seems to be in okay condition. This one seems pretty modern. This one again seems okay. This one seems pretty cool. So the condition seems fairly good. So I will give this around a 7 out of 10. Now the next thing we need is the rent. So we need to know what the rental is for studio apartments in this location. So if I go into Rightmove and I search Milton Keynes and then go onto rent and click studio and go to studio, and then generally I will select the lowest price, and then I will find the best property for the lowest price, something which is in good condition. So this one doesn't seem to be in amazing condition. It is a house share anyway. This is a house share. Okay, this one seems in pretty good condition, and this one seems pretty good. This one seems nice and new, and same with this one. This one looks pretty good. So I think the studios, we can estimate that they're anywhere around this sort of range, 675 to 725. So we'll say around £700 per month is what the studios are being rented at. So now we go on to the next field here. Let me just make these not bold. So now we go on to the next one, which is a 1-bedroom. So if I go back onto here and now deselect studio and select the 1-bedrooms, now we can see the 1-bedrooms are generally around this area here. So if I zoom in to see, well, what exactly is this area? There might be a station nearby or a town center. So as we can see, this is probably Milton Keynes Central Station. So the 1-bedrooms all seem to be around the Milton Keynes Central Station. So if I go back here, location, train station, this is where they generally are. What type of properties are they? So these are apartments, MK Hub, they all seem to be apartment in pretty good condition. Generally, they seem to be in very, very good condition, so modern apartments. A lot of them seem to be new. In terms of the property type, we'll say they're flats. Condition, they seem pretty good. If I go back to Rightmove and now select 1-bedroom, I'm going to change this to Milton Keynes Central Station. And we'll go half a mile within the station and we'll look for only 1-beds. So we need something which is in good condition. Now this is pretty good. We'll go from, again, the lowest price. So this one seems in pretty good condition, seems almost brand new. Wow, impressive city pad. Okay, and it also comes furnished, which is very helpful. So they seem to be around £850. £850. Now we look at the 2-bedrooms. So again, we uncheck the 1-bedrooms, check the 2-bedrooms, and again, similar. This isn't very surprising that most of them seem to be scattered once again around the train station. I think you'll find this in most areas, that they will be scattered around a station or an airport or a hospital or something along those lines. So now let's look at 2-bedroom prices, something which is, this seems a bit old. So okay, this one seems pretty good, seems quite modern. This one seems quite modern. Around 1100 seems to be a good price for this. So again, they're around, the train station. They seem to be flats. The condition we didn't actually check if I go back here, but yeah, you can see they're all pretty much new apartments in very, very good condition. So we'll give this a 9 out of 10, and 1100 is what the rental is. Okay, so now let's look at 3-bedrooms. 3-bedrooms again, you can see they're a lot more scattered. So they seem to be a lot more scattered, and it wouldn't surprise me if some of these are possibly houses. So you can see this is a house. This is an apartment, this is an apartment, this is an apartment, this is the house, this is the house. By the way, I know this because where it says 3 to 4 bedroom detached house, underneath that it tells you that it is a house. This one again is a house, this one is a house, this one is a house, 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 house. Now, see, this one says apartment. So again, they, generally, I suspect most of them are again around the station because they're not scattered all over the place. They are sort of kind of very, very close to the station. Again, the station's here and they're all in this sort of radius. Now, a lot of them are houses and hence they're slightly further away because you don't get houses bang in the town center. So I guess you can say both in terms of, so I will say they're close to the station, you have flats and you have houses. Generally the condition, again, pretty good condition. Properties in this area seem to be in pretty good nick. So this apartment is slightly on the old side. You have to scroll down so you can, seem in pretty good condition. Some of them are not as modern as you can see, but pretty good condition. We'll give this an 8. So now let's go on to Rightmove and see, well, how much can we rent a 3-bedroom property for around the station? So you have a 3-bedroom apartment, again, slightly old on the, slightly on the old side. This is of course very expensive. So now, again, this one here, 1600. I wonder if I increase this just slightly more since we're looking at houses as well. Because see, if I go back into the map here, some of them are slightly further from the station. So as you can see, they're slightly further. So I've sort of increased it to be slightly further on that side as well. So even if I open up the map, and if you want to see properties on the map, you can do. It's exactly the same exercise. So if you want to be around the station, okay, 1950, 1600, 1050. Some of the houses are slightly cheaper, 1800, 1100. So, okay, so we'll pick something around this sort of range, which is in good condition, slightly modern. So somewhere around for 1000. This one's for 1600, this for 1900, 1800. So we'll say probably around the 1400 mark on average. So you have a bit of a bigger range because some are houses and some are modern apartments. But if you want to, for example, look at some of these and they tend to be in very, very good location. I think this is a similar one, similar building. So you want to go for something modern, something which is like these, as opposed to something which is a bit old. So I think the best comparable in this case might be, for example, this property here, but this is a penthouse, which is normally more expensive. So I think 1400 is probably a good estimate for a 3-bedroom. Now we look at the 4-bedroom properties. Now there aren't actually any 4-bedroom properties available in that area. Sorry, I should have gone on to this one first and first seen where they are. And again, they generally a bit more scattered, but as you can see, the heavy concentration again is within the town center. So if I go back here, now I can't find any in that area. I'll just have to increase this slightly in order to see, well, what can we get in that area as close as possible. So if I look at this station, there's one here, but this is the house share. Again, this is the house share. There's a house for 3000. There's a house for 1400. 1400. But these are slightly further away, and of course you want something which is in good condition, similar condition. Let's see the price of this one. So yeah, this one doesn't seem bad, 1450. So I think we can estimate that a 4-bedroom house probably around 1450. Again, they were around the train station. They were mainly just houses. Let me just select this again. In terms of the condition, if I go back here, they can get an idea that they're in okay condition. They're not as modern as some of the apartments, so they seem slightly older than some of the apartments. So we'll give this around a 6 out of 10. And finally, we're on to the final one, which is the 5-bedroom property. So again, we need to go to the map and select 5-bedroom. So the
The 5 bedrooms seem to be a lot more scattered, and there doesn't really seem to be many of them. So if we go back here, they're scattered. Most likely there will be houses. I mean, you can't really get 5 bedroom apartments. That's very rare. So they're all houses, and the condition isn't as modern as the other one. Yep, they're houses. The conditions we'll say are for, let's see what the rent is for properties in that area. So we go 5 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms. So let's see if we can get anything even remotely close to the station. So this is the house share, so we can't. So generally you will find this, that as you get to the bigger properties, it's very, very hard to get them around the town center or in, like very, very amazing condition and so on and so on. So there's one here which is a 5 bedroom house for 1,500 or one for 1,650, slightly further away from the town center, but we can go with something like this. So 1,650, around that sort of mark. So we'll put in 1,650. So now we have all the information in terms of, well, what the properties are like in that particular area. The next thing we need to do is find a property. So if you go back here, it doesn't really matter what type of property you go for. So we'll put this as close as possible to the station. The reason is that most of the properties, it seems like the ideal location is around the train station. So all we need, I'm going to put this down to 1 bed. We just need a postcode of a property in the town center so we can work out what the forecasted occupancy is, what the forecasted rates are. So just find anything which is in the town center. It doesn't matter if it's a studio, 1 bed. All we need is a postcode of something in the town center, near the train station, because that's where all the properties seem to be. And I'll show you why we need this. So you find a property, and then you scroll down where it says broadband, and then you click show average broadband speeds in this area, and then click compare broadband deals. Now you might be thinking, well, why are we getting internet? But the reason we're getting internet is so we can get the exact postcode of something which is near the train station. So MK91DR. Now you take that postcode and you go back onto ADNA. Now this time we click invest and we click the rentalizer. And now when we click the rentalizer, we take this postcode, which is MK91DR, and we put it in here, MK91DR. So now we search this, and by default it has put it to 2 bedroom and 2 baths, but we're going to change it to a studio, 1 bath, and we're going to say 2 guests can stay in that property. Now what this does is it tells us, based on the comparables, it's not going to show us because we haven't paid yet, but it will tell us what ADNA estimates the next year's average daily rate will be. This basically means the nightly rate plus any cleaning fee, plus what they think what the next year's occupancy rate is going to be. Now, what we need to do is we need to take this rate and take this occupancy rate and plug this into our analyzer. So we take 119 and 52%. So where it says average daily rate forecast, we need to input this number, so it's 119. And where it says occupancy rate forecast, we need to input this number, which says 52%. And what that does, that tells us our monthly profit potential. This is how much money we can possibly be making every single month based on the fact that we can achieve £119 per night rate and a 52% occupancy, based on the fact that we are paying £700 rent every single month. So now we continue doing this for the rest of the property. So if I go back here and select 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, again, we will assume that only 2 people can stay in per room, and click update. So now it is 118 and 52. So we put in 118 and 52%. So now you can see it's 412, so slightly lower than the studio. So then we continue with the exercise. Now we choose 2 bedrooms, and maybe we can go 1.5 bathroom. Now because there's 2 bedrooms and we assume 2 people stay in every single room, we can change this to 4 guests, click update, and the rate is £116, but 65% occupancy. So we can put in 116 and 65% occupancy,
and tells us the profit figure. Now we go on to the 3 beds. So if we go 3 beds, and again we increase this to now 2 bathrooms, and we can have 6 guests since there's 2 people per room. 2 times 3 is 6. 117, 62%. So 117, 62%. So now this one, the forecast shows that it might not make a profit over the course of the next year. Now we go into the next one. 4 bedrooms, and we can leave it to 2 bathrooms. I think that's fair. And we can increase it to 8 guests. 132 at 50%. And last but not least, the 5 bedrooms. So this is, by the way, assuming that all these properties are in the town center, since we've already determined that, well, the town center seems to be a good location. So we have 174 and 55%. Okay, so 174, 55%. So green is anything which passes the criteria, which is profit over £200 every single month. Yellow is anything which is between 0 and £200. And red, which is anything which is negative. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that, well, we're only aiming to make £200 every single month. What this means is that if we just do marketing on Airbnb alone, that we should be looking to make at least this. Now, when we take these deals on, we'll be marketing on our website, on using Google, using agencies, using booking.com, and so many different ways. So don't expect that this is the occupancy that we're aiming for, this is what we're looking to make. This is simply the occupancy level we're using to do our deal analysis as a very, very conservative figure. That if we didn't do any agencies or booking.com or websites and so on, then we should be at least making this much. And even on that amount, we should be making, at least £200 every single month. Now, like I said, that is not the goal, that is not the objective, but this is how we do area research, that even on a conservative level, if we assume that everything is very conservative and we're still making money, then when it comes to, essentially doing this properly, and by doing all the marketing that we can do, we should really be aiming for around 80% occupancy. So if I just very, very quickly show you, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but on the rent-to-rent analyzer, when we do our forecast and our profits, we look at the forecast in terms of how much money we can make on the forecast, but we also look at, well, how much money could we make if we achieved 80% occupancy, not 52 or 65 or 62? Because the aim really is that, our aim is to get to 80% occupancy by doing all the marketing that I referred to, which is the website, agencies, booking.com, so on and so on. But the problem is that it is very, very hard to get, accurate information from agencies, from booking.com, because they don't actually release any data. The only place which does have data is Airbnb. So when it comes to deal analysis, the only thing you can really do is look at Airbnb information, because no one else really provides any. So this is why we have this metric of £200 just on Airbnb alone, that if we can make £200 just by doing Airbnb, if we did everything else, we should be making a lot more. But that lot more can't really be guaranteed, purely because, well, you can't really, it's very, very hard to get any accurate information from booking.com, from agencies, so on and so on. So when it comes to deal analysis and service accommodation, we have to go with what we have and the best information we have to make the best educated guess, and be very, very conservative. So from a conservative level, we want to make at least £200 every single month, which is £2,400 a year, and then we aim to make even more on top by doing all the other marketing. So that is why the criteria at this stage is that if it makes more than £200 based on these low forecasts, then this area does have potential, and if we did everything properly and we did all the marketing we could, then it should be even better. So what has happened here is that this deal is, the studio, the 1 bed and the 2 bed seems to have passed. This is just slightly under, so it hasn't broken even, at 62%. So that's not looking great. But these 3 look like they have potential. So the next thing we need to do, we need to go back onto this, go back onto the overview, and now we need to do some more research to see, well, do these areas actually have potential, or what were these areas like historically? How do these 3 properties perform in the last 12 months? Because you see, these are forecasts, these are future predictions.
what I want to know is, well, how much money did they make in the last 12 months? Because if we know, well, okay, this is how much money they made in the last 12 months, and this is what they're forecasted to make, again, we can have a much better guess or estimate or forecast of, well, how this property type will do going in the future. So we have to go back onto this, but in order to access this information, we have to purchase the information for Milton Keynes. So if I click purchase, and you can change this to pounds from down here, that you can see is £16 every single month. Now, we only need this for 1 month because once we've done our analysis, we can simply just cancel our subscription. So what you need to do is you need to add your card details and then enter your password again, and then click the purchase now button, and that will give you all of the access to this area. Now, for some areas, this might be slightly more than £16. I believe some areas in London is £29 because they give you more data since they have more properties in that particular area. So the next thing you need to do is essentially purchase the data for this area. So I'm just going to do that very quickly now. So once you have purchased this area or your selected area, as you can see, this is taken away all of the locks and it's given some more information. It's given us a market score, given us a grade, and it's taken away all the locks from these areas here. So we have a lot more information. So now what we need to do is go back onto the analyzer, and now we're in the historic section because we've passed this and we're on to the next part because we want to validate, well, what type of properties are good and historically which ones have made money. So these are the three things we need. We need the rental size, the number, we need the historic occupancy rate in the last 12 months, and we need the historic ADR, which essentially refers to the average daily rate. So let's do this one first because it's the easiest one, which is the rental size. So what that means is, if you scroll down here on the overview page, it says rental size. Now the rental size tells you the number of properties of that particular type. So if we look at studios, there's 12 studios, which represents 4%. Now if we look at this sheet, it says we want the number, not the percentage. So there are 12 studios. In terms of the one bedrooms, they seem to be the most popular at 134. So 134. The two bedrooms are the second most popular after that, which is 102. Then we have the three bedrooms, 36. We have the four bedrooms, which are 21 and 14. Now, let me just explain the color coding here. The reason the highest is the green and the lowest is the red is because the more properties there are of one particular type, generally it means, well, this is a very popular property type. And second, the other thing it means is that AirDNA has a lot of data since there are so many of those properties available. Now, when there is only 12 available of something in a big area, that really isn't that many properties, and therefore when it comes to looking at the data, it's not always 100% accurate because, well, there aren't that many properties. It's like, trying to get a sample size and there's only 2 or 3 people taking a survey of, of whatever. That doesn't necessarily represent, that whole population or that whole area because we just don't have enough data. So the green ones in this case are better. The red ones are obviously not as good because, one, this means that it's popular, and it also means that we have a lot of information for this particular property type. Now, the next thing we need to do is look at the historic ADR in the last 12 months. How you do that is, if you go back onto this and click on rates. Now, this will tell you the ADR, which means the average daily rate, which basically just means your nightly rate. Now, we need to know what the average daily rate was in the past 12 months. I'm not really interested in what it was in the last 3 years because things change and, the markets change and so on and so on. So here you need to select entire home, and then here it's already on studio, and you need to drag this back so it's on studio, and then click apply changes. So when you apply changes, each one of these yellow bars represents a month. So you can see it says August of 2020, July of 2020, June of 2020, May of 2020, and it tells you the average daily rate, which was £84 in May, it was £40
in April, it was £48 in March. Now, what I want to do is I want to know over the last 12 months, what was the average daily rate? So if I look at the last 12 months, so this is August, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know why I had to count this. Of course, the last 12 months are September to August. So what I want to do is, if you look at the average daily rate, it is £48. So I do 48 plus 38. We want to add them all up and then divide by 12 to get the monthly average. Plus 40 plus 42 plus 47 plus 48 plus again 48, 40, 84, 51, 55, and 50. So the total is 591. If I divide this by 12, that means the average daily rate the studios achieved was £49. So here we can insert £49. Now, as you can already see, that in the past 12 months, the studios achieved £49, which is considerably lower than their forecast of 119. And one of the reasons might be, I will show you now, is if I go into occupancy just for 1 second, just to sort of illustrate this point, and under active listings, if I select studio properties, then as you can see that studio properties in, for example, in March of 2020, there were 11, and then there were 9, and then there were 6, and in 1 month, maybe there was only 2 people renting out studios, and then there was 9 people, and again, then there were 12 people. So as and at some stages there were 7. There aren't actually that many studio properties as we saw down here. And when you don't have, that much data on a particular property, what happens is sometimes the data isn't very accurate. Hence, I put this at red and put something like this at green. And when you have low data, sometimes you do get a bit of a disparity between what the forecast is and what the reality is. And so this is why this is a very, very good exercise in terms of looking at the historic information as well. Because see, they could have predicted that, well, we think next year it will be very, very high because there aren't as many studios available anymore, or so on and so on. So this is why this is very, very helpful. Now we go back to rates, and this time we select 1 bed and drag this back all the way to 1 bed. And again, we want to do a similar exercise, which is look at the last 12 months from September all the way to the end here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through the 1 beds and then the 2 beds and the 3 beds and all the way up to the 5 bedrooms, and I'm going to put in the historic ADR rates in the last 12 months. So what I've done here is I've gone all the way from studios all the way to 5 bedroom properties. I've taken the average of the last 12 months and I've put the results here, which I'll go through in a second. Now, just one thing to note here is that if you look at the 5 bedroom property, that they generally tend to be around, this mark, except for 1 month. So generally they're around the £200, 168, 200. 1 month is £613. Now, again, this is a bit of an outlier. This is a very, very high spike. And again, sometimes this can be caused because, well, there's not that many properties of that particular type, and therefore you end up getting data which isn't sometimes 100% accurate. Hence, I mentioned this thing here, which is, the lower the number of properties, the data isn't as good. Because you see, in this month of June, this is during COVID-19, there were actually only, I believe, 2 properties on the market, as you can see, booked properties 2, which isn't that many at all because, well, there aren't that many of these 5 bedroom properties anyway. In total, there's only 8 active listings currently. So because of the fact that there aren't that many listings, that means the data sometimes isn't very accurate. So in this case, because I didn't want to include this in my 12 data points, I simply got rid of this entry and I got the average of the last 11. So I went from September all the way to here. I simply just got rid of this one, and rather than dividing by 12, I divided by 11 because clearly this is an outlier and clearly this is not the normal case. So if you do have an outlier like this, then all you simply do is just eliminate that one particular spike and then, divide by 11 months rather than 12 months. So if I go on to my forecast here, the first one is studio is £49. This is not the forecast, sorry. In the last 12 months, it has been £49. And again, the forecast is 119. So clearly there is a bit of a disparity here. This forecast doesn't seem to be very accurate. Now, if we look at the one bedrooms, it's slightly better. Last year it achieved £85. They're saying next year it will be 118. So again, not too far off. For the two bedrooms, last year it achieved 114. They're saying 116. So again, that's very close. 120 compared to 117. Again, very close. And then the four beds, 174 was achieved compared to the forecast of 132, 180, and again, this is very close at 174. So a lot of them, except for the studio and except for possibly the four bed, the rest seem to be relatively close and they seem to be almost the same, 114, 116. So that's okay. Now, the next thing we need to do is look at the historical occupancy rate. For the last 12 months, what occupancy have these properties been achieving? Now, we know what the forecast is, which is up here, but what we need to know now is, well, how do they actually do in the last 12 months? So if you go back here and click occupancy, now we need to select 75th percentile. What 75th percentile means is that 75, so for example, let's look at this point here. At 75th percentile, the occupancy was 97%, as you can see. This means 25% of the properties did better than this, and 75% of the properties did worse than this. So the reason we look at, so let me say that again. 25% of the properties are achieved an occupancy of 97% or more, and 75% achieved 97% or less. The reason I look at 75th percentile is because the 75th percentile line shows you operators, service accommodation operators who are doing a good job. They have professional pictures, they're running this professionally, they have good marketing, so on and so on. And that is essentially what we are trying to emulate. So this is why we want to compare ourselves to, the best 25% of the properties in the area, because that is essentially what we're going for as well. We want to be in that top 25%. So we need to see, well, how did the top 25% do? And in summary, the 75th percentile bar shows you exactly that. It shows you that 25% of the properties did above this line, and that's where we want to be, and that's what we want to calculate. So again, the same exercise as before. Select entire home. Now we'll start from the studio and then click apply. So as you can see, this has a lot more ups and downs compared to the more steady line. And again, the reason is there isn't as much data. When you only have 12 listings, it is going to fluctuate a lot more. So again, we do the same thing, which is we start from September of 19 and we add these data points and then we divide by 12. So I'll just do one as an exercise. So for example, we have 88% plus 90% plus 72% plus 58% plus 66, 67, 82, 100, again 100, 53, 81, and finally 96. So that is a total of 953. Now, because we've gone through 12 months, I will divide this by 12. And the average occupancy in the last 12 months was 80%. So we go with 80%. And that is actually what our target occupancy is, like I mentioned before. We really want to be hitting those 80% occupancies. Now I do the same thing. I move this to a one bedroom and I click apply. And as you can see, this is a lot steadier. There is this weird drop here. And again, this is because of COVID-19. And at the time of recording this, we are in October of 2020, and we went through a month where there were travel bans and so on and so on. So this is because of that particular reason here, but we can still include it
in our average if we want to, or like I said before, because it is a one-off outlier, we can simply get rid of this point, count up all the rest and divide by 11. So I'll show you that now. So if we look at the one bedrooms, I'll do 93 plus 93 plus 83 plus 86, 77, 79, 69, 100 and 100, so 100, 100, and then I'm going to ignore this one because this is an outlier. This is a one-off huge drop. This hasn't happened in 3 years. And then I'll move on to 92, and the final one is 98. So the total is 970, but this is only for 11 months, not 12 months. So this time I will divide by 11, and the average occupancy has been 88%, not accounting for this 1 month of a massive spike. And again, like I said, this was due to travel bans in the area. So now we look at the same thing again. This time I won't really, get rid of too many points because some of them seem to be slightly similar. So there's no one huge spike. They seem to be, even though this month is again lower, it's not, too far off these ones. So there's no need to get rid of them. So if we look at the 3 bedrooms, again, I wouldn't really get rid of anything. There isn't one, disastrous spike. We look at the 4 bedrooms. Okay, so we can include all of this. Again, this doesn't seem to be that much lower than these points here, or this point. So I wouldn't say this is an outlier. An outlier really is when there is something absolutely massive. And again, even with this one, if you look, this is technically the month with the travel bans, but some of these months were, didn't have travel bans, and this isn't too dissimilar. So we'll include this. But clearly, if you remember the one I showed you with the 1 bedroom, the lowest it has been for 3 years, it was 69, and suddenly it was at 33. So that is a huge spike. And so that was a reason I got rid of this. So what I'm going to do now is very quickly, I'm going to fill in this information by taking the occupancy rates and getting the averages. So very quickly, I'm going to calculate those now. So what I've done is I've gone through all the types of properties from studios all the way to 5 bedrooms, and I have put in the occupancies over the last year. So now, as you can see, if we look at the last 12 months occupancy for studios to 5 bedrooms, 80%, 88%, 84%, 79%, 71%, 74%. As you can see, these are all considerably higher than the forecast. So one of the reasons the forecast might be low, and like I said before, at the time of recording, we're going through COVID-19, and so they might be projecting a lower occupancy. That could be the main reason. But again, that doesn't really matter too much because, like I said before, our aim is 80%. That's where we want to be. And that's where we are going to be aiming to be at by using agencies, booking.com, so on and so on. So even if we get a lower occupancy, like only 65%, even though the last 12 months was as high as 84%, that's still okay, because if we can get 65% just from Airbnb alone, once we do everything else, our aim should be to get a lot more than this. So what then happens is, by inputting these information that you have just input, it will give you your monthly profit historically. So historically, the studio last year would have made a loss of £68. The 1 bedroom would have made £675 every single month profit. The 2 bedroom would have made 864, 417, 1,000 for the 4 bed, and almost 1,000 for the 5 bed. So what we then need to do is, by looking at the forecasting data in line with the historic data, we need to see, well, what is the most profitable type of property here? So if we look at the forecast says, well, only the studios, the 1 beds and the 2 bedrooms are profitable. So, okay, so here we, narrow down to these 3. But if we look at this, it tells us that, well, the studio last year wasn't actually profitable at all. It actually lost £68 every single month. And because of that reason, and the accurate rate was £49. So
Therefore, I will eliminate the studio because, well, it didn't really make any money last year. And again, the other reason is, again, this is also red, which is that there aren't, that many data points. The properties are a bit more scattered, so it's not, certain which areas sort of work best. And we know the train station area works generally best for all type of properties here, but, there isn't that much information. So this is a red light, and this is also a big red light, so we'll eliminate those. Now, if we look at the one bedrooms, ideally what we need is, a type of property which has the most greens, really. So if you look at the one bedrooms, it was profitable, it had a good occupancy, there's a lot of information, and the profit potential is really, really good, £675 per month. Now, if we look at the next one, again, the two bedrooms are really good. The forecast is that it is profitable. If we look at historically, again, it is 84% occupancy. There's a lot of information because there's 102 properties. And again, the profit potential is even better than the one bedroom property. Now, if we look at the three bedrooms, the forecast suggests that there would be a loss. The last year's historical last 12 months would suggest that you could have made £417. But again, there is slightly less information, but we don't necessarily need to rule it out because even there's no clear red signs in this one here, but the forecast isn't looking amazing based on ADNA. And if we look at the last two, the profit seems amazing, £1,000, but again, the problem is there isn't that much information. This, even though it says £1,000 and £1,000, there's only 20 properties and there's only 14, and it might be even less when it comes to the number which are currently active. And so because there isn't that much information, even though we can potentially make £1,000, it's sort of hard to say accurately that we will make £1,000 here. So by looking at the combination of both, only then can you work out what a better picture is. And I think here, if we look, it is showing us that studio one beds and two beds have the most potential, but we know that studios didn't really work. And if we eliminate the studios, we're really down to the one bedrooms and the two bedrooms, and they seem to be relatively close in terms of the forecast and the occupancy and the data points. And the only thing is that last year the two bedroom properties seemed to make a better margin compared to one bedroom properties. And by looking at the entire thing, this is why I'm more inclined to select that the two bedroom properties seem to be the best type of property in this area. Not to say that one bedroom properties do not work, they also seem to have a very, very good potential. But one of the reasons I like two bedroom properties is because, see, when you compare hotel rooms to serviced accommodation, when you have a studio property, that is very similar to a hotel room. In a hotel room, two people can stay. In a studio, two people can stay as well. So it's almost on par. But the studios are generally, by night, sometimes can be more expensive than hotels. So you end up losing your competitive edge. And now when it comes to the one bedroom properties, you sometimes find a similar case, which is because in a one bedroom property, there's only one bed, one double bed. And if two people were to stay there, again, if you compare that to a hotel where two people are staying, one bedrooms can be a bit more expensive. Whereas if you look at two bedroom properties, because there are two rooms and four people can stay there, if you compare that to two hotel rooms, generally a two bedroom apartment is always cheaper than two hotel rooms. You'll probably find that that is the case in most places, and this is why when you do this area research, it won't be surprising if it tells you that the two bedroom properties are the most popular. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One, because compared to hotels, they're cheaper. They tend to be in the city center, so in very, very good locations. They seem to be new, so they're modern. So not to say that one bedrooms do not work, not to say that the bigger properties do not work, because depending on the area, they can absolutely work. But it is also true that in a lot of areas, the two bedroom properties seem to be very, very popular. And again, in Milton Keynes, we can see a similar thing, which is the two bedroom properties seem to be very, very popular. So what we will do is we will select that the two bedroom properties are the most popular properties, and then we'll simply move on to the next stage and analyze the two bedroom property further. So previously we selected that in Milton Keynes, the two bedroom properties seem to be the most popular, and now we'll do some further research. So if we go on to sheet number 2, which is rent to rent analyzer, And here we need to start filling in the blue details. So under location, we will write Milton Keynes. In terms of the address, well, we don't necessarily need an address, but we'll just say town center for the time being. Now, the property type we picked is the 2-bedroom. And in terms of furnishings, so is this property going to be, when we rent this, are they not furnished, are they part furnished, or are they fully furnished? The reason this is important to know is because this affects how much furniture, how much money you have to spend on furniture. So if it's part furnished, you might have to spend about £1,500. If I select this to not furnished, as you can see, this increases to about £3,000. Or if I select fully furnished, it goes down to £500. You might just have to maybe buy a TV and so on and so on. So if I go onto Rightmove and put in Milton Keynes Central Station, half a mile, 2-bedroom properties, see, this one's unfurnished. This one is part furnished. There are some things already in there. Actually, it's pretty much fully furnished. This one, again, seems like it's got a lot of furniture. You can't see all the rooms. This one, again, not the best of conditions, but if we look at this one, again, pretty much seems to be fully furnished. So a lot of them are fully furnished properties, which is very good, and some of them are completely empty. So again, for this exercise, we'll just leave this at part furnished, which will mean that the furniture cost will be around the £1,500 mark. Now, in terms of the rent, we previously input that the rent for 2-bedroom properties is £1,100, and this is automatically plugged in here, and you don't have to do anything. If you want to change this, feel free. You can simply just delete this and type in your own number. In terms of the average daily rate forecast, again, this is already plugged in for you from here because you input the average daily rate forecast here and you put in the occupancy forecast here. So all of those are already copied for you, so there is nothing you need to do here. If you want to change this, you can simply delete this, but or the best thing to do would be just to leave this since you've already input it here and it is copying those details. Now, in terms of the property setup fees, this is how much it costs to set up a property. You typically have to pay rent advance for 1 month, and so again, so if your rent is £1,100, this is already programmed in for you at £1,100. The next thing is your deposit, that is 6 weeks. Again, so if your rent is £1,100, this is pre-programmed for you, calculated for you, which is about £1,523. Most of this stuff I've already calculated for you. If you want to change it, you can. You can simply just delete this. The letting legal fees, these can be referencing fees, those sort of things. So that can cost about £100. And in terms of furniture, we said £1,500 based on the fact that it's part furnished. In terms of refurbishment, I don't spend any money refurbishing other people's properties on rent to rent. So we will leave this at 0. And I would recommend you do not spend any money in refurbishment. This includes new carpets, new paint, so on and so on. In terms of sourcing fee, I don't spend any money on sourcing purely because I source the properties myself, and I would recommend you do exactly the same, and therefore you can leave this one at 0 as well. Now, in terms of deposits, depending on some agents, sometimes they can offer deposit insurance. It's not really the norm. Sometimes it says in the ads if they do or if they don't, but typically you have to pay a deposit of 6 weeks. So therefore, I would leave this in at 6 weeks and I wouldn't really mess with it too much. So that means your total investment is 4223.08. This is how much money you need in order to get started with this deal. So the next thing is your monthly cost. Now, if I make this slightly bigger so it's easier to see, the first one is your OTA transaction fees. What this means is this is how much commission you have to pay on your bookings. Now, Airbnb charges a 3% commission, and this is why we have put that in. So again, there's nothing you have to do there. It's already set for you. And you might be thinking, well, booking.com is 15% and agencies are, they charge 10%, 15% commission. So why is this only at 3%? Well, the reason is that because our price estimates like £116 are based on Airbnb, since the information on AirDNA comes from Airbnb, these are Airbnb prices. Now, I know on Booking.com the commission is 15%, but as you'll see in the pricing section down here, when it comes to pricing on Booking.com, we actually increase the prices on Booking.com. We charge a higher price because we know we have to pay a higher commission. So at the end of the day, you end up making the same amount of money, and this is the reason this is set to 3%. The payment gateway transaction fee, this is the fee for payment processing in terms of, well, if you use Stripe or a payment processor to take the payments, you have to pay a fee, and that is generally 1.4%. Now, you don't have to pay a fee when you process payments on Airbnb because they do it for you, but even if you put this in, it doesn't make a huge difference. It's only about £30. So you can put this in at 1.4%. It's not going to make too much of a difference. The next one is the channel manager transaction fee, which is at 5%. Now, the channel manager I use, which you will see later on, is called Guesty. They charge 5%. If you were not using a channel manager, you can simply click this button and put it down to 0, and you save that money there. But realistically, if you're going to scale this business, you do need some automation, you do need systems in place, and therefore I would leave this at 5%. The next thing here are essentially all of your bills. Now, if you go into Zoopla and click to rent, and then type in Milton Keynes, and select Milton Keynes Central Station, bedrooms, select 2 bedrooms since this is what we are looking for. So all I've done is I've gone to zoopla.co.uk, click to rent, put in the location, and put in the number of bedrooms we want. Click search. So ideally we need an apartment property type, so we'll go with flats, and then click search. We can just go with any, it doesn't matter too much, so we will go with this one here. As long as it's, somewhat similar, it's an apartment. So what you can do is once you've found a relatively similar listing, you can go down and it will tell you what the bills are in this area. So if we go to the analyzer, the first one says council tax or business rate. So here they're saying the council tax is £123. So it will be around 123. The water is 38. So 38. It doesn't actually give you one for gas. I believe that will be combined with energy. So this will include electric and gas. So gas we can just put to 0. Energy, electricity, we can put to 58. Broadband is normally about £30. So we can leave this at 30. Insurance is not known. Generally, it's very cheap. It's about £5, £10. In terms of cleaning per stay, this is where we will have to get some quotes for cleaning in your particular area. But generally speaking, for cleaning, you can have cleaners for 2-bedroom properties for about £20 per stay. Linen again will cost you about £20 as well because there's 2 bedrooms. And replenishments per stay will be, your tea, coffee, sugar, maybe some toiletries, and they normally cost about £4 per stay. So if you have any other costs which are per stay costs, you can add them in here. Generally, this is pretty complete. There isn't anything more. And if you have any other monthly costs, you can add this here. Now, one thing to note is that we have put in a cleaning fee of £20 and a laundry fee of £20 and a replenishment fee of £4. You might be wondering, well, where the hell did this 130 come from if the cleaning stay is only £20? Well, if I scroll back up, under the inputs which these 3 were calculated for you based on your previous answers, it says the minimum day stay, we're assuming that the average stay is 3 nights. So that means every week there are, 2 checkouts because people stay for 3 days. So, well, technically it's slightly more than 2, but roughly 2 checkouts every single week. So that means, if we have 65% occupancy in a particular month, then we're assuming that the property is booked for 30 days multiplied by 65%, which is, almost 20 nights. We're saying that the property is booked for about 20 nights, and we're saying that the average stay is 3 nights. So if there's 20 nights worth of bookings and the average stay is 3 nights, that means there's between 6 to 7 checkouts in that particular month. And if you're paying a £20 cleaning fee and there's 6 to 7 checkouts, then that means that your cleaning cost is 6 to 7 times multiplied by 120, and that is how these numbers are calculated. So this is why these are per stay and some of these are monthly, because of course the monthly cost, for example, if you have a monthly cost like water, it doesn't matter if someone stays at the property or not, you're going to incur this cost. But the cleaning cost is based on per stay. that if there wasn't a stay, then you wouldn't incur this cost, and hence why there is a bit of a difference there. So once you input all of these details, it tells you what your total costs are every single month. So now we scroll down to the next section. So if we look at the next section, it shows us that in terms of the forecast, our revenue, based on the forecasted occupancy, this is. So our forecasted occupancy is 65%. So it tells us that based on the forecasted occupancy, our revenue is £2,262. Our total costs are around £1,857. That means we should be making £400 every single month. The annual profits are just under £5,000. Now, like I said, this is based on Airbnb alone. Now, if we did this just on Airbnb alone, that would be still a very, very good amount, almost £5,000 every single year. Our aim really is to hit the 80% mark. We want to do, all the different marketing to get up to 80%. But the reason we don't forecast 80% is purely because, like I said, we don't have exact, accurate information from Booking.com, from the agencies. So I think it's a very bad thing if you forecast something where you don't have, the exact data. But we should be forecasting something which we do have information on, and the forecast suggests the occupancy is 65%. So this is the number we're going to be using. This is, the forecast in terms of where we are, but this is really where we want to be. So this looks pretty good. By the way, just one thing to make a note of, one mistake I've made, which I've had to correct slightly. When it comes to these fields, I said they will be already calculated for you, but if they, for example, because you've already input them, here, I actually made a formula so that would be calculated for you. Well, we've had to change that because it doesn't actually do some of the further calculations. So in this case, what will happen is you will see this empty, and you essentially look at the type of property. So this is a 2-bed. You need to then enter manually the rent, ADR, and occupancy forecast. So if you go to the type of property, you look at the rent, which is 1,100. You look at the ADR, which is 116 and 65%. So the rent is 1,100, the ADR is 116, and the occupancy is 65%. So a very, very small thing, but it's something you'll just have to input. So this is essentially what the forecast and the 80% aim shows you, that this is, what we're forecasted to make, but this is really where we want to be. But for the sake of this exercise, we're going to be using the forecast so we can be conservative. Now we look at the deal analysis criteria. Now there's two main criteria. The first one is the investment returned in year 1, 100%. That means we want the full money we invest back in year 1. So if we look at this deal here, the total cost of this investment is £4,223. We want to make that back in year 1. So after that, everything beyond that is just pure profit. So we essentially have an infinite return because we've already made our money back. And so year 2, year 3, year 4, it's just pure profit. So if we look at this, we want to make sure we get all our money back, and we're actually, based on the forecast, we're getting 115% back. So we're actually getting more money than we invested just in year 1, which is a pretty good deal, and that passes the criteria. Now, if we actually achieve 80%, this will be significantly higher because, as you can see, the monthly profits are 404 based on the forecast, and they double at 80%. But for this, we're going to be assuming we only make £404. So this one has passed. The second one is the monthly break-even occupancy should be 50%. So what that means is that every single month, we want to be breaking even at 50% occupancy. So if we are only renting the property for half a month, we still end up covering, our cost. So in order to calculate this value, all you simply have to do is press this button and that will calculate it for you. So if you press this button which says get value and you click this, it will do all the calculations for you. And it's actually calculated that with this property at 50% occupancy, we actually end up breaking even, and we, essentially cover all our costs. Now, this should be green, but sometimes what happens is that because there's decimal places and this might actually be, 50.0001, it assumes that it is more than 50%. But as you can see, 50%, that is the criteria, and that is passed. Now, for the criteria to pass, for
the break even, we have to be 50% or below. If you're between 50 and 60%, it will generally go yellow, and that's still okay. And anything above 60 is red. So even yellow isn't too bad, which means 50 to 60% break even. And the reason is that when you're in the south of England, your break even points generally are higher because the rents are higher, but we also on average have higher occupancy, which compensates. So you want to be around 50%, but if you're in the south of England and you're around 50 to 60%, it's not a huge deal, hence it will go yellow for 50 to 60%. So this means this deal as a 2-bedroom property has passed both of the criteria with a rent-to-rent analyzer. I just want to show you one more thing in terms of how this number is calculated. So all you have to do is simply press the button and it does the calculations for you, but I just want to show you how this works. So if I was to go onto the occupancy forecast and put in 50% and go down, you can see that it makes a loss of £2.56 every month. So basically it breaks even. That at 50%, you don't really make a loss, but you don't make a profit either. There's a loss of £2, but that essentially means you're broken even. So the formulas do work, and you simply have to trust the calculator and the formula, and all you have to do is press this button and it will do everything for you, so you don't waste a lot of your own time. Now, so this deal in Milton Keynes has passed the rent analyzer test as a 2-bedroom property. So now what we will do is we'll move on in the next stage into the further analysis for this deal, to do some further digging to make sure, well, the deal stacks and the numbers look good and this is a good area and also a good property type. So once you have shortlisted your areas, we then need to do further research on that particular area. So the first thing you need to do, you need to go to a website called airdna.co. You then have to make an account on AirDNA, and you will come onto a page like this. Now, when you come onto this page, you need to search your location. So one of the locations that I have shortlisted is Luton, which is again in the south of England. So now, once you have selected your location, you will have to purchase the data, and depending on which area you're in, it will cost you around £15 per month. Now, we only need this for 1 month essentially, because we just have to do some quick research and then we can cancel the subscription. But it will cost £15 or £16 or maybe slightly more depending on which area you're in. I think some locations in London can go up to £25 or £29 or something along those lines. But you need to find your area and then purchase the information so we can do further research. So now in this case, I've purchased all the data on Luton. So in this session, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, well, we've selected Luton, but what type of properties are going to be best within Luton? Which type of properties should we be looking at? So in order to do this, we also have to open the deal analyzer system, which is the Excel file. Now, when you open this up, it will give you two options, enable macros or disable macros. You need to click enable macros because this will enable all the formulas which I have used to create the sheet, so you can use the formulas in order to do the deal analysis. And then you need to move on to the first sheet, which is the type of property. Now, in the type of properties, we have different types of properties on the top here, and then you also have some information which you need to fill in. Now, one thing to note, by the way, is that whenever you go through this sheet, the only fields which you have to plug in are the fields in blue. Everything else you can ignore. So if it's green, if it's gray, you can completely ignore that. So again, even on this sheet, you only have to fill in the information which is in blue. The rest you can ignore, and that will calculate everything else for you. So we're looking at Luton in this case, and we have different types of properties: studios, 1 beds, 2 beds, 3 beds, 4 beds, and 5 beds. And we first need to know, well, where are these properties generally based, and what is the standard of these properties? Because when we look at similar properties to rent or even to purchase, if that's what your strategy was, we need to know what is happening in the market, what type of properties are working well. So when you go onto AirDNA, you will see a map on the right hand side on the main screen, and within the map you have a few different options. Now this option here refers to shared rooms. Now when we are doing a service accommodation business, when we're running this business, we're not in the market for shared rooms, and these are private rooms. What that means is someone has let out a spare room in their property. Now again, we aren't doing room by room rentals, and we aren't really renting out spare rooms, so we can check this one off. Now the properties left are essentially all the entire properties. So these are all the properties which are entire apartments or entire houses. Now if I zoom out, you can see a better picture of all the properties within Luton. Now I can also make this bigger for you so you can get a better view, but I lose some of the options which I will show you in a second. So you can see that here is the town centre, and predominantly all the properties are around the town centre. There are some properties scattered here and there, but they generally seem to be around the town centre. There's the airport, there's the main station here, and here is the town centre. So if I exit out of this, and I'll show you why I did this, is I want to know where these properties are located, because that is the first tab we need to complete, and also what standard are these properties. So if you hover over this and click this button, it unchecks all the properties. Now it gives me a few different options. So if I click studio, it will now only show me where the studios are located. And as you can see, the studios seem to be pretty scattered. So there's a couple here, a couple here, a couple here. So there doesn't seem to be one place where the majority of the studios are. And if we look at the standards, sometimes, depending on where it is, it can show you. So this one doesn't really show you many pictures. It's just a floor plan. This one is not in very good shape at all. This one, again, you can't really tell. This one seems to be okay. Again, the pictures aren't that amazing. No pictures. And again, it does not seem to be great, at all. So for the location, I would say it's scattered. And for the standard, I would say probably a 5. Probably not even a 5. I'd probably say about a 3 or a 4. It doesn't seem to be in good standard at all. And I would just say that I would switch that to not professional. So you can rank these however you want. You can rank them as numbers, or you can add some description. It doesn't really matter too much. So then we move on to the next one. You then need to uncheck everything again, and then check the studios. Sorry, check the one beds. So now, as you can see, the one beds are slightly different because there are some scattered, but predominantly they seem to be around the town centre. They all seem to be around the station, the town centre location. And if you just hover over some of them, you can see that they're a lot more modern. They're apartments. A lot of them seem to be brand new apartments. And as I go through them, they seem to be, new build apartments predominantly. So they seem to be in very, very good condition. I would say for the one bedrooms, the location is town center. And in terms of the standard, I would say modern apartments. They're modern APT apartments. And then we do the same thing for 2 beds. So again, this seems to be less 2 beds, but predominantly they seem to be, again, around the town center area. There are some scattered here, a few here, but generally they seem to be around the town center. Again, most of them you can see are relatively modern. They're new apartments. They seem to be in pretty good condition around the town center. So we then continue doing this exercise with 3 beds. And again, 3 beds seem to be a lot more scattered, but I would still say they predominantly seem to be around this town. And you can see that these are now houses. These are not really apartments. So with 2 bedrooms, we had apartments. With 3 bedrooms, we've seen that these are a lot of houses, and hence which makes sense, they're close to the town center, but not exactly in the town center, because it's rare that you get apartments within the town center. So let's fill this in. So I think with a 2 bedroom, again, it's a town center location, and they're modern apartments. The 3 bedrooms, again, I would say they're around the town center. There's less of them, but they're houses, and again, they're in good condition. Houses in good condition. So then we move on to the 4 beds. 4 beds, again, you can see that they're trying to be around the town center. There's less of them, but most likely they're probably houses again. So yeah, once again, they seem to be houses as opposed to apartments. So they're close to town center, but they're houses, and again, generally seem to be in not as good condition as the 3 beds. So I would say town center, and I would say houses, and this one will give maybe a 5 out of 10, and I think for the 3 bedrooms that are in pretty good condition, we'll give it a 7 out of 10. So you can rank these however you want. It's just to get a general idea of what type of properties there are, what type of standard. So you can rank them out of 10 or whatever helps you, because we need to know what the standard is, because when we're looking at properties to rent or to purchase ourselves, we need to see if we can match that standard, because if we can match that standard, then it's a lot more accurate and we can sort of charge the same rates. So you can make a note of standard however you like, whichever way helps you. And then you finally go on to the 5 beds. Again, you can see that couple are around the town center, one here, a bit more scattered. They're houses, and they seem to be in okay condition. They don't seem to be in bad condition. So I would say they're a lot more scattered houses. They seem to be in okay condition. Now I would again give it a 6 out of 10, so around that sort of mark. So these are the locations we need to look at. These are the type of properties and the standard we need to look at. So the next thing to do is now to work out, well, how much can you rent these properties for? So in order to do that, you need to go on to Rightmove. And because the first one is scattered, and generally they seem to be around the town center, we're going to just focus on Luton town center, as that's where most of the properties seem to be. If I check this back and show you all the properties, they predominantly do seem to be around the town center, or they seem to be around the main Luton station. So if I put in Luton, let's see which options it will give me. So it gives me Luton station, and I think generally what will happen is you will have to find a station or a particular postcode in the town center in order to get this. I think generally, I don't think it will give you Luton town center as a location, but it will give you Luton station as a location. And then you can click to rent. Now, once you have clicked to rent, you can select a radius. We will keep this within 1 mile. And for the first one, we are looking at studios. And again, the studios, they do seem to be flats as opposed to houses. So we search studios 1 mile within the town center. So we already have some studios. We're looking for something which is in okay condition, and we can set this from newest listed, or we can set this from the lowest price first. There's only 18 listings, so it's not going to take you too long. Now we find something which is in okay condition. So this one seems to be in pretty good condition, and you can essentially take the rental for this, and the rental for this is £520 per month. So we put in £520. Ignore these for the time being. We will get onto this shortly. So then we simply just move on to the next one. We now need to know, well, what is the price for a 1 bedroom? And again, if you look at something which is in good condition, a 1 bedroom, so you need to ignore this one because this is the professional house share. This is actually a room as opposed to an apartment. So again, you can look for something which is in good condition and see what the price would be for that particular property. So again, this one doesn't seem bad. It's 765. This one seems to be in new condition. So let's pick this one here because it seems to be in much better condition, or even this one here, which seems to be relatively brand new, close to the station in the town center. So it seems like they seem to be around this £725 mark for a modern 1 bedroom apartment in the town center. So this is 0.10 miles from the station, which is pretty much bang in the middle of the town center. So we'll go with 725. Okay, so that is the rent there. 2 bedroom properties. And again, you're doing the same thing, which is you're looking for something which is in good condition. Hence, since all your competition has properties in very, very good condition. So again, you have one here which seems to be in a very nice building, modern. So we will close to the station, 2 bedroom apartment. So yeah, about £900. Again, there's another one for £900. So £900 seems to be the going rate. And now we move on to houses. Since the 3 beds, 4 beds, and 5 beds were houses, we simply go to the top, the property type, we can change to detached, semi-detached, terrace, get rid of this, and select bungalow since these are all types of housing. Change this to 3 bedrooms, and again we do the same thing, which is we just look for something in good condition around the station. There seems to be 3 different properties. This is possibly in the best condition out of the 3, I would assume, and for the rest you can't really see that many pictures. So this last one here, this might be in okay condition as well, but it seems very, very cheap compared to the rest. So we don't have that many available. It does say 3-bed luxury house. I'm not entirely sure why it's luxurious, but the rent seems to be around this sort of mark. So this is on for 1,050. This is on for 1,300. So we'll say something around the 1,200 mark. So around 1,200. And then very, very quickly, I'll just do the 4-bedroom and the 5-bedroom. So I'll just select this to 4-bed. There might not be that many available. We might have to branch out slightly. Okay, so this one is being fully renovated. So again, that's pretty good. This is going to be brand new. This is on for 1,400. This is on for 1,500. So around that sort of range. So we'll say 1,450. And finally, we have a 5-bedroom. So 5 bedrooms seem to be a lot more expensive. This is in good condition, and this is 1,800. So we'll put in 1,800. So these are the rents for these particular properties. Now, the next thing we need to do is do this row here. I know we've sort of missed this one out, but we'll come back to this in a second. We need to do the rental size. What that means is if you go back onto AirDNA, and this is your main screen, if you scroll down, it shows you the rental size. That basically means the number of properties on the market for each of these types of properties. So if you look at the studio, there's only 3 studios, which is 2%. Now, if we go back onto this sheet, it says the rental size, the number, the absolute number as opposed to a percentage. So the absolute number of studios is 3. So we put in 3. We then look at the 1-beds, there's 86. The 2-beds, there are 36. The 3-beds, there's 19, 17, and 5. So you have 19, 17, and 5. Now, let me just explain these colors. Now, the higher this number is, it will go green, and the lower it is, it will go red. So it's really a color system going from green to red. The reason that is there is because if, for example, there are only 3 studios and we go through all this analysis, the data might not necessarily be the best because there's only 3 entry points. There's only 3 properties. So, those 3 properties might be doing it really badly, or, there's just not enough information when there's only hardly any properties. But when you have properties which there's a lot of property type, for example, there's 86 1-beds, 36 2-beds, and even these 2 aren't that bad, 19 and 17. That's pretty good in terms of looking at data and saying, well, there's a lot of these type of properties, so that could be that the data is more likely to be accurate. So ideally, the more information we have on a particular property, the better. This doesn't necessarily mean that, we'll go with 1 bedroom since there's most of them, because we don't know what occupancies they achieve or what rates they achieve. But just for this one particular point or one particular row, this seems to be the best out of the rest, purely because it has the most information available, and the more information available something has, the more accurately we can work out, well, is this going to make money or is this not going to make money? So that is a color system with this one, that the more properties there are, the better. Now we move on to filling out the remaining 2 details, which is the historic ADR, which means the historic average day rate. Put simply, that basically just means what is the nightly rate these properties are able to charge. And this one means the historic occupancy rate, that what occupancy have these properties been achieving. So if I go back onto this and click occupancy, this is again on the first page under research. Now it will show me the historic occupancy rate. So this is the first one we can fill out, or we can fill out this one. It doesn't really matter too much, but we'll go into the historic occupancy rate first. Now, once you want to the historic occupancy rate, you need to select 75th percentile. Now, what 75th percentile means is that if you have an occupancy rate which is, for example, 90%, so the 75th percentile is 90%, that means 25% of the properties achieved a higher occupancy than 90%, and 75% achieved a lower occupancy than 90%. So 25 are above this point and 75 are below this point. The reason I picked 75th percentile is because what we want to know is that the good quality properties, the ones which are professionally managed, they're marketed properly, they have professional pictures, the Airbnb hosts who are doing this well, what are they achieving? Because we're going to try to achieve something similar. We aren't really competing with people who have bad pictures or they're not marketed properly and so on and so on. So we're not competing with people who are not advertising their properties properly. So that's why we look at 75th percentile, because the 75th percentile really represents people who are doing this well, and that's essentially where we want to be as well. So if I look here, it says, what is the historic occupancy rate for a studio in the last 12 months? Now, I don't necessarily want to know what's been happening over the last 2 or 3 years. I just want to know what's happening in the last 12 months, because that's going to give me the most accurate picture, because things do change over time. So you need to select entire home, and then with bedrooms, it's already on studio, and you need to move this one all the way down so it's just studio selected, and then click apply. Now, once you apply this, you can see how the graph has massively changed. Now this seems a bit weird because there are so many spikes up and down, whereas before it was a lot more stable. See, the reason is that there's only 3 studios, and this is essentially what I was trying to say, that when you don't have much information, you get weird stuff like this, you get weird spikes, and the data sometimes can be a bit inaccurate because of essentially there's not that much information to go off. So we'll still use the information they have, and we'll still plug this in for the sake of this exercise. So what you need to do is you need to look at the historic occupancy rate in the past 12 months. So how you do that is you go onto here, and you can see that the very last month this is showing me is August of 2020. I want to know what has the average occupancy been from August of 2019 all the way to August of 2020. So the way you do that is you start from August of 2019, so I think we're here, and the occupancy is 54%. So you take a calculator and you add up all the occupancy rates for the last year and then divide it by the number of months. So you take 54, the next one is 82, so 54, and then you add 82. Look at the next one, 48, so you add 48. The next one is 91, so you add 91. The next one is 80. The next one is 52. The next one is 62, 56, 100, 45, back up to 100, down to 62, down to 27. So what you've done is you've started from August 19 all the way to August 20. You've added them all up. Now if I go back to August 19, this was the first point we started. Now we need to divide by the number of months. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we also had this 13th one here because we counted, well, from August 19 to August 20 and including that month. So there's 13 entry points. So then you divide this by 13 and you get the average occupancy for the last 12 months, which is 66%. So here we can write 66. So 66% has been the occupancy. And then you simply move on to the next one. And then but you do that by going back here and then selecting 1 bedroom. And again, you want to do the same thing, that you want to start from August 19 all the way to
August 2020. So you'll start from around, here we go, you start from around this point and go to the end. So I'm going to very quickly do this now. I'm just going to add from here to here and then divide by the number of months, which is 13 months as opposed to 12 months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, because essentially you're starting from August and you're technically, ending in August as well. But if you want to do the last 12 months, you should have started from September, because, well, that is how 12 months work. So you can do 12 months or you can do 13 months. It doesn't really matter too much. I like to go from, all the way from that exact month all the way back. So I'm going to very quickly do this now for the 1 bedroom. And then when you want to change, you can go to the 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom, and 5 bedroom. And then I'm going to add all of these here. So I filled in all the information using these points all the way up to 5 bedrooms. And by recording the data here, again, you can see it goes from green all the way to red. If it's high, it's green. If it's low, it's red. The reason is because, well, with occupancy rates, the higher the better. Like, the higher occupancy you're achieving, the more money you're going to make in the process. Now, I have also, by the way, changed this to past 13 months because apparently I can't add 12 months. So you can do the past 13 months. Even if you do the past 12 months, it's not going to make a big difference. It's only 1 month off. But I like to do from August to August or September to September, so on and so on. So this gives me now the occupancy rate. Now the final thing we need to do is calculate the historic ADR. So what is the historic nightly rate which is being achieved on these properties? So if I go here and click rates, again we do exactly the same exercise. Now we select studios, go all the way down to studios, and we look at, again, the last 12 months or the last 13 months, since I didn't count 12 properly. Or you can just do 1, 2, 3, 4. My months are really bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, you have to start from September really, not even August. So you look at the ADR, which says £51 in September, £55 in October, £55 in November, so on and so on. And then again, you do the same exercise, which is you add up the months from, August all the way to August here, and then you divide it by 13, and that will show you what the average daily rate achieved has been in the last 13 months. So I will quickly do that now, and this will be done exactly the same way as what we did for the other one. So we'll go from studios all the way down to 5 bedroom properties. So I will do that quickly now. So now I've gone through all the 5 property types or 6 property types from studios all the way down to 5 bedroom properties, and I've calculated the average daily rate for the last 13 months. Now, just in case that wasn't very clear, essentially what I was doing was hovering over these yellow bars, and when you hover over the yellow bar, it says, as you can see, it says August 19, then it says the average day rate, ADR, which is 126, and then it tells you the number of properties. And the number which is 126, that is the number you need to essentially add up and then divide by 13, because that is the number of months we are looking at. So that's what I've done here. And if you look at this row, the historic ADR, I put in all the numbers. The studios were £51 a night, the 1 beds were £62 a night, the 2 beds were 92, 107, 120, and 122. So now let's look at what has happened in these 2 rows here. The first one says rent divided by ADR. So if you look at the rent and you look at the average daily rate, this number basically tells you how many nights you will need in order to cover your rent. Now, I know this is not an exact calculation because there's commissions and other costs and so on and so on, but just for the time being, what's very useful to know is that how many nights would it take based on these numbers to cover your rent. And the lower the number of nights it takes, the better, because that means we can make more money. For example, if it takes you, a full month just to cover your rent, you have no chance in hell of making any money in this deal, because even if you're fully booked, all you're doing is covering your rent. Whereas if you look at the studio,
if it's rented at £51 a night for 10 nights, you essentially end up making your money back, and then beyond the 10 nights there's potential profit. Now, like I said, this is not all inclusive, there's other bills, but it's just we need to know which property type takes the lowest amount of nights in order to, make your money back. So if we look at these numbers, and by the way, these are automatically calculated for you and there's nothing you need to do. With the studio, it takes about 10 nights. With a 1 bed, it takes about 12 nights. 2 bed takes 10 nights. The 3 bed takes 11 nights. The 4 bed takes 12 nights. And the 5 bed takes half a month just to cover its cost before it even, gets into profitability. And again, with this one, green is basically the lowest number. The lower it is, the better it is. So in this case, green is essentially what is low. And if it's really high, then it's red, because that means it takes longer to make our money back. And again, the last one is similar to the one above, but this one tells you your profit potential. What this is saying is, based on all these numbers, what is the profit potential? What is revenue? How much money we can make less the rent? So, for example, if we look at the studio here, what we're saying is the rent is 520, so that is our cost. But the revenue is potentially, we can make £51 a night, will be booked for around 66% of the month, so 2/3 of the month. And if we're booked for 2/3 of the month, that's about 20 nights, and we're making £51, we're making about 51 pounds a night. And therefore, if we look at the month and we say we're making £51 a night for 20 nights, let's just say roughly, because that's 66% of the month, 20 nights out of 30, that's about £1,000. But our rent is 520. So if we take away 520, we're at about, just under £500. So £500 is basically our potential. But now, this doesn't include the fees and, the bills and, any systems cost and so on and so on. So again, this has potential. It has a £500 margin, but obviously some of that's going to be eaten up by the bills and all those other costs. So again, we need a property type which has a big margin. So we look at the 1 bed, the potential profit is around £800, £900. The 2 bed has a lot of potential at £1,500. The 3 bed, 1,175, so again, that's pretty good. The 4 bed, which is 854, and finally, the 5 bed, which doesn't have a lot of potential at all, at only 286. So again, with this one, green is, the highest value, because we need to make sure we make a lot of money, and the one which makes more money has more potential. So this is essentially what is, some of these we have input, some of these have been calculated for us, and now by looking at this data, we need to find one which has the most greens, because the greener it is, the more likely it is to work. And I think it's very, very apparent that in this case, the 2-bedroom properties, the 2-bedroom property type seems to have the most green. Now, it is lacking on the first one, but again, that doesn't really matter too much because it has 36 properties, which is a lot of information, a lot of data, which is good, because the more information we have, the more it supports this information here. So it has good amount of data. It has the highest occupancy, joint highest with the 1 bed, which is good. It takes the lowest amount of nights in order to cover its rent. So this is rent divided by ADR stroke the nightly rate. And it has the highest profitability margin potential. So it's very, very easy in this case to say, well, 2 bedrooms have the most potential. But sometimes you might be in a situation where 2 different types of properties might be very, very close. In that case, you might have to select the top 2 and then do further analysis on the top 2. Now, one thing to note with the 2-bedroom properties and why, in most areas they tend to be very, very popular is because imagine you have a studio apartment. Now, if someone's looking to book a hotel compared to a studio apartment, the studio might end up actually being a bit more expensive at times because, a hotel has economies of scale, meaning that they have 50, 60 rooms and they can spread the cost. Whereas when you only have one studio, it can be a bit expensive. The same thing can be said for a 1 bed, which is, if it's a couple and they they don't want to sleep on a sofa bed or anything, and they want to use the main beds, then you can only really get 2 people into a 1-bedroom property, which is the same as a hotel room. But again, the 1-bedroom compared to a hotel room might end up being more expensive. Whereas once you get into 2 bedrooms onwards, if you compare the cost of 2-bedroom properties, i.e. 2 legitimate bedrooms with 2 hotel rooms, the 2-bedroom properties most of the times tend to be cheaper than 2 hotel rooms. Whereas the same cannot be said for studios and 1-beds in most cases, but as you have more rooms, from 2 onwards, the cost compared to hotels is much, much better. So you have, a much better competitive edge when it comes to 2-bedroom properties and more, purely because, well, you have 2 legitimate rooms. So in this case, it's very, very easy to say that, or to make a decision that 2-bedroom properties seem the best, and 2-bedroom properties is what has the most potential in Luton, and we clearly have a very, very good margin here to work with. And now we'll do further analysis on this to see, well, do the numbers stack, and can we take a 2-bedroom property in this particular area? So once on the rent-to-rent analyzer, both the criteria are passed, we can simply move on to the further analysis. Now, when it comes to the further analysis isn't necessarily data-driven. It is more what I call anecdotal evidence, in the sense that, it's opinions, it's feedback, it's doing a bit more research about the area, so on and so on. So you aren't necessarily going to always get a score out of 10 that, this is an 8 out of 10 area, or this is a 7 out of 10 area. It's more that, well, once we've done the analyzer and the numbers do stack up, we just want to do a bit more research about the area in terms of who the businesses are, and are there many big agencies operating there, so on and so on, because they're all, if we get a positive response from the further analysis, that just only adds to the rent-to-rent analyzer and just confirms that, well, this is a good area and this is an area where, these deals can work. But you won't necessarily get a score out of 10. It's a case of looking at the evidence and looking at the feedback and taking it from there. So right at the top, we have one thing which kind of is data-driven, in the sense that we have the occupancy rate and average daily rate. Now, the forecast is 65% for the 2-bedroom properties, and the average daily rate forecast is £116. Now, if you remember, we did this right at the start with the type of property. So we had £116 for the 2-bed and 65%. So that's what the forecast was. Now, the historic last year, the last 12 months, the occupancy rate was actually 84%, and the average daily rate was 114%. And again, if we go back to the first sheet, you can see that here we did that right at the start, which is £114 for the 2-bed and 84% occupancy for the 2-bed in the last 12 months. So what this shows that the occupancy which is forecasted is actually 29% less than what it was in the past 12 months. And the forecasted rates are just slightly higher. It's actually 2% higher. Now, the criteria I have set is that what I don't want is, for example, let's say the forecast was 65% and the forecasted rate was 116. If the historic occupancy was only 20% and the historic nightly rate was only £40, then I think that would be a cause of concern, because if it was only 20% last year, how is it suddenly 65%? So as long as the forecast is a maximum of a 20% increase of the historic, then that is okay, because when you sometimes there's economic growth and so on, and that can justify for higher occupancy. But in this case, they both pass anyway, because, well, the forecast is much lower than the previous year and the rate is pretty much the same. It's only 2% higher. But I think the point still remains, which is that if the forecast is 116 and last year it was only £50, so kind of like, if I go back to this, the forecast is £119 for the studio, but last year it was only £49. So to me, that doesn't seem very valid, because, well, if last year was 49, how can it be more than
100% increase. You know, if I double this, we're still only at 98. This is more than double. So I think as long as the forecast and the historic are relatively similar, or as long as the historic is higher than the forecast, then that's okay. But if we have a situation like this where, you know, the forecast is ridiculously high and the historic is very low, then you clearly know there is a bit of an issue, or maybe there's an issue with the data. So this is again already calculated for you. So you can see the criteria here. The criteria is passed if the forecast is less than 20% increase of the historic rates. Now this is not a 20% increase, this is a 29% decrease, so that's okay. And this is only a 2% increase. So this will be calculated for you. Now the next thing is the agency feedback. So let me zoom in. What I mean by this is that in the marketing section we'll be covering a lot of different serviced accommodation agencies. Now you can actually get in touch with these agencies and you can request a lot of information about the area you're looking at. So I did this exercise with a location which is called Bracknell. I believe it mentions it here. So we have, Bracknell here. And I sent them an email asking them for some information. And what I will do in the task guidance section, I will include an email template so you can see what type of email you need to send. Now, you don't always get a response because a lot of these companies are very busy and there's probably a lot of people emailing them, so you might have to chase them a few times. So you won't necessarily always get a response. And another thing to note is the more agencies you can email, the better, because not all agencies cover all areas exactly the same way. So in this example, for example, with this analyzer, we're looking at Milton Keynes. Now, Silverdor might not be a big operator in Milton Keynes, but Situ might be a big operator in Milton Keynes. So again, take it with a bit of pinch of salt. So with Bracknell, we sent an email and they told us the number of inquiries in the region, 120. The average length of stay was just under a month, 24 nights. The conversion rate from inquiry to booking is higher than the average at about 35%, which is really good. Actually, that's what the person had told me. So what I would do is under the agency feedback, I would write down Silverdor, 120 inquiries, 24-day stay, 35% conversion, and they're saying that's really good for the area. And then I would just continue doing that for the rest of the agencies, which is Situ, Sacco, and so on and so on. Now, like I said, when you get feedback from them, it doesn't necessarily give you a score out of 10 because, is 120 amazing, or how good is 120? You won't necessarily know because there's nothing to compare it to, but at least you have some information. And for example, we did this with one area once, and they said, I can't remember the area exactly, but I believe they mentioned that there was an area which used to get a lot of bookings, and now since some employers have moved out, there aren't that many bookings anymore. So again, that's very, very good insight. So the more insight you can get from agencies, the better. But like I said, you won't always get a response of them, and sometimes they might be reluctant to give information out. It just depends who you catch on the day and if you chase them a few times and so on and so on. And that's essentially how a lot of this works. But I will include an email template and I will include a list of agencies in the task guidance section. So these will be Silverdor, Situ, Sacco, Bridge Street, and the list goes on and on. And that is the objective here, which is to get agency feedback. And if the response is positive, it only further fuels our research and just indicates, well, this is a good area and we can make money with this area. The next thing we need to look at are the major hotel chains. So again, if there are major hotel chains in the area, this is again a positive sign, because if major hotel chains are in the area, it means they've done a lot of research, they know there's people coming, they spend a lot of time working all this stuff out. So if I go on to Google, what I've done is I've searched Milton Keynes hotels. So again, if I go back a step, you can just put this into Google. All I've done is search, Milton Keynes hotels, because that's the area we're looking at, and then click maps. So now this will show you the Milton Keynes area. Let me just zoom in for you slightly, and I believe this is the area we're really looking at, which is the town center area. So we have a hotel here, which is a Novotel. So again, Novotel is a big chain hotel. So when it comes to my sheet, I can write Novotel, and then we have a Premier Inn, we have an Easy Hotel, We have another Premier Inn, a Holiday Inn, a Jewelries Inn, which is again a big chain, a Travel Lodge. I believe, let's have a look at this one here. I believe this is just an apartment company, City Apartment Limited. Not entirely sure about this one. And then we have some apartments. I believe there might be 2 Jewelries Inn. That's what it seems like, unless I've got something wrong. Okay, now there's another Travel Lodge. So as you can see, a lot of, again, hotels. This is a big chain. I believe this is a big chain of apartments possibly. And let's see what this is. Oh, another Premier Inn. So there's I think, I did this very quickly, but there's 3 Premier Inns. There's a Holiday Inn. There's 2 times, Travel Lodge. There's a Jewelries Inn. And I think I probably missed some as well. But the point is that if there are a lot of big hotel chains, it's a very, very positive sign that there's people coming into the area, especially when you have 3 Premier Inns right next to each other. If there weren't, a lot of demand for short-term accommodation, short-term stays, Premier Inn wouldn't necessarily open 3 right next to each other, and the same goes for Travel Lodge. They wouldn't be opening 2 hotels right next to each other. There's also an Easy Hotel. So again, this will, change by area to area. Some areas are bigger, some areas are smaller. If you only have 1 Premier Inn, that doesn't mean your area is bad. It might just be a smaller area. But again, if your numbers have come out that, well, yeah, the numbers in this area are good, and when we do the further analysis, it's just sort of like the cherry on top. Yes, it's just confirming that, yeah, there are people coming because there are big hotels here, and the agencies are also saying, well, yeah, we do get bookings here, we do get conversions. So that's the next thing you need to do, which is write down all the major hotels in the area you're looking at. So again, with the Milton Keynes example, we were looking at this town center area, so we want to know what the hotels are in that particular area. Now, last but not least, the next thing we need to do is look at, well, what is the economy like in this area? Are there any major businesses? Because again, if there are big businesses, that can justify corporate travel. And that is ideally the market we need to be tapping into to get, getting these long-term bookings, 1 month, 2 month, 3 month. So if we can have an area with business travel, it always does help from that point of view. So how do you find out about big, major businesses, startups, those sort of things? Well, there's 2 main ways. You can Google your area followed by the word businesses, and that will give you, for example, some information just by scanning around. There's no one website which has everything. You just simply do a bit of a scan. So I can already see there's KPMG here, which is a huge company. So I will put down KPMG, and the list goes on and on. So even if I can search something like list of businesses in Milton Keynes, maybe that will give me some more information. And you can simply just have a bit of a Google and see what comes up. So there's another website here which is alphabetical list of businesses in Milton Keynes. You're really looking for the big businesses. The second thing you can do is you can go onto Wikipedia for your location, and generally for most locations there is an area which says economy, business, and demography. So if I go onto this, you can see it says the major businesses. So now Milton Keynes has consistently benefited from above average economic growth, ranked as one of the UK's top 5 cities. So again, that's very helpful to know. It is ranked 5th in the UK for business startups. So again, that's very, very good information that there's a lot of business happening. And then it goes on to tell you that Milton Keynes is home to several national and international companies like Argos, Domino's, Marshall, Mercedes-Benz, Suzuki, Volkswagen, Red Bull, Network Rail, Yamaha, Santander UK, and Open University. So a lot of big businesses and a lot of startups. So again, that just confirms that Milton Keynes is a good area. There's likely to be corporate stay here, and that also now explains why there are so many hotels there. Because there's so much business happening that people will be traveling in and out for business reasons. So again, like I said, none of these will necessarily give you a score out of 10 that, yep, this is a 10 out of 10 area or this is a 5 out of 10 area, but it just further confirms, well, there are people coming here, there are businesses, there are big hotels, the agencies are saying this is good. Now, the final thing In terms of risk mitigation for further analysis, this will come into play when we actually look to take a deal on. But two main things we have to look at when we're actually taking the deal. So this is not something you can do at this particular stage, but one of the things we need to do is make sure we have a break clause in our contracts. This is for rent-to-rent deals. What that means is that let's say you take on a 3-year deal. Now you want to have a break clause that after a certain number of months, if you want to end the agreements, you're allowed to end the agreements with just a 2-month notice. So if you have, for example, a 6-month break clause, and you will negotiate this with the landlord or you will negotiate this with a letting agent, once you get to that stage where you're taking on a deal, that you want, if you have a 6-month break clause, that means that after 6 months, at any stage you can give a 1 or 2 month notice, depending on what you've agreed, and you can terminate the contract. Now, the reason that is good is because for whatever reason, the deal doesn't work, the economy is in bad shape, whatever happens, you aren't tied up in that contract for 3 years. You can simply get out after 6 months. And if you were to incur any losses, you would massively limit your losses because you're only in there for 6 months. So you can simply select your break clause, the one you have negotiated. If you have a 6-month break clause, that's green, which means it's really good. Sometimes you have to do a 9-month, which is again okay. 12 months is also okay, hence it's yellow. And if you have no break clause, that turns red purely because, well, ideally you should have a break clause. Otherwise, you could be in a situation where you have a 3-year agreement, and if anything goes wrong, you can't get out. So ideally, you want to be around the 6 mark. Sometimes agents say you have to have a 9 or 12-month mark. And again, it's not too bad, but obviously 6 is ideal. The second thing you want to make sure is that the property is acquired at market rent. So you do not want to be paying more than market rent for these properties. The reason is, for example, again, if service accommodation didn't work or there was an issue, you should be able to just rent the property out for a few months at the normal rate. Maybe you just rent it out for 3 months or 6 months to someone else, and that will cover all of your costs for you. And that way, again, it stops you making a loss. So now let's say you had a 6 months break clause, and for some reason the deal didn't work. You can simply let the property out for, let it out to someone else for 6 months, and they will cover all your costs, and it will prevent you making a loss. So again, if you have acquired at market rent, click yes, and that's green. If you have paid more than market rent, that will go red purely because, well, that's not a situation you want to be in. So, but typically that doesn't really happen much. Typically people do just acquire them at market rate. This is not really a big deal, but it's just something to be aware of. So that is essentially what we have done in the further analysis section. And we've looked at the forecasted rates, and we've looked at the historic rates, and we've made sure they're almost in sync, or they're not overestimated, they're not over-exaggerated. Once that is passed, we contact the agencies, get their feedback on the area, what the situation is, and how many inquiries they get, so on and so on. We then look at the major hotel chains. Well, are there any big hotel chains, which is again a very, very good indication. We then look at, well, what is the economic situation? And this doesn't necessarily just mean big companies. It could be, for example, the startups and employee growth and so on and so on. So anything which supports the fact that there is a good economy. And then finally, we've looked at risk mitigation by making sure we have a 6 months break clause, and also that we've acquired the property at market rent. Now, if all of these come back positive and the rent-to-rent analyzer also gives us a positive indication that all the criteria have passed, that is a very, very good sign for these areas, and you can move on to the next stage where we will start to acquire properties in this particular area. In this video, we'll be covering the pricing analysis and how to set your prices. So the first thing we need to do, there's only 2 things we have to input in this in order to work out what the prices should be. So the thing we have to input is called RevPAR, which stands for revenue per available property. It doesn't really matter too much about what that means or why that's relevant, as we don't necessarily need to use it. We just need to know what these numbers are in order to calculate what the prices are. So if we go back onto ADNA and we click onto price and then click onto seasonality, it will give you 2 figures here, the RevPAR and the weekend RevPAR. So now you can select the 2-bedroom property, since that is, the property we are looking at. And again, it doesn't really change it too much in this particular case anyway. Now, what RevPAR is, the revenue per available rental, which is divides daily rental revenue by the number of listings available to rent. So they look at the revenue generated by all the properties in the area divided by the number of properties in that particular area. So this doesn't necessarily mean the rates they were charging. It just stands for the total revenue divided by the number of units, because not every single unit is booked on every single day. I would assume 100% occupancy. So I'm not entirely sure why this is required, or I think it is something which hotels use more so than apartments, because I guess it might be more relevant to them to look at, how much revenue did we make? How much revenue did each room make? For example, if you have a hotel with 50 rooms or 100 rooms, that would be useful to them. Whereas when you only have a few apartments, I can't really see why this would be relevant or useful. But it does help with one aspect, which is clearly in this area, we can see that the RevPAR is lower on weekdays and higher on weekends. So what we will do is take these numbers, 64 and 77 for the weekday and the weekend, and we will plug them here, 64 and 77. So now what that does is that will start to give us all the numbers we need in terms of pricing. So now I will go through this step by step and show you exactly how the prices are calculated. So the first thing which is calculated is essentially the average daily rate without the cleaning fee. So what that means is that so far, if I go back onto the rent to rent analyzer, we said that the average daily forecast is £116. We can charge £116. But if you look at AirDNA, and if I go back onto rates, for example, or even if I go back to overview, if you look at the average daily rate, this is the average booked nightly rate plus the cleaning fee. So when we have the £116, this actually includes the cleaning fee as well. But now we know that the numbers we have set is the cleaning fee is £20 for the cleaning, £20 for the laundry, and £4 for the replenishments. So if I go on to pricing, that we can see that the cleaning fee really needs to be £44 per stay, because it costs us 20 to clean, 20 to do laundry, and 4 for the replenishments. So when you have £116, which includes the cleaning fee, we also know that the average stay is 3 nights. So if people book for 3 nights and they were paying £116 every single night, that would mean we have 116 multiplied by 3, which is £348. But if we take away the cleaning fee, because 44 of that 348 is actually the cleaning. So if we get rid of the cleaning fee, we only have £304 left, and across 3 nights, that is £101. So again, that is how these numbers are calculated, which is that every number we've looked at in terms of pricing previously included cleaning. Now we want to separate them out to say, this is my nightly rate and this is my cleaning rate. So we have to separate them out. So that's essentially what has happened here, which is the cleaning fee is already calculated for you based on the fact that you put in your cleaning numbers here. I will just go through this in a bit of a weird order. So next we have the extra guest fee. Now, with service accommodation pricing, for the first 2 guests, they're included in the base price. So for example, the base price here is £101. So if only 2 people were booking, they would pay £101. But now let's say you have a 2-bedroom property which sleeps, 4 people. So what would happen is they would pay £101 plus anywhere between £15 to £20 for guest number 3 and guest number 4. So that's why I say 3 onwards. So for example, for 2 people, it would be 101. For 3 people, it would be 101 plus 15, so that is 116. And for 4 people, it would be 116 plus another 15, which would make it 131. So essentially, from guest number 3 onwards, you can charge another 15 to £20 per guest on top of your average daily rate. So this is your cleaning fee, this is how much you can charge extra per guest. Now on Airbnb, this is very, very easy to do. Under pricing, you can simply set this as an extra fee. If you want to set this on booking.com, you will have to contact your account manager and you will have to tell them that you want to set a £15 fee on top of your base rate, on top of your booking.com base rate, and they will have to do that for you. Just let them know that, you know, for anyone, if we have more than 2 guests, so guest number 3, 4, 5, 6, we want to have another £15 for every single increase. So those are those 2 fees. The next we have is, let's go through this section here. So Airbnb, I've already mentioned to you that the reason it's £101 is because the cleaning fee is deducted. The average weekday rate is £91 and the average weekend rate is £110. The way this is calculated is because, you know, as you can see, there is a bit of a difference that weekdays is cheaper, weekends are higher. So these are calculated, you know, in the same proportion, in the same ratio as these here. So as you can see, the difference is, you know, relatively the same in terms of percentage. So for example, you can see there's a bit of a difference here, and the same difference is shown here as well, because, you know, as we know that weekdays are cheaper and weekends are higher in this area, and I've done some calculations to adjust these numbers for you. So if you wanted to set weekday rates and weekend rates, these are what the rates would be. Now this one is really, really easy. Like I told you before, if I go into the rent-to-rent analyzer, we have a 3% transaction fee. Now the reason we have a 3% fee is because Airbnb charges a 3% commission. Now you might be thinking, well, why is it 3%? Booking.com charges 15%, so shouldn't this be higher? And the reason I told you before that it's not higher is because on Booking.com we actually charge a higher price. So even though we pay more commission, at the end of the day, it turns out to be exactly the same. So if I show you here, on Airbnb, the nightly rate on average is £101, but for Booking.com, we actually have a markup of £16. What that means is that we price Booking.com pricing 16% higher in order to, you know, include the extra commission, and also, if I go back to the rent-to-rent analyzer, in order to include this fee here. Now on Airbnb, we don't actually pay any transaction fees to Stripe, but on Booking.com we have to pay a 1.4% fee. So because we have to pay extra commission and because we have to pay for the Stripe fees, we have increased the price by 16%. So the money we receive at the end of the day is exactly the same. So this column here is essentially 16% more of the Airbnb pricing. We then move on to discounts. Again, the discounts are calculated for you. So the weekly discount you can set to 6%, the monthly 10%, early bird 10%, and last minute 10%. Now the way these are calculated is essentially, for example, you know, if our aim is to get 80% occupancy and someone books for 1 month, so essentially we have 100% occupancy, we can give them a bit of a discount and still end up making more money than we previously would have. So that is how those numbers are calculated. Again, you know, very, very simple, but these are the discounts you need to set. So again, this is all calculated for you. Early bird, we offer 10%. Last minute, we offer 10%. Now, finally, we get on to the last thing, which is the pricing software. We will be using some pricing software. It's for example, Beyond Pricing, Price Labs. And when you use pricing software, it generally asks you for 2 prices, which is, well, what is the base price, which really means what is the average price you want to set. And the average price you want to set is essentially the same as the average Airbnb price, which is 101. And they also ask you, what's the minimum you're willing to accept? And again, we will actually set the minimum as the same as the base. The reason is because we've already set our discounts in Airbnb and Booking.com. We don't want to offer more discounts on top of the discounts we've already set. So if you use a pricing software, then essentially what you need to do is make sure your base and your minimum are the same because the discounts have already been set. Now, and with a lot of this software, so for example, we will get onto Guesty, which is the channel manager we will use to set the pricing. There is a section for Booking.com markup, and we will set a 16% markup. Now, if you're not using a pricing software and you're just just setting one price or one base price, or you're using the channel manager to set your price, then the price you set is essentially this one here. You ignore the weekdays and you ignore the weekends. You just set one average price, which is this number here, and you also select your markup of 16%. Now, what that will do is that will give you a very, very good average across all your rates. So that would be the easiest way. And when you're starting out, when you're making your Airbnb listing and when you're making your Booking.com listing, I would suggest to you, you just start off with the average base price, which is £101 in this case. And on Booking.com, of course, there is a 16% markup. So when you make your Airbnb account and it asks you for a price, you will set this. And for Booking.com, you will set this one here. Later on, when you start using pricing software, you can set these at the base and as the minimum. Now, you might have to watch this video a couple of times because there is a lot going on. There's a lot of different numbers. You don't necessarily need to understand how the numbers are calculated, but you do need to get a good idea of what the numbers reflect. But to put very, very simply and to give you a bit of a summary, all you have to do is fill in these two here. When you make your Airbnb account, this is the number you plug in. When you make your Booking.com account, this is the price you set. For Airbnb and Booking.com, you set a cleaning fee of £44. For extra guests beyond 2, so after 2, you set an increase of £15 to £20, and these are the discounts you need to set. And down the line, once you have a pricing software, you can simply have the Airbnb price as a base price, again the Airbnb price as the lowest price, and have a Booking.com markup of 16%. So watch this video a couple of times, watch it 2-3 times just to get a good understanding. It can be a bit confusing at first, but you'll get the hang of this very, very quickly. And I will make a summary of this in the task guidance section as well, so you can simply copy and paste the pricing. So I believe the first thing you need to do is essentially just get up and running and set these prices, and over time you can, if you need to tweak them, you can tweak them. So that is all you have to do for the pricing section, which is complete these two fields here, and everything else will be calculated for you with the pricing analysis. So finally, if you look on the last sheet on the deal analyzer system, you have what is known as the occupancy table. Now, there isn't anything really you have to do here. It's just a table which shows you the different amount of profits you can make based on the occupancy, and it's just something good to see that where you sort of stand with this particular deal. So as you can see in the first column, you have occupancy going from 0% all the way to 100%, and then it tells you, well, how much revenue can you make based on, well, these occupancies. So if you were fully booked, you would have a rental income of £3,480. Then it tells you the total cost based on those occupancies, and then finally it tells you the profit. Now, we want to be at a stage where we're breaking even around 50%. Now, in the south of England, sometimes this can be around 55% or just slightly higher than 55%. Hence, if I go back onto the rent-to-rent analyzer, we have, the criteria is to break even around 50%, but if it's between 50 to 60, depending on the area, it can be okay. So, but ideally we want to be around this mark here, which is the 50% break even. The closer we are to this, the better. That means in half the month, we cover all our cost. So the break even is 50%, and again, it does seem to match because, for example, the loss is only £2.56. Let me just make this bigger for you. The loss is only £2.56, which essentially means we're break even. We're covering all our costs at 50%. Now, the target occupancy, like I mentioned before, is really around the 80% mark. That's really, where we want to be when it comes to our service accommodation business. And if we got to 80%, then we are essentially here, which is, the profits of £811 every single month. I believe if I go back to the rent-to-rent analysis, the forecast is around 65% based on Airbnb. So the forecast is saying we are roughly around this area here, which is £404 every single month. But this is where we essentially want to be. So this is just a quick summary of, essentially your deal. And so you can quickly see where you sort of sit. So break even, the forecast is here, and then the target is here. And just to sort of sum up on this as well, that Yes, of course, the forecast is indicating, this level here. So let me just write the word forecast. But this is based on Airbnb information alone. This assumes that, if we weren't doing anything else, but if I go into the further analysis, we really want to be, looking at, what the agencies are saying, are they getting much business there? We really want to be tapping into that. We also, look at the past data and we see that historically, occupancy was much, much higher. So that potentially it could even be higher. But again, when we do our numbers, we want to be conservative. We want to at least make, a good amount of money based on the forecast, and anything above that is a bonus, but it can never really be guaranteed because, when it comes to agencies, you don't necessarily always get information from them, and, you can't exactly compare data. So that is essentially how we do deal analysis in summary, which is we look at Airbnb, we base our numbers on Airbnb, but really we want to be around that target here, and that's what we're hoping to get based on the fact that we've done further analysis and it's shown us, there's companies, there's big hotels, there's a lot of agencies, in this particular area. And even at the forecasted level, if I go back onto the rent-to-rent analyzer, we have two criterias, and both these criterias essentially have to pass based on the forecasted levels, not at high 80% levels, but based on forecast. So just to quickly sum that up again, in the main criteria is that in the first year we want to make all our money back. The investment we have spent, we want to make it back. So in year 2, year 3, year 4, it's entire profit. And in this deal, we're actually getting more than the money we've spent. And while we're on the subject, one more thing to note here is that even though we are essentially looking to make all our money back in year 1, this is where service accommodation gets good. That, for example, if you look at your property setup fees, and in terms of your investment in this case is 422.3.00, the reality is that is actually technically, not your full investment. Like in the sense that, let's say you go and, buy some camera equipment because you want to film videos and you spend £4,223 on camera equipment. Then all that money is essentially, kind of your money is tied up and you won't necessarily get that money back because you spend all that money on camera equipment and you're looking to turn that into a profit by making videos and selling videos. But if you look at this case here, the property setup fees, we have spent £1,100 on the rent advance. But when we give the property back, this rent advance actually just comes off the last month's rent. Because, for example, think of a tenancy you've signed for maybe yourself or your family, or if you have kids, when they go to university, you've signed a tenancy or, whatever. Whenever you have a rent advance, that is actually just the last month's rent. They just want it upfront. So technically, what will happen is your last month's profits will just be inflated by £1,100 because you won't have any rent to pay. So I personally don't really consider this as an investment. I know it is a setup fee and we need this money in order to get started, but technically it's not really an investment because you simply just get it back whenever you give the keys back. And the same actually applies for the deposit as well, which is you pay a £1,500 deposit, but as long as you don't damage the property, you also get your deposit back. So the only thing you don't get back are the fees and the furniture cost. Because, once you bought a sofa and the sofa's a couple of years old, you can't really do anything with it. The only thing you can do is you can bin the sofa. So really the 4,223 you've spent, this is really the only money it's technically cost you, because this money you just get back whenever you give the keys back. So your investment isn't even 4,223. It's actually only about £1,600. Maybe you lose some of your deposit because, they have to, maybe there's clean the carpet or, lick of paint here and there. So maybe let's say you lose a few £100 of that. That means your investment might be 1,500 plus 100, that's 1,600. Let's say you lose 400 of your deposit. So your total investment is only about 2,000 really, because a lot of the money you're getting back when you give the keys back, and in the first year, you're making back about £5,000. And so that is just another way of looking at it. That is how I personally look at these investments. But it is still important to know that, this is how much it's going to cost to get up and running, and we still want to be making that back. The criteria is we want to make the money we've spent back. So year 2, 3, and 4 are pure profit. And when we give the keys back, whenever that is, we also get a large portion of this money back. So that is how I look at deals. This is why we do the forecast, and we get the target occupancies, so on and so on. But this table is just very, very helpful in knowing essentially where you are with this deal and where you sit when it comes to the criteria. So for example, this is the break even, this is where we want to be, and currently we sit around here. So it just gives you a quick summary of the entire deal. Nothing really you need to do here per se. In this video, we'll be going through the service accommodation deal analyzer if you were purchasing the property or if you already own the property that you're looking to do service accommodation in. So for simplicity and so you get a better comparison, I've actually kept the numbers exactly the same. So we're essentially looking at the same deal as we were in the rent-to-rent case, which is the 2-bedroom flat in Milton Keynes. So I've kept the numbers exactly the same, so you can see how the deal would look if you did a rent-to-rent on that property compared to, well, what if you already owned the property and that was your own apartment. So how would the numbers differ? How would the deal differ? So again, the property detail situation is exactly the same, which is Milton Keynes, where we're looking at the town centre, a 2-bedroom property, part furnished. So exactly the same property. And the inputs I've kept exactly the same as well, which is, well, the forecast we said was £116. The minimum occupancy was 65%. And the minimum day stay was 3 days, so 3 days minimum. So like you can see, the numbers are exactly the same as before. And I think this will make the comparison a lot easier, because you'll be able to see, well, as a rent-to-rent, we were making this much, and as a property that we own, how much could we potentially make? Now, one difference here is this section here, which is last time we had a section about property setup fees, which included your deposit, your rent advance, letting agent fees, all those things. Now you don't have that if you already own the property, so we've eliminated that section and we've replaced it with AST cash flow. The reason we have AST cash flow is because we want to know, well, if the property is making this much, which is £337.69 every single month as an AST property, well, how much can I make as a service accommodation property? How much more money can I make in the process? And if I make a lot more money, then it might be worthwhile converting that property into service accommodation, and if we can massively boost the cash flow. So if we go through this, the first thing you need to input is the rent, and so you input the rent here. Your mortgage, so how much are you paying in your monthly mortgage cost? You have your management fees, so these are typically your letting agent fees, and you can select 0%, 5% or 10%. Now, a typical letting agent will charge about 10%, so you can put 10% if you have a normal letting agent. If you're self-managing the property, so you don't have a letting agent, you can simply change this to 0%. But typically a letting agent charges about 10%, so we'll leave this at 10. Then you have the service charge, which is a monthly service charge. Now, this is only for flats, by the way. This doesn't exist for houses. So if you are in a flat and you pay service charge every single month, which you will do if you are in an apartment building, so you can input your monthly service charge here. You can add your ground rent in this box here. Now, the ground rent is typically paid annually or is paid every 6 months. So you can put the annual ground rent here, and it will calculate how much that is every single month. And finally, you have voids. So voids essentially means that it's very unrealistic the property is going to be rented out every single day over the course of a year, unless you have a very, very long tenant who stays for 2 or 3 years or so. So voids essentially means the period that property is empty for, because, well, there is a switch in the tenancy. So now let's say you have a tenant who moves into the property and they then leave the property, so they vacate the tenancy. There might be a couple of weeks before you get all their stuff out, maybe do a bit of a paint and prepare the property for the next tenant, do some marketing to get someone else in there, and that person might take about 2 weeks. So we assume that 2 weeks every single year the property is empty for voids. Now you can switch this if you want, and there's 3 options. You can say, well, my property is never empty, so 0, 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Now 2 weeks seems about right, it seems pretty common, so we will leave this at 2 weeks. So a fair monthly cash flow if you own this property, in the case of Milton Keynes, because we said the rent was $1,100 when we were looking at this as a rent-to-rent deal, you can safely say that the net monthly cash flow should be about £337 every single month. Now, this can be higher or lower based on whatever your mortgage is, but that is the number I put in for the time being, which seems about right for a property in that particular area. So this is the monthly cash flow you're receiving every single month. Now we go into the next section, and as you can see, the next section is exactly the same as before. Nothing changes, because the running cost of the property is going to be exactly the same in terms of your bills and your transaction cost and so on and so on. So that stays exactly the same. Finally, we have this segment here, which again, the formatting remains exactly the same in terms of the layout, but as you can see, your profits are now considerably different. Your monthly forecast, your profits at the monthly forecasted occupancy are now much, much higher. I believe in the rent-to-rent case, this looked a bit like around £400 every single month, 404, and now that's jumped to about £900 every single month. The reason for that is that because your costs are now much, much lower. When you are doing rent-to-rent, your monthly cost, just the rental alone is £1,100, whereas when you own the property, because your mortgage is always much, much lower than the rent, you also have an additional buffer for that particular reason. So in this case, as you can see, that previously it was about £400, I think £400, and now it's increased by £500, which is £900 profit almost every single month. So again, the format stays exactly the same, but profits are massively higher compared to before, purely because, well, now you're paying a mortgage rather than paying monthly rent. And then we get down to the deal analysis section, and again, we have the criteria of the monthly break-even occupancy. So the criteria is 50%. If you press the get value button, it will tell you what it is in reality, and in this case it's 32%. And even this, you can see, is massively decreased than before, purely because, well, now you're paying mortgage as your cost rather than rent. So because there's a £600 difference, which you don't have to necessarily pay every single month in order to break even, your break even occupancy is much, much lower. And finally, we have this last table here, which shows you a comparison. So as AST, this was making £337 every single month. Now we can see that just up here when we looked at the AST cash flow. Now at the forecasted occupancy, which is in this case 65%, because, well, that is the number we input here. At 65%, we should be making around £894 every single month, which is a 165% increase compared to what you would have made on AST. So it's more than doubled. It's a 165% increase. And if we look at the service accommodation income at the at the target occupancy of 80%, so if we look at this column here, we should be making about £1,300 every single month. Now, if we make £1,300, that's almost £1,000 more compared to what we were making as AST. Now, that is a percentage increase of 285%. So that means, your income is almost tripled when it comes to running this as service accommodation and achieving the target occupancy of 80%. Now, that is essentially how the purchasing analyzer works. It is pretty much the same as a rent-to-rent analyzer, except for a few small differences. When it comes to everything else, it remains exactly the same, and the pricing remains exactly the same. The occupancy table, again, is slightly different because now your costs are much, much lower. So we wanted to break even around 50%, and I believe on a rent-to-rent deal, it was around 50%. But now you can see you're breaking even at about 35%. So the rest of the deal analysis stays exactly the same, except for the analyzer sheet itself. And this will show you exactly how much money you can make on a property if you purchased it, purchased it and ran it as service accommodation, compared to a property you either purchased or you already currently own, and you were running this as a normal AEST, a normal long let. And this is essentially the main table which you need to be looking at when it comes to making a decision. Well, should I run this property as service accommodation, or should I keep it on a normal long tenancy? And if you can make 1.5 times the amount of money increase, or essentially almost 3 times the amount of money, it's actually even more than 3 times the amount of money, because it's 285%. So it is considerably a lot more money than before. So that is how you analyze the purchasing deal, compare it to AST, and essentially make a decision, well, should I run this as AST or should I convert this into a serviced accommodation property? So this is how you find cleaners in any given area. So when you go onto Facebook, first thing you have to do is input your town or city name in the search bar. Now, when I do that, a whole bunch of stuff comes up. The next thing I need to do on the left-hand side is click groups. Now, once I'm in groups, what you have to do is try to find a group which is relevant for you. So, for example, in this case, I guess if I'm looking at Peterborough, what I would do is possibly look at this one here, which is Peterborough Small Business Advertising. You might be able to post in there and ask for any cleaner recommendations. That might be one way of doing it. Best jobs in Peterborough, you might be able to post in there. The rest don't seem too relevant to essentially what we're looking for. Again, you have jobs in and around Peterborough, so that might be another good place, or even the Peterborough Business Hub. So that's one way of doing it, which is finding groups. Now, this might be better in some areas compared to others. It doesn't work every single time, but if you do have some pages, and it can be a great way of, essentially putting some posts out in your local area and seeing if there are any cleaners or if anyone has any recommendation for cleaners. So that's the first thing you can do. The second way of hiring cleaners in any area, and this has a much higher success rate because this platform is designed exactly for this reason, which is care.com. Now, on care.com is essentially a website which you can use for hiring anything to do with care. Essentially, you have tutors, childcare, elderly care, pet care, and the one we're interested in, which is housekeepers. Now, you have a whole bunch of people here, but this is not exactly how we're going to be doing this. What we're going to do is, if I put in PE1, we have some Peterborough postcodes. I am an individual or a business. It doesn't really matter too much. Hire employees. So essentially what you're doing is you're just, how many people are, I think it might even be easier if you just search as an individual rather than as a business. So select I'm an individual. You're finding care. You're not, finding a job. And then essentially you need household help. What you need is a housekeeper. And you can tick what you need: floor cleaning, window cleaning, laundry. If you want to, select some more stuff which is relevant for you, then you essentially select those. I would just leave it pretty generic, to be honest. Maybe even click this one, which is end of tenancy cleaning, but it might eliminate a lot of people. So, play around with these settings and see what you end up getting. So click next. And this is where you have to make your own account. Now, care.com is a paid service, but it is very useful. I've used it a few times, and every single time it does seem to work really well. Because it is paid, you end up getting, much better people on there, because even the people who advertise their services on there, they have to pay in order to be there in the first place. So those are the two ways you can hire cleaners. They both work. I believe Facebook is a good way, but you don't always succeed, whereas you don't necessarily have to pay, so it is worth doing, and you can get some good local recommendations. And if that doesn't work for you, simply use care.com and input your area and find cleaners in your area. Now, this also, I believe, has reviews and so on, so you end up getting someone who's really good. You only need to do this for about 1 month in order to find someone. So I think it costs about, if I look at pricing, maybe they mentioned pricing here. Okay, I believe it's not mentioned, but I believe pricing is something along the lines of £10 a month or £15 a month. But you only need this for 1 month, in the first month when you're finding these cleaners. So you only need it for 1 month, £15, and you can end up getting someone who's really good. What I would do is find as many good ones as possible, interview them, and then trial them, and see which one fits the best, and which one is worth working with in the long run. So alongside cleaners, another person you need on your team is a good maintenance person. Now, with service accommodation, you do have small niggles here and there. There might be a leaky tap which has to be fixed very quickly. There might be a heating issue, a water issue. So nothing major, but you do need a person who can sort of attend these. And if there is an issue, someone who can fix these very quickly. So other than cleaners, the second person you need on your team is a good maintenance person. Now, where can you find a good maintenance person? Again, two main ways. The first one is through recommendations, similar to cleaners, and again, very similar to cleaners. The second one is through Facebook groups. So what you want to do is, if you know a local, handyman, maintenance person, or maybe you use one, or again, reach out to people in your friends and family circle and see if they know someone who can do the odd job here and there. Or if you don't know anyone, then again, using the same strategy as cleaners, we go onto Facebook groups and we put out some, some posts saying, well, are there any maintenance people in this group, any handyman, or does anyone know any? And again, you're sure to find some. And again, you have 2 or 3 on your books, and when there's an issue, you can send them to have a look at that problem. You want to make sure, they can fix these small things. So you want to know, what sort of experience they have when it comes to heating, water, gas, those sort of things. So again, they're not engineers, they're not doing anything big, but they know how to fix small things. So you need a good maintenance person on your team, and those are the 2 best ways of finding one. So one of the things that you need in your service accommodation business is linen. It's quite, obviously. And there's essentially 2 different options when it comes to linen. You can either, 1, hire linen, or the second thing you can do is you can buy linen. So now, well, what is the difference? Well, if you're hiring, essentially what you're doing is you're renting linen, and every week a new delivery comes with not brand new linen, but of course it's commercially cleaned, commercially pressed, and it's just like very, very good quality linen. Or the other option is that you maybe buy 3 sets. So I think we mentioned this before, which is you buy 3 sets and you have like a rotation policy, which is there is 1 set which the guest uses, which is on the bed. 1 set, so for example, the cleaners come in, they take that off, they put it into the washing machine, they leave it out to dry. And then you have another set which then goes onto the bed. So it's like a bit of a rotation policy that 1's on the bed, 1 is being washed and dry, and 1 is ready to go. And every time there's a checkout, the cleaner comes and that one goes there, that one goes there, and it's like a rotation policy. There's pros and cons with, of course, both. Now, the good thing about buying linen is that it can be cheaper if your cleaners are sort of, just washing it themselves, and you don't have to worry about minimum orders and so on and so on. Because when you hire linen, you can't just say to them, well, I want, one sheet a week or 1 set a week. There's minimum orders that you have to comply by. Whereas if you own the linen yourself and all you have to do is, well, every time there's a checkout, just wash and dry, then you don't have any sort of restrictions, or you're not sort of stuck with any sort of, limitations of, well, I have to order minimum 3 a week, so on and so on. So that is the positive when it comes to buying linen. The problem with buying linen, though, is that I think a lot of linen, especially towels and so on, once you wash them a few times, the quality isn't the same. And, if a guest gets makeup on them or lipstick or, spills something on them, a lot of the times it's very, very hard to get the stains out. Whereas if you hire linen, that's not really your responsibility, because they know it's going to get dirty. And when it goes to, get commercially cleaned and pressed, by the time you get it back, it's in very, very good condition. So the problem with hiring linen can be the fact that it's a bit more expensive, but at the same time, it's much, much better quality. Your guests will leave you better reviews, they won't complain, and over time, that will be worth it. And especially as you get, more properties, more apartments, more houses, what will happen is that cost will be spread out amongst more properties, and therefore the cost will go down over time anyway. So my personal recommendation would be to hire linen rather than buy linen, purely because the quality is much, much better. You'll get better reviews, and again, if you sort of find a good company which has a low minimum order initially, then that will help you massively as well. So I would personally recommend hire linen. It's just much, much easier when it comes to your cleaners. Again, they might not want to do the washing and drying and ironing, whereas again, if you just give it to a company, by the time it comes to you, it's it's very, very nicely laid out, it's flat packed, it's ironed, pressed, everything. So I would personally say go with the hiring approach. Now, when it comes to hiring, what are the options? So the first one is Stallbridge Linen. Now, Stallbridge Linen is one of the biggest linen providers. It's a commercial linen provider across the UK, and they will essentially supply linen in most places. So what you would have to do is go into their website and enter your area and get a quote from Stallbridge. Or if you don't want to use Stallbridge, now the second thing you can do is essentially get a quote from a local company. So now let's say you live in Peterborough. What you need to do is Google Peterborough linen providers, or Peterborough Linen Hire, or Peterborough Linen, and see which companies come up. And you say to them, well, we're similar to a hotel, we have apartments or we have houses, and we need weekly supply of linen. And then get a quote from them. Tell them, we have a property which is a 3-bedroom house, we have 3 single beds and 2 double beds, and we need this many towels. What's the minimum order you have, what are your rates? And then take those rates and then compare them to the rates of Stallbridge, and essentially work out where you can get the best deal. Now, from experience, if you can find a local linen provider, it is generally better and is cheaper than going with a national company, who again is a very, very big outfit. They are good, but sometimes it can be a lot more expensive as well. So if you can find a linen company which is local, and again, if you know, it's one of those things that if you get a small local company, you can sort of grow with them as you get bigger. They're a lot more flexible, they're a lot more willing to help you out with things. Whereas when you go with a national provider, they sort of have set ways of doing things, you know. So for example, we use a local company for a lot of our apartments, and sometimes if we end up needing a bit more linen or so on and so on, I can just call the guy, or my team can call the guy, and it's just much easier to deal with. Whereas if you go with a big company, you know, there's you can't just change orders quickly and so on and so on. So it's a bit more rigid. So ideally what you need to do is you need to hire linen and either use Stallbridge, which is again a very good option, I'm not taking anything away from them, or you can use a local linen provider, get a quote from them, and compare the two quotes, and essentially find a linen provider who can cater for your properties. So in this video, I'll be showing you how you can set up a virtual phone number and essentially set up an phone answer service. Now, the reason you need this is because, you know, when you have a business, for example, you might be at work and, you know, the guest might be calling you, or maybe a landlord or a letting agent might be calling you because, you know, they have a potential deal. And if it goes to your personal phone number, one, it doesn't, you know, look very professional, and second, you might end up missing a lot of those phone calls because you might be, you know, maybe busy or having dinner, or maybe just at work, and so on and so on. So the first thing you need is a virtual phone number, so it seems a lot more professional. And the second thing you need is a way of someone picking up that phone for you rather than you picking up that phone yourself, because, well, you might be busy. So now, in terms of getting the virtual phone number, and I will put a link to this as well, the web company we use is called ereceptionist.co.uk. Now, once you're on the main page, you can simply click the button here which says Get Started Risk-Free. Now again, when you might sign up, it might say something else, but that is essentially what you need to click. And the package you can go for is the cheapest package here, which is a pay-as-you-go package. Now, all you really need is the phone number. You don't necessarily need these packages because you can use your own phone to make the phone calls. You don't necessarily need minutes and so on and so on. So you can essentially use this service here, which is get a number with pay-as-you-go. And if you click sign up now, that will tell you, you know, in which country you need to pick. And then you can pick three types of numbers. You can take local, national, or free phone. I would recommend maybe it's best to go with the national number, purely because if you know, let's say you operate in Peterborough, but you end up taking a deal in London. So, you know, because you haven't found your area yet and you haven't really found which, you know, properties are you going to be taking, which areas, then it might be difficult to take a local number since you don't know which area you're going to be in. Whereas if you take a national number, it sort of applies to any place in the country, really. So if you select national and then pick any 330 number or 333, I would recommend a 3 number as opposed to an 8 number. So because people with 8 numbers aren't always sure if it's free or if it's paid. But you can take a landline number, which is a 330 number, or if you know which area you're going to be investing in, you can just go for a local number and essentially pick, you know, the city you want to be in, and essentially get a number from there. So if you're unsure about your area, pick national. If you know exactly where you're going to invest, for example in London, then you can just go for a local number and pick the correct area code. Now once you have that, you essentially put in your own number and you simply check out, and from there on you have that virtual number. Now once you have that virtual number, you have to go to answer.co.uk. Again, I will put a link for this. And how this works is you use that virtual number and you input it onto answer.co.uk. And what will happen is when you have that number on your website, or you give it, you know, maybe let's say you put it on a business card or so on and so on, anytime someone calls that number, it won't go to you, it will go to answer.co.uk, and answer.co.uk will take a message on behalf of your company. So, you know, let's say your company is called Zoom. They will say, hello, Zoom Apartments or Zoom Accommodation, how can I help? And they will take a message, and once they've taken a message, they will send you a text message, and they will send you an email with the person's phone number, their name, and the message they left on the answer service. And then you can get back to them whenever you please, like, you know, whenever you have time. So the way answer.co.uk works is they have different pricing plans. I would recommend you go with top up bundle 1, which is for £25, and roughly each call will cost you £1.20. So, every time someone calls this number, it charges you £1.20, which isn't too bad because you're not going to be getting a ridiculous amount of calls anyway. But you do need a way, whereby you can take all the calls and take all the messages without you having to deal with that yourself all the time. So essentially, you can pick one of the bundles. You can click Get Started, fill in all your details, fill in your phone number, and simply use your new virtual number to input onto here. Those calls will then be passed on to you via text message and email. Again, very, very simple process. If you need any help, you can always ask them questions through FAQs and by contact them, so they can help you out with getting started. But those are the two things you need. You need e-receptionist in order to get the virtual number, followed by Answer.co.uk in order for someone to pick up that number every time someone calls. So in this session, we're going to be setting up our website and also our email address. So now, in order to set up our website, the first thing we need to do is buy a domain. A domain essentially means, your website name or your website URL, whatever you want to call this. So now the platform I use is called GoDaddy. You've probably heard of it. They have ads on the TV all the time. So essentially, you can go to godaddy.com and it might take you onto a page like this. Now, when you're onto this page, you can click domains up here or click domains here. So essentially, we need our own www dot followed by your company name, essentially. So you click on this. And now it says, well, what sort of name do you want? So maybe your company is called Zoom Accommodation. So let's say we put in Zoom Accommodation, it starts finding it. Okay, so you can get zoomaccommodation.co.uk for $4.99 every year, and then it might renew. It might be a bit more expensive in a couple more years or something along those lines. So you essentially buy the one which is .co.uk since you're in the UK, or if you want to change your name and call it something else, so Zoom Lets, Zoom Stays, or whatever your company name is. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be the same as your company name. A lot of companies, they have, their limited company is called one thing, but the website is called something else. And at the bottom, for example, let's say your company is called Zoom Travel Stays Limited, but you want the name Zoom Accommodation. So you would get Zoom Accommodation, and at the bottom of the website, sometimes people say, the trading name is something else. So you can just put that disclaimer. So my point is, you don't necessarily have to get a domain name which is exactly the same as your company name. Now, I would advise you have something like just the name of your company rather than your company followed by the word limited, or some people have Zoom Accommodation Ltd. I don't think it looks very professional having the word limited or Ltd in your company name. Everyone knows it's a company since you have a website, so I would just leave it at that. So once you've done this, you select here, sorry, not this one, because you don't want zoomaccommodation.com as well, you just want .co.uk. You click Add to Cart, and once you've added to cart, you continue to cart and you simply check out. Now, you don't need any privacy and protection. I personally don't really tend to get these. I just select no thanks to anything additional, and then I click continue to cart. Once I'm in cart, I normally just select 1 year because you get a bigger discount on 1 year, and you can just automatically renew the following year anyway. And then you click checkout, and essentially that domain name is yours. So I'll start again from checkout. So once you have your domain, the next thing you need to do is get your email address with your company name. So if you go into Google and Google custom Gmail, it takes you to this website here, and I will add a link to this below as well. Once you go onto this, click Get Started Now, and essentially what this will do, this will give you, for example, a custom email with your company domain. So for example, Priya at your company, or Joe at your company, so on and so on. So in our case, it will be Priya at Zoom Accommodation, Joe at Zoom Accommodation. So click Get Started Now. Input the business name, which will be Zoom Accommodation. Whether it's you, or it might be you and a business partner, you and a life partner, so on and so on. So you click 2 or 9, or click just you, whichever one you need. Click Next. You input all your details. So I put in my details here. Now, if I go back here, does your business have a domain? Yes, I have one that I can use. And here, so let me just show you this. You have to click, yes, I have that one I can use. And then that is where you enter your domain. So it would be zoomaccommodation.co.uk. You click next and you simply follow the process. It says this hasn't been purchased yet because I haven't bought it myself. But essentially, once you put this in, you click next and it will take you step by step so you can connect this domain that you've just purchased with your Google account, and that way you will have email Gmail account. That sounds a bit tricky, email Gmail, but essentially you will have your own email account with your custom domain. So what you've now done is you've now bought a domain from GoDaddy. You've then used that domain to also set up your custom email account. The next thing we're going to do is set up your website. Now, in terms of your website, the easiest and the fastest way to do this is by using Squarespace, and it's efficient, it works really well, and I highly recommend this. So you can go to squarespace.com/templates, and again I will add a link to this below as well. And essentially what you do is you find a template that you like. And what I would suggest is, if you're getting a website for this particular business, you can go to something like real estate and properties. That might be a good one. And once you go to real estate and properties, you have some different websites here, different themes. So for example, if I, open this one, preview this one here, you will see what this looks like. So if I scroll down, you have, pictures of your properties, you have some descriptions and so on and so on. And you essentially have a very professional looking website, which is, which doesn't cost a lot of money. I think this costs about £10 a month. And you're up and ready very fast. It works on your desktop. If I turn this into an iPad, this is what it looks like on an iPad. Again, optimized perfectly for mobile. And then if I go onto the mobile view, again, it's very professional, very cheap. It's just good to go. So the thing you need to do is you need to select a template that you like. So you can pick any template. You can go to a different one. You might prefer a different template that you like. So maybe you go to professional services. Now it would be, and you can find something like this, whichever one you please. So essentially find a template that you like, and then we're going to be using that template to make a website. Now this is a website template I have already created, and if you would like to do something similar, I would recommend just copy and paste this. The reason we need a website is because when we start pitching to landlords, start pitching to agents, sometimes they say, well, can you send me your website? Can you send me your details so I can have a look and, just get some more information about your company. And of course, if you have a website, it just adds a little bit more credibility. So I've already created this website. Now, as you can see that on this website, there are no locations mentioned because at this point, you don't currently have any apartments or houses. So this is just a generic website which just explains what you do without actually mentioning any locations. So you have a front page, you explain exactly, what serviced apartments are or serviced accommodation. The reason I say apartments, predominantly we do apartments, but you can do houses, exactly the same thing. Then you have some more information here, some features about, exactly what you're doing. We have information about our clients. You could probably even take this part out since you technically don't have these clients yet. And we have some more information, and essentially you would replace this part with your own company details. And then you go into the About section, and in the About section it just explains a bit more about why serviced accommodation, followed by some benefits of serviced accommodation. So it's just a very small professional looking website. And then you also have a contact page of if anyone's looking to book or make any inquiries, you have that there. So essentially what you would do is you would just change this to your own details and have something up and running very fast. Now I would recommend to you, the best thing to do would be, I will add a link to this website as well. The best thing to do would be to simply copy and paste this and use essentially the website I've already created for you. Now if you want to make your own, feel free, that's absolutely fine. But if you want to use this and copy all these details and copy the text and the images and so on, feel free, because I think that will just help you get started just that little bit faster. Now, if you want your own logo as well, so we have Skyline Service Apartments, the easiest way to do that is by going onto a website called fiverr.com. So we go into Fiverr and you search here logo. Now, once you have a logo, you essentially find, you look through some of these people, find someone with a lot of reviews. So this person starting at £8, this person starting at 80, so it's a bit more professional. I would recommend for the time being you just need something cheap and something just to get you going. So I wouldn't spend more than £5-10, maybe even something like this. Well, not exactly this, because this seems to be sports based, but essentially find one that you like. Maybe spend £10, £15 on getting a logo. So essentially, let's say you like one of these, you click onto this, you look at the ones, different available options. I would say just go with the basic one, click continue, and that as your order to cart, you just send them your company name and they will make a logo for you. And if you have any designs that you like, you can send them the designs and they will essentially not try to replicate that, but use that as some sort of inspiration to create your design. So that is essentially how you create your website and your email. So when you start pitching to landlords, you start pitching to agents and so on and so on, it looks very professional, you look credible, and you have something which is up and running, and you can show them, well, this is what we do, this is what we're about. So what we've done here is we've used GoDaddy to get the domain, we've then used Google Gmail to get an email, we've then used Squarespace. We first got a template, the template that you like, and then you've either replicated this website and copied everything, or just rewritten it yourself, whichever one you please. And then finally, you've got a logo, and a logo which you can then essentially add onto a business card, or you can simply put up here. So that is everything you need to do in this session to get up and running and add that credibility to your business and have everything set up.
So this screen recording, I'm just going to take you through some of the ways in which you can get serviced accommodation and serviced apartment units. One of the ways that you can obtain a serviced accommodation unit is direct to landlord. So this is going direct to the owner of a particular apartment, and one of the ways you can do that is through a site called Open Rent. I'm going to type in Wellingborough City. I'm going to filter for 2-bedroom apartments because that's what we tend to take on. So if we click on this apartment here, this is it looks quite nice. I can imagine it doing quite well as a serviced accommodation unit. It's a bit different. So we just have a look at some of the photos. It's new, modern, open plan kitchen diner, good condition. Yeah, so this could work well. You just need to furnish it. So Wellingborough City, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, maximum tenants 4. So this is one of the really kind of good things about Open Rent, is that you can basically contact the owner directly. So it's best to actually make a viewing. Message the landlord or request a viewing through the platform. You want to meet them in person, get to know them, see what they're looking for. Viewing the property, meeting the owner, seeing how long he's been trying to let the apartment out. Has he had any offers? What is he looking for? But you also need to make sure that you've done your research as well. So throughout this course, we've kind of said that when we first started, we had a look at the type of bookings that we wanted to achieve and receive, and we wanted to target the corporate bookings. Corporate bookings, you know who's coming. It's a corporate. They're professionals. The nightly rate that you can charge is usually higher. They tend to stay for a lot longer. They tend to be in the apartment very little, so they tend to spend most of their time at work, and they generally come back to the apartment just to sleep. So in a lot of the corporate bookings as well, with Silverdor, Seiko, Prestige, the payment is guaranteed as well, so there's not that risk. That these are the type of corporate bookings that we tend to go for, and these are the types of areas that we target. We target areas that we know we're going to receive the corporate bookings. We do our research. So for example, we'll contact companies in the local area. So in Wellingborough City, for example, there's Tesco's head office, there's PayPal, there's actually a Shire business park, and there's lots of other big businesses in the area. This is what we do. We tend to focus on areas where we know there's the corporate demand, the corporate bookings, the nightly rate is higher, there's the likelihood of getting any damages is a lot lower. You're kind of dealing with professionals. So that's why, when we know which area we're targeting, we have a look on Open Rent, we try and approach landlords directly, and Open Rent is a really, really good way. So another way, if we can use Rightmove. So if we go to Rightmove, we can do click property to rent. So I want to have a look at, who are the agents in the area. So we've got Belvoir, Hart, Portico, Connells, Wrights, Rain & Co. So I just want to get a feel for the different agents that are in the area, and then I want to have a look at which agent has the types of apartments that I'm after, really. So if I go back up to the top, so I know this development, the Stonehills House. These are used to be offices converted into apartments. They actually are really nice. So yeah, in this instance, what I'll do is I'll contact those two agents for those two apartments, and I'll set up a viewing. I won't pitch over the phone. I'll actually want to meet the agent at the property, have a look at the property. Serviced apartments, we work with the local employers in the area. We provide them with accommodation, and we normally say that we're after a number of apartments, because we normally are. We've already done the research to show that there is a demand. We're going to have quite a few inquiries. So in Wellingborough City, for example, we had Tesco's, and they said that we need 10 apartments. We didn't have 10 apartments, so that's how we started. We went out and we worked with a local agent and said, look, we've got an inquiry for a number of apartments. Can you work with us? Can you help us? And we went on to take 7 or 8 apartments through just that one agency. So a lot of people do get put off and get very nervous about having to pitch, but it's one of these things that maybe 80% of the agents will just say outright, "Oh, sorry, we don't do that." But it's just about meeting the right person. Always go and view the property, never pitch on the phone, and depending on who you meet at the property. So if you meet, say for example, a branch manager, which on some occasions you do, let them know what you do. Which employers you work with, what type of bookings you receive, how long your bookings are, and that you'll look after things like the minor maintenance. You'll keep the property in really good condition. You offer weekly cleans to your corporates, so the property will always be in immaculate condition. So that's what you need to kind of bear in mind. Again, you're just looking for nice, clean apartments that you think will run well as serviced apartments. So this, for example, will work well as a serviced apartment. Yeah. So again, just looking for nice, clean, tidy apartments. When you go to view these properties, then anyone that you meet, for example, the branch manager, is more likely to give you one of their apartments, maybe as a trial. But so either through open rent, which is literally direct to the landlord, or through the agents. A final way is through family and friends. You'll probably know someone. Maybe you could joint venture with them and say, look, you have the property, let me manage it and run it as a service department, and we can go, maybe 50-50 on any profits. So that's always an option as well.
Taking these properties on, regardless of if it's rent to rent or if it's management, what you really have to do is you really have to explain the benefit to the person you're dealing with. So if you're dealing with a landlord, you have to tell them what the benefits are of working with you. Or if you're dealing with a letting agent, what's the benefits to them of working with you? Because you can talk all about how much money you're going to make and what you're going to do with the property, so on and so on. But if you can't communicate that in terms of how that benefits them, then it might not necessarily work. So these are some of the benefits to the landlords. The first one is obviously the property is going to be tenanted for a long time. With your typical contracts, it might be 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. So you're taking this on for a long time. So what that means is there's no voids in the property. Because if the landlord has someone who's moving out every 9 months or that sort of duration, then obviously there's a tenant fine fee, they've got to find someone else, there's a void in the middle, so on and so on. So you're getting rid of that. Another thing you're doing is you're maintaining the property to a very, very high standard. Because if you think about it, typically a landlord, if they rent their property out, then to like a normal house, a normal family or something, it's not exactly kept in the best state. Whereas when it's rented as service accommodation, it might be getting cleaned 1, 2, 3 times a week, professionally cleaned. It's like, how often do normal properties get cleaned? And obviously everything is kept in good condition because from your point of view, you're only going to get bookings if the property is kept in good condition. So that's another benefit to the landlord, which is that the property is kept in very good state. Another one is the minor maintenance. So another thing you can say to the landlord is that you'll take care of all the minor maintenance. So for example, if there's an issue with a tap or a light bulb goes out, those small things. Obviously, if the boiler goes, then that's a big expense which the landlord will have to pay for, and that's something they'll be responsible for. But when it comes to all the smaller stuff, you can take care of that. Because see, from a landlord's point of view, one of the biggest hassles is those small minor maintenance and the management of the property. If you can say to them, though, you'll take care of all the minor stuff, you'll take all the hassle away essentially, because they're getting long-term rent, they're getting paid on time, is well kept, and you also do the minor maintenance, then essentially you're reducing the hassle for them. And that's really all the benefits there are for them. And again, even though the list is only about 4 bullet points, if you can take away a landlord's hassle and have a good long-term tenant, that's really all they want. They get their monthly cash flow, that's pretty much all they're looking for. The reason I say higher cash flow is the last point is, if you're doing management, obviously if you're doing rent to rent, they just get the rent. If you're doing management, then they might possibly also make a lot more money in the process. If you've done your numbers right, they should be making a lot more money in the process. So now they've got less hassle, property is well maintained, and they're also making more money without them doing anything. Because see, typically, when you're dealing with the landlord is trying to save some money by not going to a letting agent. That's essentially what's happening. They're trying to save that 10%. Well, in this case, they're saving the 10%, but rather than them doing the management, you're doing the management. So there's like an additional benefit in that. And they're trying to save money, but now you're making them extra money on top because you're running the property as service accommodation. So, those are the benefits to landlords, which is contracts with the agents. My thing is, you should not submit your own contracts to agents. You should use their contracts and amend it, as opposed to sending your own contracts. Because think about it, if you send your own contracts and it's 20 pages, they now have to read through 20 pages of what's in here. There's only really 2-3 main things that you're already concerned about. One, are you allowed to do short lets? And second, who can stay at the property? A lot of the times it says employees. You have to email them and you have to say, we have to change the word employees to clients because we work with these companies and they're not our employees, they're our clients. It is far, far easier to get them to change one word from employees to clients than submitting a brand new deck of contract with 15-20 pages with all these words littered everywhere.
Some of them have said to me on that point.
Yes.
It's a company let through a company and their employees. You or the landlord requires a specific, basically one. You got to tell us which employees are staying there. You can't.
Yeah. So okay. So some companies will say you have to let us know which employees are going to be staying there from different companies, and you have to submit their ID and so on, all that sort of stuff. I feel like I have come across it at some point a while ago, but again, it might be a case of going to a different agent. Because again, if you're in an area and there's 10 agents, you're only trying to get one agent. So if you can't get through to someone, you simply just have to move on. But at the end, this is why I like to play with the agents, because all you're trying to do is get one in that town or in that city. You just want the one who says, yeah, we'll change it from employees to clients. And I've done that many times. Just get them to change one word. See, we're looking at 2 main things here. It should not be restricted to employees, and it should allow short lets. If a contract says minimum 99 lets, then obviously that's not really going to work for you, because you're going to be having people in there for a few nights at the least. At the minimum. Maximum. I don't know what that I don't know what that word is. But employees and short lets. Again, it says just some sort of disclaimer that you can always check with your solicitor, because I don't want to get sued by anyone. But check with your solicitor what's right. But the point is, short lets, employees, and it's far, far easier to have a contract amended than a brand new contract submitted. Far easier. And if you do those steps of get a viewing first, as opposed to pitching on the phone, you see some properties, you tell them a bit more about what you're doing, so on and so on. You tell them you're interested in 4 or 5 properties, you name some of the big employers and say, these are the people we're going to be working with, making it, the whole thing very, very professional. That has always worked for me. Now, like I said, the day I went to Paddington, I must have done about 15 viewings with maybe 9 agents, 8, 9 different agents. And I think a lot of it when it comes to pitching is just about how you pitch. It's not even about what you say. It's just how you come across in the pitch. If you come across as like, if you're a bit nervous or you're mumbling your way out of it and so on, then even they become a bit hesitant. But if you speak confidently about what you're doing and the sort of business you run, I've never had business cards. I've never sent them to our website. I've never worn some sort of shirt or like some professional stuff or any of that. The first deal I took on, my company was registered like 7 days before we took the deal on. There was no email. There was no nothing, because I feel like if you just explain it and you follow the steps and you sort of like do it with a bit of confidence and you believe in what you're trying to do here, then you'll be okay. Whereas if you come across as you're unsure yourself, then it just comes across the way you speak, just the way you say stuff, and it just makes the whole thing slightly harder. So, but that's what I would say. Those are some guidelines which I would follow. And again, I'm saying don't pitch on the phone. And then people go in and pitch 20 agents on the phone, then they say, well, I haven't had any luck for X, Y, and Z reason, so on and so on. But again, I don't believe in pitching on the phone. I'm not saying it doesn't work, because people have pitched on the phone and they have got deals. With most things, there's always exceptions, and it's not black or white. There are gray areas, and some things work for some people, some things work for other people. Some people do cold calling, some people do email. Everything does work. But I just feel that by doing this in person and building, speaking to someone one-on-one and then seeing you face-to-face, so on and so on, just makes it much, much easier. Because you can build rapport much easier in person as well. It just makes the whole thing easier. The person is a lot more invested compared to just being on the phone. And I find the conversion is much, much higher from personal experience. And it's the same reason you don't leave the cinema, because you're so invested, you're like, I might as well stay. And it's the same play here, which is that the agent doesn't simply just get up and leave. They're willing to listen. And that's all you really want. They're not going to be like, okay, fine, done. But it's just, I'm talking about percentages here. You only need 1 out of all the agents in your town, and you're done. You're done. You've got all the leads. So that's how I would go on to acquire your service accommodation properties. Okay, so with agents, this is the process I would recommend. This is the process I would recommend for agents, right? In terms of finding a property and doing this whole process. The step 1 is find a property on Rightmove. That says Rightmove. So you find something on Rightmove that you're interested in. The second thing is you call and book a viewing. You want to say, I want to see this property, and you have to get the viewing. you have to book a viewing. I don't go into the letting agent shops because, again, the problem is then they're not invested the same way, because they haven't spent any time doing anything. They were at their desk. You came along. They said, we don't do that. It's the same as the phone. The principle is the same as a phone. Number 3 is viewing. And number 4 is you pitch at the viewing. So find the property, call in, book a viewing for that property, do the viewing, and then pitch at the viewing. That is the process of how you would pitch to letting agents.
Generally at the end, after you've seen it all, yeah, very nice.
Yeah, you can.
And then say, oh, what we're looking for is for this.
Yeah, you can pitch at the end, or you can start to explain the concept while you're sort of viewing the property, so on and so on. But yeah, you would see the property first, and then you can pitch at the end.
What if they have the general response of, I don't understand? What you're saying don't make no sense. Because that's what some of them will say.
Yeah.
But
Well, if they're new, because a lot of you get the newbies who are doing the runaround, doing all the viewings.
That's
for
one of the
people.
reasons I asked. Yeah, why are they going and
They
getting
don't even
Let's-
know what
Okay, so the question is, what if they say, I don't understand what this means? Which actually happens to a lot of people, and I should have probably mentioned this in the slide, because here is the big killer word. Jargon, right? What that means is that if you say something to anyone in any industry. For example, if someone's an IT specialist, and I don't know, there's a thing called HDMI. If you talk about a HBMI or whatever, which basically means nothing to anyone, when they scan their head for a HBMI, that means nothing, right? It's blank. They know what a HDMI is. They have no idea what a HBMI is. It doesn't exist in their head. So now they're confused as to what the hell is a HBMI, because it makes no sense. Because see, what happens is people try to use all this complicated stuff because it makes them seem professional. They'll, look at me, I know all this stuff. But all it does is it confuses the other person. So you have to step them through whatever you're trying to explain. See, if you say to someone, oh, we do rent to rent, the first thing they're going to say is, oh, isn't that subletting? Because rent to rent implies subletting. Rent to rent. And they have no idea what that means. They don't know what service accommodation means. No idea. You go to most letting agents and you say, I'm going to do service accommodation. They have no idea what that means. So now already in their head, they're like, what the hell does that mean? Or rent to rent seems like a bit of a scam. Or isn't that subletting? They know what company that means. They know what corporate that means. You have to use the information they know and play with that information. If you start saying stuff which means nothing to them, their head goes blank. The whole thing is too foreign, too scary, so on and so on. So the classic analogy in property is if you're trying to do lease options, right? So if you're trying to explain lease options to an agent, it's a confusing process because you're basically saying, I'm not going to buy this property using a mortgage. I'm going to pay I'm going to cover the seller's mortgage every single month, and then 5 years later I'll make one big off payment and I'll buy the house. That seems a bit messed up because no one does that, right? That's not a normal process. But if you say to a letting agent, you know how you can buy cars on finance where you just make a monthly payment and 5 years later you just pay the whole car off and you get the car? Everyone knows what that means. Everyone knows how finance works on a car. And then you relate that and say, well, that's basically what I'm trying to do with the property. At least they get it. Because they understand what's happening here. Yeah. So you can't use words like rent to rent or service to accommodation. You have to use words they understand. And when you do your pitch, it has to be based on those words. And you will never get someone saying, I don't know what that means. Because it's just basic terminology. They all know what a company let is. They all know what a corporate let is. But you can't confuse them. So yeah, that's a good question.
If you get the inexperienced one or the one that basically has to do with the viewings and the person who makes the decision, the lettings manager, whatever, or directors back in the office, and I guess at the viewing you explain it to them and basically then it's up to them to go back to refer it to whoever it is, and then you try and speak to whoever makes the decision, I guess.
Okay, so the question is if I'm correct, if you get a person at the viewing who's like someone who's not the manager, I suppose, how do you sort of pitch that? Well, you would still have to pitch the normal way, and they would have to communicate the message, and you would have to go from there. Now, I've had people like the junior viewing people and stuff. It's never really been a big issue. I mean, it might have been an issue with some people, I don't know, but it's never really been a big issue for me personally. So, but that's what you would have to do. You would have to pitch to whoever comes to the viewing, and this is why when it comes to the pitch, it has to be as simple as possible, and it should not include stuff like this, because if you confuse the person at the viewing, who is just a messenger, it's kind of like Chinese whispers, that by the time the message goes round, by the time the last guy hears it, it's completely different to what the first guy said. So this is why it has to be so simple in the terminology that they understand, that even if it is someone who's like a new staff member or whatever, or a junior person, they can still go back and communicate that message. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, any other questions on that?
But in your experience, when you get there and you're like, you haven't really had much feedback on. If you told me that before, I would have said, this landlord won't do company. We don't even do company lets as an agency. We just don't do it. If you told me before, I would appreciate that and then not sort of come out and done this.
You get that a lot in London.
Okay, so
you get that quite a lot, you know.
So this is my take on this.
We take that approach of
this is my take on this when this is my take on when people say that, well, the scenario you're presenting basically, that if you had told me before that this is what you were going to do, I wouldn't have shown it to you, blah blah blah. My take is every letting agent has two contracts. a AST and a company-led contract. So first of all, they do it. They might not know they do it, but I've never come across a letting agent which doesn't have a company-led agreement. I've not seen one yet. Maybe there is, but I've not seen one. So most of them do it. The second thing is, I'm not saying you're playing games, but if you try to buy a property in this country with any letting agent, and I've done this many times, you say to them, I'm looking for 2-bedroom ex-council flats. They will show you 7. 2 of them will be 2-bedroom ex-council flats. 5 will be private 1-bedroom flats and studios, right? Isn't that what they basically all do? Because their play is, well, let me hang out with them, let me show them basically everything we've got, so on and so on. They might buy something. So it's exactly the same thing. That when you do 7 viewings, they show you 2 you were interested in, and 5 you were never going to buy, or they were like, let's just sneak one in on the way, or they say, oh, we're going this way. I happen to have the keys. Why don't we pop in and see it? So it's exactly the same thing. So, like, I'm not trying to, play their game or whatever, but my view is they all have this agreement. If they don't do it, why do you have the agreement in the first place? Why do you have this piece of paper in your office which says company-led agreement if you don't do it? So I'm simply going by that. So, and if someone says to me, we don't do it, you should have told me before.
I assume that everyone does it because I know that everyone has a company-led agreement.
Yeah, you can say that. I assumed everyone does it since everyone has it. Or personally, I'm just not too fussed. I don't get offended easily. You can say whatever you want to me. I'm not too fussed from that point of view. I just want to do 20 viewings and I want to get one agent on board, because once that one agent is on board, you can get on with the next one. One thing which has worked weirdly, I don't even know how this happened. I can't remember. It just was a weird coincidence even. I went to Foxtons once and I can't remember why. Like, I don't know if I was renting a property or for myself, or if I was trying to, I was trying to buy a property or something, and I had some Foxtons brochures. So I had all these Foxtons brochures, and then I was going to go and speak to some letting agents to do this whole service accommodation stuff. But because I had all these Foxtons brochures, the guy thought I was working with Foxtons, and they were giving me deals as well. So he made a comment referencing Foxtons, and somehow it just went really well, because in his head, he thought I was about to get all these deals from Foxtons because I had all these brochures from Foxtons. I didn't do this on purpose, but it sort of just happened. But he clearly thought I was about to get all these flats from Foxtons, so he started showing me flats they had to rent out as service accommodation. It was a weird one, but that happened.
And you got something from them?
Honestly, I can't remember. This is the Paddington one.
Right.
We did get one that day, but I just can't remember now. It was so long ago, but we got one that day, but I just can't remember. Yeah. But I just remember the agent being just really interested, because we had the Foxtons brochure. They were just a lot more interested for some weird reason, because it's like competitive and stuff. But that's something to consider. But this is really what you're trying to do here. This is really what you're trying to do. I would follow these steps. Take a weekend out, or Monday, Tuesday, and you can probably get 15 agents done. It doesn't take long. 15 agents, you can do one in a day, and you're just trying to get one. And this is the reason I went to Paddington, and I didn't just call agents in Paddington, because I knew if I spend one day and I get one agent on board, I've got unlimited deals and I'm done in Paddington. I never have to go to Paddington again in order to get another deal. And that's time well invested. So I
booked the views before you went to Paddington then?
Yeah, I booked the views before I went to Paddington. I had about 10-15 viewings booked before I went to Paddington, and sort of went from there. In this video, we'll be going through how to make an Airbnb account and also how to optimize that account in order to get the most bookings. So in order to make an account, you have to go to airbnb.co.uk, and on the top right hand side it says become a host. Now when you click this, it will take you to this page here where you can enter your address, the type of property, how many guests it can sleep, and then just click start your listing. And then it will just ask you for more details like pictures and so on and so on. Now, at this stage, you might not have the professional pictures because the property is not up and ready, but you can just upload any pictures you have from Rightmove or any pictures you took at the viewing. So it will help if you have some pictures of the property. It doesn't really matter which condition, because at this stage, all we're doing is simply just getting everything up and ready. So when you do have professional pictures, all we have to do is simply swap the old pictures for the new pictures, and you're pretty much good to go. So go through this, follow this process, and that will help you make your listing. Now, once you have your listing, you will come onto a page like this, which is where you can simply edit your listing and make any sort of amendments. Now, I'll be going through exactly how you can use this page in order to optimize your Airbnb account in order to get the most bookings as possible. So the first thing you need to do is make sure that you have professional pictures. So if I go onto my listing, as you can see, they're professionally taken, and the reason you want to have professional pictures is because, well, that is going to give your property the best chance of attracting a lot of bookings. So if you have pictures which don't look that good, it's unlikely people will book your listing, whereas if you have some amazing pictures of the same property, you're much more likely. So because, you know, when you book an apartment or a house or a hotel, the main thing people go off is the professional pictures. So make sure you have the professional pictures. Now, again, you won't have them at this stage, but it is something you can check off later. So that is something you need to do, which is make sure you have professional pictures of your property. The second thing you need to do is you need to make sure all your descriptions are completed. You have this segment here about descriptions. So you have descriptions, details about the space, guest access, guest interaction, the neighborhood, getting around, any other things to note. You want to make sure you fill this as much as possible, make your property look appealing so people want to book. But one of the reasons you want to fill this is because if it's completely filled out, you know, it gives a much better impression to potential guests because they can see that you've taken, you know, you made an effort and you're a professional host, you've filled all the details in, you've answered any questions which they might have before they're looking to book the property. And it's just much better than when you come across a listing which hasn't had any description. So I will copy these descriptions into the task garden section. So if you just want to copy my descriptions when it comes to, you know, the space and guest access and how I've done this, I will add a link below so you can simply just copy mine if you want to, or if you can write your own. But the point is you have to make sure you have good descriptions. Then one, so they sell the property, and second, so it adds a little bit of credibility. So when people arrive on your listing, they see, well, you know, this person is professional, they seem to be taking care of their property, so on and so on. It just has a much better impression. The other thing is Airbnb also likes completed listing because the more of your profile you complete, a lot of people think the more you complete, the more likely they're, you know, willing to show your property to other people, because if there's a complete listing, it's more likely someone is going to book. And, you know, similar to booking.com, the more people that book your listing on Airbnb, the more money they end up making in the process. So it's a win-win for both. So the next thing you need to do is make sure all your descriptions are fully completed, and now in the task garden section, I will copy and paste my description. So if you simply want to copy those and make some amendments based on your own description, your own property, then it is very easy to do so. The next thing you need to do is make sure all your amenities are also complete. So if I go back onto the listing, if I scroll up, there is a segment which says amenities, and by clicking show more, there will be a button which says edit. The reason I don't have the button is because my Airbnb account is connected to my channel manager, and if I want to make any changes, I make those within my channel manager. But for your account, there will be a button similar to this which says edit. You can click edit and make sure you go through all the different variations and all the possible amenities and see which ones you have to offer. Now, of course, you can't check all of them because it's unlikely your property has a pool and a jacuzzi and so on and so on. But the ones you do have, make sure you tick them off, because if anyone is filtering for those amenities, you want to make sure you come up in the search criteria. You want to make sure you come up in the search rankings. So again, if you go through all of them and take off the ones you have, you're more likely to get bookings, because anyone filtering for those specific amenities, you will come up, and therefore they were more likely to book your property. If you haven't checked off those amenities, it's unlikely you will come up, because, well, people will assume you don't have those amenities and they will not book. So click the edit button, which will appear here, and make sure you have as many amenities, check off as many amenities as you can. Of course, if you can't check something off because you don't have it, then you simply do not have it. The next thing you can do in order to get a lot more bookings is by turning on instant booking. So if I go up here and go to booking settings, it says how can guests book? And I've turned on instant bookings, which means guests who meet your requirements can book instantly and they do not have to send a request. The reason this gets more bookings is because, well, people who want to book straight away, they don't want to go back and forth and ask questions and so on and so on. They just want to book straight away. And because a lot of people want to book straight away, and that is typically how you book hotels, so on and so on, it gets a lot of bookings. If you don't have instant booking turned on, a lot of people might get put off because they don't want to go through this delayed process and wait hours and hours for you to reply and so on, and it prevents a lot of bookings. So if you have instant booking on, it is a great way of getting a lot more bookings, and if you get more bookings, Airbnb makes more money and they end up promoting your property. Now, one thing to note here, by the way, is that you do not turn on instant booking while you're doing this step by step, purely because you do not have if you do not have the professional pictures right now, or if you do not have accurate pictures of your property. So for example, let's say you don't have any pictures from the viewing or any old pictures of the property, and you've uploaded pictures of a random property. You do not want people booking your property when it's not the correct property. If you do have pictures of the property from the viewing or from Rightmove ads or whatever, then you can do this stage, because when they book the property, I know the pictures aren't great, but at least they're booking what they see. Do not turn this on if you do not have the pictures of your property. Only turn this on if you have pictures of the exact property that you're marketing. Now, when you turn this on, you can also turn on some guest requirements that they have to have these requirements for them to book instantly. The one I have turned on which is called government issued ID. Again, your extra in it will be slightly different. There will be an edit button here somewhere, and you can click edit and turn these on and off. This is the main one I'm interested in for instant bookings, which is I want to make sure they have a government issued ID before they're able to book instantly. So I would also turn this feature on using the edit button, which you will see around here or around here somewhere. So make sure you have instant booking in order to give yourself the best exposure and the chance of getting bookings. The next thing you can do in order to get more bookings is restrict your minimum night stay. So have a low minimum night restriction. So again, very similar to booking.com, if you have already watched that video, which is the more restrictions you impose on guests, the less likely they will book. So now let's say you say to your guests that, well, they have to book a minimum of 5 nights. Anyone who's looking to book 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, 4 nights, they can't book your property because, well, it's not available because you have a minimum 5-night restriction, and therefore a lot of people can't book. And if a lot of people can't book, that means you're not getting any bookings, and therefore Airbnb is not making money on your listing, and therefore they're less likely to promote your listing. So if I go to availability, and if I go down here, minimum stay, I've got a minimum stay of 2 nights. Maximum stay, it's as long as you want really, but I've got a minimum night stay of 2 nights. And again, you will have a button here which says edit, and you can simply edit all these details. So I would say have a minimum night stay of 2 nights. Now, in terms of advance notice, I have same day. They can book on the same day. I don't really need any preparation time because my property is prepared all the time. Availability window is all future dates. Now, this takes me on to the next point, which is you want to make sure you have as much availability as possible, because again, if I go back onto this, and let's say you've restricted people that they can only book 1 month in advance or 2 months in advance, anyone who's looking to book maybe 3 months, 4 months, 5 months in advance, they are unable to book your property because, well, there are no dates. Now, again, that means you get less bookings purely because people can't book in advance, and if you get less bookings, Airbnb makes less money and they're less likely to promote you. So I always set this to all future dates in order to make sure that I get as many bookings as possible, and that way I will get promoted higher up. So make sure you have availability turned on and set to all future dates. Again, there will be a button here which says edit, and you can change these. So in terms of the check-in time and checkout time, my check-in time is after 3 p.m. I would recommend you set the same as this, and my checkout time is 11 a.m. Now this gives you a 4-hour window to do any cleaning in the middle. I would set exactly the same on booking.com as well. So these are the standard check-in and checkout times which you can set. Now I don't have anything set here or here because I do a self check-in, so they can check in whenever they want and they can simply check out whenever they want as well. So it's not exactly something I need to restrict. So that is what you need to do in terms of availability. The two main important points here are have a minimum 2-night stay and make sure you have as much availability as possible. The next thing you can do in order to increase your bookings and promote your Airbnb listing is by having promotions and discounts. So if I go on to pricing, you can see that I have a weekly discount, a monthly discount, an early bird discount, and again a last minute discount. So these discounts are created using the pricing template in the deal analysis section, and I would turn on all these discounts and put in the discount accordingly based on the spreadsheet that we created in the deal analysis section. The reason for this is that, again, if you have these discounts, your property gets more promoted, it gets a bit more exposure because Airbnb will put properties in front of people which offer some sort of discount because it's another way of enticing people to book. And again, if you have a discount and others don't, you're more likely to get those bookings. So under pricing, you can simply set these on. Under smart pricing, I would turn that off. This is not a feature we need to use, and I believe everything else is pretty much the same. If you go down to standard fees and charges, you can upload your cleaning fee, your security deposit, any extra guest fees, and so on and so on. And again, when it comes to the editing button, you can simply edit most of these using Airbnb, and there will be a button which allows you to edit. Now, one more thing that you can do in the pricing section is you can also have extra guest pricing. So if you are going to turn on extra guest pricing, what you need to do is there will be a button which says edit, and you can have an additional charge. So typically it's about £15 or £20. So set a £15 to £20 additional charge for any guest beyond 2. So the first 2 are included in the normal price, and above and beyond 2, you can have an extra fee of £15 to £20 per guest. And again, you will simply set this on by turning on the edit button. So set an additional charge, £15 to £20 for any guests which are more than 2 guests. So if there's 3, 4, or 5 or 6 people booking, but the first 2 are included in the price. The next thing you can do in order to get more bookings is by having a cancellation policy, by having some sort of flexible cancellation policy. Here we go. So if you go to booking settings and scroll down all the way, you have your cancellation policies. Now again, you can edit these policies, and these are some of the different policies that you have available. You have flexible, which is a 1-day refund, and then beyond that you have moderate, which is a 5-day refund, strict, which is a 14-day refund, or you have super strict, and so on and so on. Now, I normally set it anywhere between these two, which is strict or non-refundable, which means that if they book the non-refundable, they get a 10% discount, but they can't cancel at any time, and they have the option to do so. It's always preferred to go with one of the non-refundable options because that gives guests more options, and therefore they end up booking more because they have the flexibility. Well, they can take the normal rate or they can take non-refundable. Now, when I'm starting out at this stage you are at, I would probably go with a moderate cancellation policy, which is up to 5 days, or up to a strict policy, but I wouldn't really go anything beyond that. The reason is when you don't have a lot of reviews, you want to get people to start booking so you can start building up your reviews and building up some sort of momentum. So when I'm starting out, I would be very tempted to go with this option here, which is moderate or non-refundable, just so you can start getting some traction. And once you build some traction, then over time I would move to strict or non-refundable, because I don't want people canceling before, within 5 days. But again, it's one of those things when you don't have reviews and you're starting out, you want to make sure you're getting bookings and people are in the property and so on and so on. So start from moderate or non-refundable, and over time change to strict or non-refundable once you have some, once you start getting some bookings. So those are all the ways which you can essentially optimize your Airbnb listing to make sure, well, one, you have a complete listing with all the pictures, with all the details, and so on, and also to make sure that your listing is in front of as many potential guests as possible. So Airbnb shows your listing to as many people as possible in order to make sure you get as many bookings as you possibly can and to make the most amount of money. In this video, we'll be talking about how to make a Booking.com listing and also how to then optimize that listing. So the first thing you need to do, you need to go to admin.booking.com, and once you go onto this website, essentially it will take you this page that you're currently looking at. And here you can either log in or you can click this button here which says create your partner account. That is essentially what we need to do because you currently will not have an account. So once you click onto this, you simply put in your email address and so on and so on. It will then go on to ask you about your property details. And then you simply ask for your property, you put in your property details and so on and so on. Now, it will ask for pictures of your property when you're uploading, and at this stage you probably will not have pictures, but if you have any pictures from when the time you viewed the property, or maybe some pictures from the landlord or from Rightmove, you can simply just use those pictures for the time being. It doesn't really matter which pictures you put up. The reason we are doing this exercise is so we have everything up and ready, so as soon as you have the professional pictures, you can simply swap the old pictures with the professional pictures and you're ready to go. Everything is already set up, rather than waiting for the professional pictures first and then starting this process. See, one of the reasons is that, one, it takes a bit of time to get everything up and ready, and second, especially with Booking.com more so than Airbnb, Booking.com can take up to 16 days in order to open your account, because typically the process works that you make an account, you enter your property details, and they will send a letter to your property with a verification code, because they want to make sure you actually have control over that property and you're actually operating from that property. And then you input that code onto the website and it opens your account. Now, in some areas and sometimes, they don't actually send a code and they just open your account straight away. But the point is, it can take up to 16 days. So you want to start this process as soon as possible. Just upload any pictures you have. If you don't have any pictures whatsoever, you could even upload pictures of a different property. We don't necessarily even need to open the calendars and start taking bookings right now. We're simply just setting up the account. So if you have any sort of pictures from viewings and so on, great. If you don't, not the end of the world. You can just upload any pictures for the sake of this exercise. Now, once you've made an account, you will essentially come onto a page like this. This is called the Booking.com extranet. The Booking.com extranet is essentially a place where you manage all your bookings, see your rates, see your reviews, so on and so on. And it's just almost like a central hub for Booking.com. So in this central hub, I'll be going through ways you can optimize this central hub to make sure you get as many bookings as physically possible. So the first thing you need to do is make sure you have a 100% paid score. So what that means is if I click onto property here, and then if I click onto quality rating property paid score, as you can see, this property has a 100% score. That means I've completed everything they wanted me to complete. I have all the information available that Booking.com requests. Now, the reason this is important is because if you have completed all the information, that means a guest who's looking to book the property, they have everything they possibly need in order to make a decision. Well, shall I book this property or shall I not book this property? When there's information missing, they might not book because, well, they might not be certain about some things, and that causes people to lose bookings. So when I go through this optimization, whether it's Airbnb, whether it's Booking.com, the key principle you need to realize is that the way optimization works is that essentially Booking.com wants you to do things, or Airbnb wants you to do things which will help you get more bookings. Because if you get more bookings, they make more money because, of course, they're charging commission. If you aren't getting bookings and your listing isn't good, and that is costing Booking.com money because they're using their website to put your property in front of people, and then no one's booking that property. And whereas they could have put someone else's property in front of them, and if they did book, they would have made money. So all these hacks, you have to think about, well, this is in the favor of me as the person running the property, and also Booking.com, because, well, I make money, and as a result Booking.com makes money as well. So that is how they've come up with these ways of optimization, which is these are the ways they think people will get more bookings. And clearly that makes sense. I mean, if someone does have a paid score of 100%, that would indicate they would get more bookings because they have a complete listing. So that's what you have to keep in mind. So make sure everything is complete. The way you do that is, again, everyone's page here will be slightly different based on the information missing. So as you can see here, there is a cross. That means they think there is something wrong with this one, and I can just click and update. So similarly, when you go to this page for your listing, you'll see some more things and maybe some more crosses, and you simply just click and, you know, add the pictures, add the descriptions, add in whatever they want you to add in, and that will essentially take your score to 100%. So that's the first thing you need to do in order to make sure your property gets seen and gets booked as much as possible. The second thing you need to do is turn on non-refundable rates. Non-refundable rates means that, imagine you're booking a hotel or an apartment and they have rates whereby if you were to cancel the booking, you do not get a refund, i.e. non-refundable. Or you can book a different rate which is a cancellation rate. So maybe a hotel or an apartment has a cancellation policy of 10 days before arrival, 5 days before arrival, that if you cancel within that period, before that period, you can have your money back. But with non-refundable, it doesn't matter when you cancel. You can cancel 1 year in advance. You still have to pay. Hence, it's non-refundable. The reason Booking.com likes non-refundable is because they have two types of clientele. One, who are unsure if they're going to be going ahead with their stay. And second, people who are 100% that they definitely need to be at that place. And because they know they're 100% going to be at that place and they're not going to cancel, they want to be incentivized by having some sort of lower rate. And so Booking.com realizes there's two types of customers, and therefore they want you to turn on non-refundable because, again, think about it from their point of view. If a guest goes onto your apartment or a house and they see that, oh, well, you don't offer non-refundable, and they realize that, well, other people do have a slightly cheaper non-refundable rate, they might just simply go to someone else purely because, well, they have a better deal. So again, you've lost bookings. And if you lose bookings, that means Booking.com has potentially lost money as well. So again, they want you to turn on non-refundable so you get more bookings. And you actually benefit from this as well, purely because, well, if someone does cancel, you still get paid and you can simply just let the property back out again. And of course, they benefit as well, purely because, well, they are making money every time someone gets a booking. So in order to turn on non-refundable rates, you click property and you click policies. Now under policies, you can see that it says non-refundable. So under non-refundable, you can simply make any edits here. I already have this set up, so it doesn't give me the edit option. So you can simply set up your non-refundable rates, and by doing that, you will have that double rate plan. So you will have your normal rate plan and the non-refundable rate plan, and you can have a discount. So normally the non-refundable rates are 10% cheaper. So you can set a 10% discount in order to do that. The next thing you can do in order to get more bookings is uploading unlimited availability. Unlimited availability means that your customers, potential guests, can book any time in advance. Now, some people only let people book 1 month in advance, 2 months in advance, but by having unlimited availability, people can book whenever they want. The reason this is good is, again, from Booking.com's point of view, if you only let people book 2 months in advance, anyone who wanted to book more than 2 months in advance now can't book your property because, well, it's not available, and therefore Booking.com doesn't make money, you don't make money, and so that they do not want to promote your property as much compared to people who do have availability because, well, they make more money and so does Booking.com. So in order to do this, you have to go on rates and availability, click adjust rooms to sell. So once you're on there, this is a really interesting point, which is all these things that I'm showing you, by the time you go to do this, they might be in a slightly different place because Booking.com is always moving things around. So, for example, it says this page will soon be removed permanently. So in the future, they will delete this page and it's actually gone somewhere else. Now, this is very, very common with Booking.com. So for the sake of this exercise, you just need to know what exactly you need to do, i.e. the ways of optimization, but they might be in a slightly different place. In the task guidance section, I will add the best Booking.com contact number so you can contact them, give them your property number, and they can log into your account and show you exactly where everything is. Because the other problem is that a lot of people have different accounts because as they update these extranets, some people get the update first, some people get it later on, and so on and so on. So because everyone's account's different, sometimes things can be in a slightly different place. So if these things are not exactly what they're supposed to be, i.e. they're different to what is being shown in the video currently, then just simply contact Booking.com, tell them I'm looking to upload unlimited availability, what's the best way of doing this? So in this case, I believe it is moved here. So once you go onto this, you can simply edit your availability and make sure that you have unlimited availability. Now again, your screen will look slightly different because my calendar is currently connected to, as you can see, is connected to a channel manager, and hence my screen will look slightly different to your screen, but there will be an option to upload your availability. All you have to simply do is select this button here. So, you have availability from and up to and including. You can set this up to 1 year in advance and then just click set period. Again, it might be slightly different, but this should do it for you. So that is how you upload unlimited availability. The next thing you can do in order to get more bookings is by updating your cancellation policy. The reason this is important is because the more flexible you are with your cancellation policy, the more bookings you're likely to get. The more strict you are, the less bookings you're likely to get, because some guests are not 100% sure if they're going to be coming in those particular days. There might be a slight change of plans, so on and so on. And the more flexibility you can give them in their decision making, the more bookings you're likely to get. And again, Booking.com rewards you for that. So if you go to property and go to policies, on the top left hand side, you can see your cancellation policies. Currently, I've set this to 14 days, which is flexible. If you edit this, you have a few different options. You can have 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day, 7 day, 14 day, 30 day. I would keep it anywhere between 14 or 30. You don't want to have a very, very short window for cancellations, because if someone has a big booking and they cancel 7 days in advance, then you potentially have an empty calendar, which can be a bit of an issue. So I would go 14 or 30. I'm currently set to 14. I think one of the important things is when you're starting out, you set it to 14 because you don't currently have reviews and you want to build that momentum. So start off with 14. Once you get some traction, once you get some bookings, over time you can simply move it to 30 days before arrival. But I would not go any less than 14 days for serviced accommodation, purely because, well, if someone was to cancel a day before, 2 days before, you might not be able to fill up your accommodation, and therefore you might lose a lot of money. So go with a flexible cancellation policy. This will give you the best chance of getting a lot of bookings early, especially when you're getting started. The next thing you can do is have a minimum of 5 reviews. A minimum of 5 reviews is very, very important on Booking.com. Not so much so on Airbnb, but very important on Booking.com. The reason is, if I go on to guest reviews and click guest reviews here on the top right, you can see when it loads up that I have an 8.9 score based on 11 reviews. The way Booking.com works is they don't show guests your reviews until you get to 5 reviews. So when you only have 1, 2, or 3 reviews, the guest actually doesn't see the reviews. The problem with that is that when a potential guest is looking to book and there's no reviews, they aren't sure if the property is any good, or if anyone's ever stayed here before, or what the condition is, and if the pictures are actually like you show them, and so on and so on. So it's very, very important you get to 5 reviews as fast as possible. Now, there's 2 ways of doing this. One, you can simply wait until you have 5 people who come and stay at your property and leave your review, and that could take a bit of time. Or the second thing is, if you have some friends and family who want to test out your apartment, you can simply get them to make a booking using Booking.com for your apartment and get them to leave a review, see what they think about the cleanliness, value for money, so on and so on in that local area. And that way you can get 5 reviews very quickly, because you have 5 people stay on 5 consecutive days, and simply you can get 5 reviews, and therefore it will give you a much, I can't stress enough how important this is, because if you have no reviews, people are very, very hesitant in booking. So make sure you get to 5 reviews as fast as possible in order to get more bookings. The next thing you can do is update your opportunity center to make sure you capitalize on as many opportunities as possible. So how that works is, if I go onto Booking.com and click opportunities and then click opportunity center, that will take you to this page here. And what this is saying is ranking. This is the percentage of searches you're seen in when your customers search for dates when you're available. So this particular property actually isn't doing that well compared to some of the other properties in this area. And so what you have to do in order to improve this score, your ranking score, is by taking actions on as many opportunities as you possibly can. Now, the reason this score is slightly low compared to similar properties is because a lot of these opportunities are actually designed for hotels. Serviced accommodation can't actually accept a lot of these opportunities. So it's going to be likely that your score is lower to similar properties, because similar properties, they typically mean hotels as opposed to other accommodation units, purely because in most areas there's a lot more hotels compared to apartments and houses being used as service accommodation. But nonetheless, you can always improve your score slightly. Even though it might not be as high as this, you can still improve. And by the way, this is exactly what I meant when I said uploading unlimited availability, because this says this is a percentage of searches you're seen in when your customers search for your dates. Now, if people search for dates and you don't have any availability because, well, you're not letting people book for more than 1 month in advance, then they're not going to see your property and the ranking is going to be lower and lower. So see which ones you can accept and which ones you can't accept. So for example, with this, it says end the year with a boost in bookings. Now, attract guests traveling anytime before 4th of January by offering a special discount. Now, if I want to do this, I simply click take action and it will take me to the opportunity page where I can simply accept this opportunity. And then essentially what they want me to do, they want me to run a promotion from the 10th of March 2020 to the 4th of January 2021. And they want to have some sort of discount. So now they say please set a discount between 15 to 99%. So I have to set a minimum 15% discount in order to apply for this. And then you can simply select for which property you want this and for which dates. And then you can simply, if you want to go ahead with this, you can simply put those details in and click review your promotion, and that will add it. Now, I particularly don't really want to add a 15 to or 20% discount for these particular dates, so I'm going to leave this one for the time being. If you wanted to have additional 20% discount, then essentially that is what you would do. You would set a discount here and then click review your promotion, and that will add that promotion. So if I go back to Opportunity Center for a second, the reason I don't necessarily want to do this is because if I have a 20% discount, once you do the pricing section, your prices are way too low, and that will impact the revenue and that will impact the amount of money you make. It doesn't impact hotels as much because they might have 50 rooms, 100 rooms, and offering a discount might not be the end of the world. But when you only have one listing or 2 or 3 listings, you can't really afford to give a 20% discount on the rates which actually make you any money. So this is what I meant when I said that not all of these will apply to you. The next one says reach more guests with a weekly rate plan. So introducing weekly rates, this is essentially having some sort of weekly discount, I believe. So if I click take action, the minimum length of stay for this rate plan is 7 nights minimum. And if I go through this, you select for which cancellation policy would you like this. Would you like it for which rate plan would you like this discount? And I'll select for my normal rate plan, i.e. the flexible 14-day cancellation. And then it has a whole bunch of information you can go through. And again, they want a 15% or more discount on your cheapest daily rates. So again, I don't really want to set a 15% discount on top of what I'm already doing. So I'll leave this one for the time being. So you simply go through these opportunities and you simply accept the ones which need to be accepted. I would typically avoid the ones where you have to offer a discount because we've already gone through pricing and I don't really want to lower my prices any more than that. So I will essentially leave all of these, and the ones which you think you can cater for, you simply select those. But as you can see, a lot of these tend to be around discounts rather than anything else. And if you go into page views, there are more things you can do there, and again they seem to be similar. So go through the Opportunity Center, see which ones you can cater for, which ones you can apply, and the ones you can apply, simply accept them and use the opportunities in order to get a higher ranking, and that way you will end up getting a lot more bookings. The next thing you can do in order to get a lot more bookings from Booking.com is by having minimum night restrictions as low as possible. So what a minimum night restriction means is that a lot of people have restrictions like the minimum booking you can do is 3 nights, the minimum booking you can do is 4 nights. So if someone wants to book your accommodation, they have to book a minimum of a certain number of dates. Now, again, if you think about it from Booking.com's point of view, the higher the restriction, so for example, if you say you have to book at least 5 days. So my minimum night restriction is 5 days. Well, that means that people who want to book 1 night, 2 night, 3 night, 4 night, they're unable to book your property. So when they search for properties in your area, your property will never come up purely because, well, you have a minimum night restriction and they can't book. That means you're not coming up, you're not getting bookings, booking.com's not making money, and therefore they will not show your property as much. So what I would recommend is, I would not recommend having a 1 night stay for serviced accommodation, purely because that can lead to parties and so on and so on. I would have at least a minimum 2 night stay. So again, this is one of those things where we have to try to be as flexible as possible, but making sure our business still operates. Again, this is different for hotels. They don't have any restrictions, but with service accommodation, we have to be a bit more careful. So if you go into rates and availability, and again, this might have moved by that point, if you go into calendar, and once this loads up, if you click your standard rate, you can see here it says minimum length of stay. So I've got a 2 night minimum length of stay, which you can simply change, and you can change yours to 2 as well. Again, if the setting is not exactly there, or if you're unable to edit it, you will have to contact your booking.com account manager, and I will provide a number in the task guidance section, and you can ask them, well, how do I change my minimum night stay to 2 nights minimum? The next thing you can do in order to get more bookings is by running promotions. Now, this is slightly different to what I mentioned that I don't really want to be doing in the Opportunity Center. In the Opportunity Center, those are one-off promotions, and those are special deals that Booking.com introduces here and there. There are some sort of promotions which you can run all year round, and this goes back to our pricing analysis we did in the deal analysis section, which is early bird discounts, last minute discounts, weekly discounts, monthly discounts. Those you can set all year round, whereas I'm not a huge fan of setting a lot of promotions above and beyond, because it impacts your rate. So if I go into promotions and then click add new promotion, now with add new promotion, it gives you all the different campaigns, or for example, the different deals. So if I click onto set a promotion under deals, then you have these different discounts here, which is, you have the basic deal, which just means, well, it literally just means a basic deal. It's just a random discount. I'm not even sure why it exists. Then you have last minute deal, you have early booker deal, you have a limited time deal, and free nights. So the ones I would set are the last minute deals and the early booker deals. Now with last minute deals, I would set it to, again, what they have given here, which is 3 days or fewer before check-in, and I would set a 10% discount on my normal rate. So not on the non-refundable rate, but on the normal rate. And again, with the early booker, I would set it to what they have, which is 30 days. So if someone was to book more than 30 days in advance, I would also set a 10% discount. So those are the two main promotions I would run essentially all year round, because I've calculated this in my pricing section. And again, if I want to optimize, so for example, if my calendar is empty, if I go back to the last minute, if my calendar is empty within the last, in the next 3 days, I want to have some sort of deal in order to entice people to make sure I get a booking for those 3 days. So for the time being, I would simply just turn on these two here, which are the last minute deals and the early booker deals. That's all you need to do at this stage. The next thing you can do, and this might come slightly later on, is the Genius program and also the preferred partner program. So if I go back onto booking.com and click opportunities, you have two tabs here. You have the Genius partner program and the preferred partner program. If I go into Genius, now this is not something you can do straight away, because you almost have to build up to this in order to get onto Genius, and they have a ranking score and different properties come on at different times. So what I can do with this property here is I can click activate, and that will activate the Genius discount. So as you can see here, it says guests will see the Genius logo on your property page score. So when guests go on to book your property, they will see that this is a Genius property, which is really a thumbs up from booking.com, that this is a property which travelers book again and again. It's a good property, it's a trusted property. it's essentially a symbol of trust. So if I click activate and click activate now, what will happen is it will give guests a special discount. So essentially it will give guests a special discount, but what will happen is that people will see a lot more properties, and the benefit of having Genius is that you end up getting a lot more bookings because, well, it is, like I said, it is a bit of a trust symbol. So once I'm up there, it says on average you'll enjoy 18% more bookings when compared to non-Genius properties. You show up higher in the ranks, more visibility, so on and so on. So it does have discounts. You can change the discount slightly. It's typically around 10 to 20%. Now, if I go back onto, that is how you set up Genius. And again, you can't really do this day one. What happens is there are criteria you have to meet. So the criteria, I believe, it just depends. Again, it changes all the time. So you have to have a good property page score, and sometimes it might even be reviews. You have to have a number of reviews, and so on and so on. So you won't have this option day one necessarily, but you might have this in a few weeks time or a few months time once you've had some bookings. So you don't have to do this for the time being. You can do this later on. The next thing you can do is go to opportunities and go to the preferred partner program. Again, you won't necessarily have this day one, but this is something you work up to. So if I go on there and if I look at this here, so there are two criteria, which is the first one is your performance score and second is your review score. So my review score is fine, it's 89%. My performance score is only 40%, and therefore I do not qualify for this performance score, and therefore I'm not eligible for the preferred partner program. Now with preferred partner program, what essentially happens is you get a thumbs up next to your property, which means that anyone who's looking to book, they see, well, this is a thumbs up property, and therefore, again, it is a bit of a trust symbol. Now, you might be wondering, well, why do I not qualify? Why can I not improve my property page score, my performance score, in order to get listed? Now, once you get further down into this program, you'll see that the main way we do marketing, or a lot of the ways we get bookings, are the long-term bookings, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and so on, because there's a lot of money there. They're much better clientele. In my personal opinion, booking.com is great, but if I can get someone in there for 4 months, it's amazing because they pay you by the night, their company's paying, so on and so on. Now, the downside of getting 4-month bookings, I don't think this is a big downside, but it is technically a downside, which is every time I get a 4-month booking, I have to block my calendars for 4 months because, well, of course, I've got a 4-month booking. And when I block my calendars for 4 months, it impacts my availability on booking.com because anyone looking for dates within those 4 months can't book my property because I have already blocked it out because I've got a 4-month stay from a company. And therefore, my performance score goes down because for a lot of the dates, booking.com, on booking.com, my property is not being shown because, well, I've already booked it with someone staying for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and that massively impacts the performance score. However, if I compare the two, that would I rather have the preferred partner program or would I rather have a 4-month booking, I will still go with a 4-month booking. So this is not the end of the world if you don't have this, but again, if you can get this, it's just an additional thing which helps you get slightly more bookings. So don't worry too much about this, but it's one of those things that if you have a lot of reliance on booking.com and if you rely, on booking.com, Airbnb a lot, then you want to make sure you get these, tiny hacks here and there in order to get more bookings. But once you get to a stage where you're getting 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months bookings, then your performance score will go down, but you will have 4-month bookings, so there won't be anything really to cry about. So that's what you need to do. Again, you won't be able to do this day one because, like I say, you have to have a good review score and a good performance score, and you won't necessarily have this day one. So again, come back to this slightly later on, but for the time being, everything else I mentioned, you can do that to start getting more bookings. So that is a summary of how you get more bookings on booking.com, which is have a 100% page score, have a non-refundable rate, unlimited availability, a flexible cancellation policy, make sure you have a minimum of 5 reviews, use the opportunity center where you can, reduce your minimum night restrictions to 2 nights. I wouldn't really go much beyond that. Run promotions like early bird discount and last minute bookings, and when you get to that stage of having Genius and preferred partner, turn those on, and that will also help you get more bookings on booking.com. Now, once you have Airbnb and booking.com set up, this is a very, very important step. You need to go to your Airbnb listing and click availability. Now, once you're in availability, you scroll to the bottom here and it says sync calendars. You need to sync your Airbnb and Booking.com calendars, because otherwise what will happen is if the calendars are not synced, you might end up getting double bookings, i.e., you might get a booking on Airbnb from Monday to Thursday, and you might get a booking on Booking.com from Tuesday to Thursday for the exact same dates, because, well, they aren't really speaking to each other and they don't know what availability you have and don't have. So very important. So if you click export calendar and you take this link and you copy this link, this is basically your link to your Airbnb calendar. And then you go onto Booking.com and click rates and availability, and you click onto your calendar. Again, it is slightly different on mine because my calendar is connected to my channel manager, which we will do at a later stage. But essentially what you need to do at this stage here, is there will be an option which will give you an option which will say sync calendars, and you need to take this link that you have copied and simply paste it wherever that box is. Now, I've also found this article which I will upload in the task guidance section, which shows you exactly how to do this, which is once you log into the extranet, click calendar or rates or availability tab, and then select sync calendars, and that will show you exactly step by step how to do this. I can't show you on my one because mine looks different to how yours will look, but essentially there will be a box which says sync calendars. You simply copy and paste the link. It's very, very easy to do, and what that will do is that will sync your Airbnb and Booking.com account, so whenever you have dates available on Airbnb, they will match exactly with Booking.com and vice versa, so you do not end up getting double bookings. So if you can't find that box, again, speak to your Booking.com account manager. I will include their details in the description below as well in the task guidance section, but that is essentially all you have to do. It will take only a couple of minutes, but it's a very, very important step. When it comes to long-term bookings and your marketing, this is by far the easiest and the best way of getting huge long-term bookings, which also make you a ton of money. So now what I'm referring to is essentially service accommodation agencies. Now these agencies, the way they work is, imagine you have a big company like Barclays Bank or HSBC or PwC and GSK, whatever the company is, whichever industry. It's very, very hard for you to go to a big bank and say, well, I've got 2 apartments in London or I've got 2 apartments in Canary Wharf, like, are you looking for some accommodation? Now, because these companies are so big, 2 apartments don't really mean much to them. Whether it's a big corporate company, a big relocation company, a big insurance company, that doesn't really mean much to them. Whereas when you have a service accommodation agency, which I'll be going through in a second, they have a lot of providers on their books. So they might have your 2 apartments and one of your competitors 2 apartments, and in another area 5 apartments, 10 apartments. Because they have so many apartments on their books, they can go to these big companies and get these contracts. And for example, when a big company needs, let's say, 10 apartments in London, they will then find their providers in those areas, get in touch with them and say, well, we're looking for 10 apartments in this area. Do you have anything which is suitable? And that is how service accommodation agencies work, and that is why it's by far, the best way of getting these bookings, because essentially what you're doing is you're tapping into their clients and their stuff which they have already built up, rather than you going out there finding businesses and clients and so on and so on. The way they work is similar to Airbnb and Booking.com, you pay them a commission on any booking which comes through. The commissions are generally from 10% to 15%, but no different to Airbnb and Booking.com, but I think it's a far better business model. So I'm not saying you only do agencies, you do agencies alongside everything else we're doing, but it is a great way of getting huge long-term bookings. I previously mentioned this. The longest we've had is 11 months, we've had 9 months, we've had 7 months. More often than not, it's generally about 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month, around that sort of range, which seems to be a lot more typical. So now, with these agencies, there's 3 main types of bookings that they cater for. The first one is your corporate bookings. Now, corporate booking means, imagine, a big company, Barclays Bank, HSBC, PwC, GSK, and they might have contractors coming into an area, or they might be doing some sort of project work, and they might need accommodation for a month, 2 month, 3 month, and a lot of the times what you find is, even with research parks and science parks, again, that sort of falls into the corporate branch with how I've sort of characterize this. So imagine you have an engineering firm or a research facility. So again, Cambridge is, quite big with these, having a lot of research facilities and science facilities. And, or you have some sort of IT company. And what happens is you might have a IT contractor coming from a different country. So, for example, with the IT sector, you have a lot of contractors coming from South India because the labor is much, much cheaper. They're very skilled. So what a lot of companies do is they bring labor from South of India for project work here because they're much, much cheaper. They're very qualified. And they might stay here for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and the company will pay for them. They will pay for the accommodation, travel, so on and so on. And that's where you come in. You cater for those people who are here for corporate stay, for business stay, and you essentially provide accommodation for them. So that is the first type of booking you can get when it comes to corporate agencies. And so the reason we had this 11-month booking was because there was a person working at Oracle, and he actually booked for 2 months. He only stayed for 2 months. And the problem with contract work, especially with companies, is that you never quite know when it's going to finish. It might finish early, or it might just go on and on and on. So he booked for 2 months, and then he extended 1 more month because the project got slightly delayed, or they wanted to do some more stuff, and he got extended, and he ended up staying for 11 months. Now that doesn't always happen. Like I said, it's normally 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, around that sort of timeline. But that is how the corporate bookings work, which is if you want long-term corporate bookings, you have to essentially find these agencies that you can work with. The second type of booking is insurance bookings. So, for example, imagine you have a house or an apartment and there's a flood, a fire, or they find some sort of asbestos in the roof or within the building. Then what happens is you contact your insurance company and you need temporary accommodation, emergency accommodation while your house is being fixed. Now, the insurance industry calls it temporary accommodation, or emergency accommodation, and we call it serviced accommodation. But it's the same thing, which is the insurance company has to house those people, that family, into a different property. And that's, again, where you come in through these agencies, which is you provide accommodation for them. So insurance bookings do tend to, be quite long because it's very, very, it does take a lot of time for works to be finished to a property, especially if there's been a flood or fire or even asbestos, because it takes a while for them to remove that stuff and so on and so on. And again, the way these insurance companies work is the family makes a claim and there's a back and forth, and then they have to find a builder and the works have to be done, and it's a very, very long process. And while this long process is happening, they are staying in your property, paying you by the night, paying you very, very high rates, because again, it's not really them paying, it's the insurance company paying, because they've obviously made a claim and it's the insurance company who pays out. So again, a very, very, great type of booking, because again, it's very, very long and you make amazing rates. Now, with insurance bookings, very similar to corporate bookings in the sense that you might get a 2-month booking, but more often than not, it always gets extended purely because the builder said the work's going to be done in 1 month or 2 months, and the work's slightly delayed, or the insurance company hasn't, got all the claims back, and so on and so on. And it always just takes a bit of a while. So again, if you insurance bookings 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 months, again, is very, very common. Finally, the last type of booking you have are what is known as relocation bookings. Relocation bookings basically means, imagine you have a person moving from one area to another area for work. So we had a person who moved from Leeds all the way down to Welwyn Garden City in Hertfordshire, and the company put him up in one of our apartments for 3 months while he was, buying a new home. So when people are relocating into the area, in the UK, it takes about 3 months to actually buy anything. And while they're sort of waiting for that, waiting for the buying process, they end up booking an apartment or booking a house. And if it's relocation, a lot of the times it's the company who pays for it rather than, the person themselves. So that is relocation bookings. So, and the way you get these bookings is through serviced accommodation agencies. Now, this is a list of all the major agencies that you can work with. The first one is Silverdor, Situ, Sacco, Bridge Street, Oakwood, ESA Apartments, Select Apartments, Prestige Apartments, Apartment Network, Apartment Service Worldwide. So these are the main agencies that you can, start working with and start getting these bookings. Now, in a video demonstration, I'll be showing you exactly how you can sort of get listed with them. And some of them do have a minimum requirement in terms of number of apartments, and that depends on where you are located, which area you're in. So some might say, well, you need a minimum of 2 apartments to work with us, minimum 3, minimum 4, minimum 5, and some of them have no minimum restrictions at all. So it just depends which area you're in, but in a video demonstration, we'll be going through how you can sort of list your properties with these agencies. Now, apart from these agencies, you also have medium-term rental platforms. So they're not really agencies, they're more like Airbnb and Booking.com, where you can essentially just list your properties, and prospective clients, prospective tenants, they go onto these portals, just like Airbnb and Booking.com, where they're looking for medium-term stay. So this is generally 1 month plus. And again, it's a great way of getting long-term bookings. So the three main ones are Spotter Home, Housing Anywhere, and Homelike. And again, in a video demonstration, we'll be going through how you can get listed with these portals in order to start getting long-term bookings for your apartments. So this is how you get listed on serviced accommodation agencies. The first thing you need to do is you need to go onto the website for that particular agency. Now, there might be two ways of doing this. The first one is, depending on the agency itself, the first thing you can do is find their phone number and essentially contact them and tell them that you have service accommodation units in a particular area and you're looking to onboard with them. And a lot of the times you have to speak to the supply chain team. But again, it's one of those things that, different agencies call them different things. So you could ask for the supply chain team, or quite simply, you can call them up and you can say, well, I have this many service accommodation units in Peterborough, in London, in Victoria, wherever your location is. I'm looking to get listed with you guys. I'm looking to work with you guys. I'm looking to become one of your partners. And they will simply send you some forms. They will email you some forms. You fill out those forms, and that will help you get listed. Now, once you are listed, and again, it depends on which agency you're with, when you scroll to the bottom, for example, with Silverdoor, if you click Property Partner Login, you can simply log into their platform and just upload any future properties you have, and it's a very, very simple and easy process. But essentially, that's what you need to do. Either you can simply phone them, or if you go to Contact Us, all agencies have a Contact Us section. And again, depending on the agency, they might have a partner email. You might be able to do a partner email. Now, in this one, they don't. So Silverdoor only has an email inquiry. I believe these are if you're looking to book an accommodation unit rather than if you're looking to partner up with them. So those are the things you need to do. You need to find an agency. You need to go to the website. You can either call them or you can email them and say to them, I'm looking to get listed onto your agency and I'm looking to work with you guys, and this is what I have to offer. So if I give you this example here, if you go to situ.co.uk, which is another one of the agencies, again, they're all slightly different. So for example, with Situ, if you click this menu button here, there is actually an option for suppliers. This is essentially what you're interested in. If you click suppliers, they have a bit of a notice currently for COVID, but essentially you can, if you would like to become a supplier, please apply online. You simply click online and you add all your details, and you simply just go through all of those details. Now, public liability, so on and so on, you would have already had done these. So all you have to do is simply fill in these forms. So it just really depends on the agency and what their process is. So it might be just the fact that you have to call them or email them and they might send you some forms, or even better, like Situ, there might just be an online process where you can simply get listed. So essentially what you need to do here is you need to find the agencies and find out what the process is for that particular agency and use that to start getting listed. Now, the last one you have is the medium-term rental platforms. They're not necessarily agencies. They're more like Airbnb and Booking.com, but for longer term bookings. So essentially, for example, if you go to Spotter Home and it says already publish a property. So it's not like Silverdoor or Situ where you have to apply or you have to call them to get onboarded. You can simply, just like Airbnb, add your property details. So you click publish a property and you follow the process step by step and start listing your property. So again, a really good way of doing it. Some of these platforms like Spotter Home might be location centric, so it might not take properties in every single location right now. Some do and some don't, but that's how you on board with the medium term platforms, which is no different to Airbnb and Booking.com. And with the agencies, you simply find out what their process is by calling them, emailing them, or simply filling out a form on their website, and that will help you get listed. Now, keep one thing in mind, that when it comes to the agencies, so I'm referring to Silverdoor or Situ, they can be very, very slow. They might be a bit unresponsive, but all you have to do is you have to chase them a few times. Essentially, what I find is that with a lot of these companies, they're very, very short-staffed. So what happens is you send them an email a few times, you might not get a reply. That doesn't mean they don't want to work with you or they're not interested. It's just I'm not entirely sure why, but they just seem to be very, very slow to response. I've been working with them for years, and it's always been the case. So don't get disheartened if they don't, reply to you straight away. Chase them 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Chase them as much as you need to in order to get listed, because that is essentially how some things work. So don't get worried if they don't reply to you straight away. Keep calling, keep emailing, and depending on the season, then maybe they're short-staffed. They might have a few people away on holidays, or at the time of recording this is through COVID, so maybe COVID has a bit of an impact in terms of the number of staff they have. But these agencies do want more properties, they do want to work with people, but you do have to chase them a bit in order to get listed. So that is how you get listed with agencies and medium-term rental platforms. This, in my opinion, is one of the cheapest and one of the best ways, and when I say cheapest, I mean free. This is possibly the best way of getting bookings with service accommodation, where you simply set something up once, you don't have to do a lot, and you can end up getting very, very big bookings. I've had bookings over £10,000, for example, a single booking of more than £10,000 so many times using this particular tool here, which is called Google My Business. The way Google My Business works is, for example, you have this shop or restaurant or cafe here, and as you can see, they have a pin on Google. So for example, if someone was to go onto Google and they were to search something like, I don't know, I can give you an example, food near me or something, what will happen is that you see all these pins, and essentially will show you all the restaurants and cafes in the area which have good reviews. And that is how a lot of people use Google. They search things, and when locations pop up, they simply click on that location, find out more information, maybe see alternatives, go onto the website. Once it loads up, you can reserve a table, and so on and so on. So Google My Business that's essentially what it lets you do. It lets you pin your property on Google Maps. So when someone is searching for your particular business, you come up and you end up getting more business. So that's exactly what you need to do with your serviced accommodation business, which is you need to go onto this page, which is Google My Business, and I will add a link to this below in the task guidance section. And you need to, it will say manage now or sign in or so on and so on. You need to make an account on Google My Business and upload the details of your property. Now, when it comes to the address, you need to make sure it's the address of where the apartment or house is located, not your own business or home address. You need to have the address of where people are going, what they're booking. So imagine this is a hotel. You won't have the address of the head office, you will have the address of that particular location. So once you click manage now, sign in, and you make your account, and you essentially upload the pictures, you upload the address, you upload all those details, what will happen is, I'll give you an example with one of my properties. For example, I've got an apartment in Stevenage. If someone was to Google Stevenage serviced apartment, so they might be coming into the area, or a company might be looking for serviced apartment units, so they come and Google Stevenage serviced apartments. What happens is there's a bunch of adverts from Booking.com, Trivago, some company called Luxury Hotel Guides, and as they scroll down on the map, this is exactly what I'm referring to with Google My Business. The first listing is my company here, Skyline Service Apartments Stevenage, and if they click onto this, they can see pictures I've uploaded and so on and so on, and they can go onto my website, or they can call the company, and they can do all those things in order to make a booking. So, but the good thing about this is that, well, I'm on the first page of Google, and if anyone is looking for serviced apartments or serviced accommodation, I'm going to come up, and they're more likely to book me. So it is an amazing, amazing way of getting visibility. Now here is a top tip, which is the way you craft your company name on Google My Business. You want to make sure you have these important keywords. So think about your area. So in my area, which is Stevenage, people will Google Stevenage serviced apartments, or maybe Stevenage serviced accommodation. That's what people will search, and I want to make sure those keywords are also in my title. So it says Stevenage serviced apartments, because if they search this here, I want to be coming up for that ranking. Now, if you look at something like this listing here, which doesn't have any reviews or anything, it is called, if I open this up for you, it is called, okay, so comfortable and deep cleaned apartments in Stevenage. But see, apartments, that could be rental apartments, that could be anything. So again, if I go back here, that listing actually doesn't really work. Whereas this one I've created, it does work purely because, I realized that I want to make sure I've got these keywords in the name so it comes up. So that's essentially what you need to do, which is you need to go onto this page here, make an account. You will be done within 10-20 minutes. You simply add in some pictures, add in some descriptions, add in when you're open. Well, you're essentially open all the time because, well, it's like a hotel, it's serviced accommodation. There is no real closing time. You add your website, you add your phone numbers, you add your address. Very, very easy to do. And by the end of it, once you have some reviews as well, so, when you don't have reviews, sometimes you don't always get rankings because a lot of these rankings are based on reviews. So again, if you once your guests stay at your property, you can say to them, well, if you can leave me a review on Google, we'd much appreciate it. Or if your friends and family have tested your apartment, you can get them to leave a review based on their experience, based on what they thought. And it's a great way of getting a lot of reviews, and that will only boost your listing higher and higher up. So make sure you get a Google business page set up as quickly as you can. That way you will end up getting a lot more bookings. Now, one more thing to note here is that if I go into my listing, if I scroll down, you can see the Booking.com reviews as well. Now, a lot of people ask me, well, how did I link Booking.com to my Google account? And the reality is, you can't actually link this yourself. Google somehow finds out, maybe they have some algorithms or something, they actually find out themselves which accommodation units are, listed on Booking.com, and they actually do the links themselves, which is pretty cool, but also a bit weird as to how they figure this out. But essentially, you can't really control this yourself. Any additional details which you're saying, so for example, people can actually search availability and book. This says this hotel has an availability for a 2-night stay, and they have the prices. Again, this is not something I have personally done. This is something which Booking.com, Google has plugged from Booking.com, and they've put my data in, and this automatically just happens over time as you get more reviews and so on and so on. So make sure you have a Google business page up and running. You'll be done within half an hour, and it is by far one of the best ways of getting a lot of bookings. So when your guests finally book this property, how exactly do they check in? How do they enter the property? Now, that is the whole content that we're going to be covering in the check-in process. So essentially, there's 4 different ways of doing check-ins. The first one is meet and greet. The second one is Keynest. The third one is lock boxes, and the fourth one is coded door handles. And we're going to be going through step by step of how you can apply all of these and the different variations of how you can apply these. So the first one is meet and greet. Essentially, meet and greet means that either you yourself or your cleaners or your maintenance person or someone else that you've hired basically meets the guest at the property and helps them check in. So you say to the guest, what time are you going to be arriving? They say, I'll be there at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. You make sure there's someone there with a key at 4, 5 p.m. and they they check them in, they show them, they give them the key, they show them the apartment. So and you might have experience with this yourself, which is I recently went on holiday to Turkey, and the person said, what time are you arriving? We said 11 p.m. and the person was there at 11 p.m. with the key, showed us around, answered any questions. And that is one way of doing check-in. The problem with that is that, well, you need a person to do that, and whether that's yourself or someone else, you either have to pay them or you have to spend a lot of your time doing the check-in, which is something I personally, would not want to be doing. I would want it a lot more automated. But that is one way of doing it, which is meet and greet. Meet people at the property and check them in. Again, I think there's a lot of limitations. For example, even if you've hired someone, if they're ill or if they're running late, or maybe if the guest is running late, the flight's delayed, there's a lot of back and forth, and it can be a bit inefficient. But that's one way of doing check-ins, which is meeting people at the property. The second one is by using Keynest. Now, the way Keynest works is, imagine that you have a local shop around your apartment or house. And what happens is, if Keynest operates in that area or in that shop, you can essentially leave your keys there, and the guest can go to the shop and essentially pick up the keys. Now, there is also a video tutorial which is going to follow on from this using by Keynest themselves, and they'll be explaining a lot more detail exactly how Keynest works. But it is a great solution if you have a Keynest shop near you, which is that you can basically, in a very, very secure way, and the Keynest tutorial will explain this, you can leave your keys at a shop, the guest goes to the shop, picks up the key, and essentially checks into the apartment. Very, very good way of doing it. So if you don't want to do meet and greet, that is the first alternative to meet and greet, which is again an automated way of doing check-ins. The third option is using lockboxes. So now I've shown you two different lockboxes here. The first one is a lockbox which is essentially drilled into the wall. So with these lockboxes, the way they work is you sort of put them there, put the lockboxes there somewhere next to the property. The guest comes in and they essentially punch the key codes and the key comes out and they sort of enter the apartment or the house, and it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. So now the first variation is you can essentially drill it into the wall. That is shown by the left-hand picture. And if you look at the right-hand picture, it is actually pretty much the same thing, but it has almost like a bicycle lock, padlock type of hook. And the reason you can use, the reason you have those is that a lot of times you don't have a suitable place or a good place to drill something. Whereas if you have something where you can hook this onto, again, it makes it very, very easy to do check-ins because you can essentially hook this onto the door, to a bike shed, to a railing. We have a property in Victoria where essentially there's a plant pot right next to the main door, and on the plant pot, of course, now the plant pot is sort of like hanging, on the wall, and it comes with like all this stuff for the plant pot, kind of like this metal thing which holds up the plant. I think you get the point. And we have a padlock which basically hooks onto that. So you have the main door, and literally right next to the door, you have the padlock. And again, a very good way of doing it. So because that property was a management property, it wasn't a property that we owned, the landlord wasn't happy about us drilling this onto the wall, but he was fine with, of course, us just hooking a padlock because it doesn't damage anything. You don't have to drill anything. So it's a very, very convenient way when you can't essentially drill something onto the wall, but you have a bike shed or railing or any sort of thing which you can basically hook this lockbox onto. So again, lockbox is the second way of doing this. I think it's one of the best ways of doing this because essentially it takes out any humans in the middle. Even with Keynest, of course, you have to go to the shop and you have to speak to the shop owner and you have to get the key, whereas with this one, if you have a good way of doing check-ins and check-outs, then the guests can arrive at their time. If they're running late, it doesn't matter if they get there early. As long as it's within your check-in time period. For example, if they said to let's say your check-in is from 3 p.m. onwards, and they say to you, well, we'll get there at 5. Even if they get there at 4, it doesn't matter because the key is going to be there. They don't have to keep going back and forth with you in terms of communication. It's efficient, so on and so on. So there's a lot of benefits of doing a lockbox if you can't either drill into the wall or alternatively have it basically right next to the wall on some sort of padlock. Now, the last way was the coded door handles. So again, if you look at this image here, this is a Yale lock, and what happens is that you have a keypad and there are no keys. Essentially what happens is you give your guest the code for the door. They press the code and essentially they can use that code to enter their property. So with this solution, again, it's an amazing solution because there's no keys, and if there's no keys can ever get lost. Now again, this solution can be hard depending on your strategy. If you own the property yourself, then it's relatively easy because you can change the door handles. Whereas a lot of time, if you're doing rent to rent or if you're doing management, the landlords might not want you to change their door handles. And in that case, that sort of rules out this option. But the reason we've gone through these 4 different options are because, well, it doesn't really matter which type of property that you have, because whatever the type of property is, you can always find a way of doing a check-in. There's no point really thinking about, how to do check-ins until you sort of have a property. But once you have a property, you can look at it and evaluate. So for example, the first thing I would ask is, well, can you have a coded door handle? And if the answer is no, then you move on to the next solution, which is, well, can I put a lockbox somewhere? And if you can, then that's great. And if you can't put a lockbox, then you sort of move on to the next one, which is, well, is there a Keynest or is there a shop supported by Keynest where I can leave the key? And again, if there's not, then you sort of move on to the last one, which is meet and greet. But again, if you be a bit creative with especially the padlock lockbox, then you'll find that generally, a lot of times you can find somewhere where you can hook this. It might be a 1-minute walk from the property, it might be a 2-minute walk from the property, and that's fine because they're still a lot more efficient than communicating back and forth or them going to a different place to pick up the key and so on and so on. So generally, I think what you'll find is that when it comes to the padlock, it can be a great solution, and within a 1 meter, 1 minute distance or 2 minute walk, you can generally find a place to, put these on, and they work really, really well. So the last thing when it comes to keys and lockboxes are, well, how many keys do you need? And I think this is a list of how many keys you really need, and the reason you need these keys. So the first one is, you need one main key, which is the guest key, which is going to be in the lockbox. Now, when I say lockbox, it could be a lockbox, or it could be at a Keynest, or it could be, with your meet and greet person. But essentially, there is one main key, which is the main way of doing a check-in. The second key you need is for any sort of spare lockboxes. So for example, let's say you use the lockbox methodology. You have to have your main lockbox, and around that property somewhere, or maybe underneath it or to the side, wherever you can, you have to have the second lockbox which has the spare key. Because there will come a time where, a guest might call you and they say, well, we've lost the key, and you might not be able to get there to give them a new key. But if you have a lockbox right next to it or somewhere, then essentially they can just use the spare key. Now, or, for example, this doesn't just apply to lockboxes. If you use Keynest, you just make sure you have two keys at the Keynest. The first one is the main one, and if that was to ever get lost, you would just use a backup key, and they would sort of just go to the Keynest again for the spare key. Now, what I would say is you need to, in your terms and conditions, which we will go through this, that we have a £150 charge if someone loses a key. So, for example, if someone did lose a key, they would have to pay £150. Now, they could pay that, or that could come out of their security deposit. But yeah, there's a £150 charge for any lost keys. But the reason I'm mentioning this here is because, well, if they do lose a key, there has to be a spare key somewhere so they can enter their property. So make sure that you have two keys at least, because the second one is for the spare. Now, the next key is your cleaner key. So I believe your cleaner should also have a key. So for example, they don't have to, go somewhere to pick up a key and then put it back, and so on and so on. And again, that saves them time, and that will save you money as well. And that will make sure you always have all the keys they need in order to enter a property, leave a property. So make sure your cleaners have a key. That is the third key that you need. And finally, the last key is the backup key. So the reason you have a backup key is, well, imagine you have the main key, the guest loses the main key, so they open the spare lockbox, so they go to the Keynest to get the spare key. So now technically the guest has used up the first two keys, your cleaner has the third key, and now you should have a backup key, the fourth key, because, well, if you now need to make a key card or replace a key, well, you have to have another key in order to go and make a key card. So all the properties you have, make sure you have at least 4 keys: the main key, the spare key, the cleaner key, and any backup key, to make sure you can get key cards and copies and so on in case one does get lost. And that is how you do check-ins. You make sure you have 4 copies of each key, and then based on your building, based on your property, you essentially work out, shall I do a meet and greet, shall I do Keynest, shall I do lockboxes, or shall I do coded door handles? But regardless of whatever type of property you have, you will always find a solution with one of those variations.
Hi everyone, I'm Florian, co-founder of Keynest. Keynest is essentially a network of locations where keys can be stored and then securely be picked up by guests, cleaners, contractors, whether it's tourists, business travelers, etc. And that's why I was asked to give you a quick presentation and a bit more information about how you can effectively provide a secure but also convenient check-in for your guests, but also your staff. So why I was asked to give this presentation is that we were partnered by Airbnb. So Airbnb approached us and wanted to partner up with us because they saw that we are actually providing a very convenient but also secure solution to Airbnb hosts, short-term rental operators like yourself, that allows you to really scale up, going from 1 property to potentially 5 to 10, 20 or even more, which we are all doing. We basically now have a network of several thousand locations all over the world where already over 1 million guests were greeted, and every 45 seconds a guest is coming to our network to collect or drop a key. So I'm just going to give you a presentation about the different solutions that are out there. So obviously it's not only us, there's also different solutions, and there's different advantages but also disadvantages. I'm just going to give you a bit more information about all of them so that you have more information to decide when you have 2 properties, what you're going to do with your third one, or with going to fifth one, or what you can change in your access solutions to potentially even scale up further. So one of the first solutions is using a greeter. Many of you have probably done that, and using a greeter is not a bad idea. It's very friendly. When you have a friendly greeter, they can meet the guest at the property, they can show them the apartment, they can show them around what's there, what's in place, how to use the washing machine, etc. And also give them a few tips about the area, for example, where's the local restaurant. So it's a very friendly service. Many of your guests will probably appreciate it. Some might not as much because they just want to be left alone, but quite a few will probably be happy to be greeted by a friendly face. It's also very professional. You make a very professional impression to guests that are coming, where someone is standing there saying, "Hi, I'm John, just to show you around, to give you the keys, and just to check in that everything is okay." However, it's very expensive. Every one of you who does it probably knows that you can probably pay your cleaner, but it's very difficult to pay less than, let's say, at least £15 per check-in, and usually it's even much more when it's after 8 p.m, for example, or when it's a very late check-in, even after midnight. Also, greeters are usually getting a bit frustrated when a guest, and everyone probably can relate to that, comes a few hours late. It's probably very hard for example, an American guest to tell you, "We're landing at Heathrow at 3, I don't really know when we're at the flat." So sometimes the greeter has to wait for several hours because the guests are just simply delayed. Their flight is delayed, there's traffic, there's something happening which makes them delayed by several hours. And the greeter has to wait there all the time. So whereas it's a very nice solution in some regards, it's also very expensive, and it makes it very difficult to go from the initial few apartments to really scale up and being able to manage the processes from your dashboard, from your computer, while still scaling up your business, while still having more apartments, while still really growing your business. A second solution is using a lockbox. A lockbox is quite the opposite in some regard from using a greeter, in that it's very cheap. You spend 40, 50 pounds, you get a lockbox, you probably can install it yourself, you don't even need a contractor to install it, but it comes with a big downside, which is that it's very unsecure. It's not hard to open a lockbox with a paper clip or to open a lockbox with a hammer, for example. And also, once it's opened, the thief knows where this key that was stored in the lockbox belongs to. That also leads to your neighbors being very concerned about it. They see a lockbox outside and they know, okay, what happens? Someone takes it off or cracks it open. They can just go into the front door and they have access to a whole block of flats. It also can't be used everywhere because of this reason. So if you have a block of apartments and you don't have anywhere to really put the lockbox, it doesn't really make sense if you have to hide the lockbox very far away from your property. Sending your guests like long instruction to go several streets on the left, right, have a few blocks, and then it's under a lamppost, it's very difficult because guests will get annoyed as well. Especially imagine you're arriving at 11 p.m, it's raining, it's dark, and you have to find this little small box. Also, another issue that lockboxes always often have is that you can't often attach them to public property, for example, like railings, etc. There's many councils now, not only in London, but also in Edinburgh. We heard from quite a few cases where local councils actually removed lockboxes because they didn't want them on public lampposts or any public property. There is a third solution that many people are using, probably some of the viewers as well, which is using a smart lock. Smart locks really come in many forms, so it can either be giving access to someone with an app, so they download an app before they get access to the property, or it can just be a padlock with a number combination, but it's just basically a smart lock is just a overall description of something that is installed on the door and someone can get direct access without having anything physical. So the advantage is that it really tracks your keys, or it tracks your access. So whenever someone goes in, out of the apartment, there's usually most of the smart locks track this. So you're always in control and you know what happened, when someone has come in, when someone left. The problem is it's very expensive. It's not only the cost of the smart lock, but often you either need to spend a lot of time and expertise to install it, or you even have to pay a contractor to install the smart lock. It also can't be used everywhere. So again, imagine having one apartment in a block of flats. It's quite unlikely you get permission to put a new door, put a new lock on the communal door, or you have to pay for 2 doors, but it's more likely that the building manager just tells you you can't do that. So it's very difficult to install them everywhere. Again, this leads to, you might be able to use it here or there. The problem is, again, it's nice to have one solution for several apartments, which basically means you can scale up quicker than having different solutions everywhere. So having a lockbox here, having a smart lock somewhere, another apartment where you greet everyone, because it's very difficult to keep track, and then there is an issue having to remember, okay, that's apartment A, I had a lockbox there, so maybe the lockbox was taken off. So if you have one solution that is bulletproof, it's much better to scale up, really. So my co-founder was an Airbnb host. I was a guest back in 2015-16, and we realized there were many issues with all these 3 solutions that I just told you about. So we were actually using the 3 different ones. So there's a greeter that was used that led to problems for the reasons I said. Guests came very late or even sometimes early, and the greeter my co-founder hired was stuck in traffic. So telling the guests, sorry, but you have to wait for an hour or sometimes even longer because we want to greet you, it's not very convenient. You often have business travelers as well who just don't want to be met. They just want to get access to their flat, and it's okay. They know how the washing machine works. They will find the light. They don't need someone to show you around. The same thing that you don't really need someone to show you around in your hotel room to show you how the tap works. You probably just want to get into your room, relax, and not having someone around, and it's a bit awkward. We also used the lockbox, and for this exact that reason, with kind of already being a bit concerned about security, a neighbor of my co-founder came very quickly to him and said, sorry, but what are you installing here? First of all, I don't feel safe with it. And also, what are you using this for? How many guests are you having? Are you doing Airbnb? So it was just, not very a pleasant conversation with one of the neighbors. The others might have been supportive. That one neighbor that is not very happy with you just providing a safe space to your guests can lead to problems. We thought about, or my co-founder thought about installing a smart lock, but again, exactly like I described here, the problem was it was very expensive. But that's not the only problem with the smart lock. It's also that quite often, unless you own the apartment or own the house, where it does make sense then to install a smart lock, when you know that you will use it for many months or many years even, for short-term rental guests, for cleaners, for different access, it's very difficult to justify installing a smart lock in a property you don't necessarily own, and then for some reason you stop hosting there, or the landlord decides, no, actually, I terminate the contract with you, you can't manage the flat anymore. And then you installed a very expensive smart lock in one of the properties, and you have to take it off. That costs money or time again if you're not in that city. Again, it's very difficult to scale that because you will just run into constant problems. So we thought about there must be something better for us as hosts, and I mean that's why you're here listening as well. There are different factors that have to be met. So it has to be trackable. So all of us want to know, where are the keys? Where are they? Are they safe? Who has them? Also, you want to know whether your guests have checked in. There's nothing more annoying than having to spend worrying hours trying to call the guests, sending the messages, have you checked in, have you arrived? And then you get a call at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. just saying, yes, I just arrived. Having this trackability of your guests have just arrived is super important, again, to manage something from your dashboard, from your laptop, from your mobile phone really, to see guest has just checked in, everything is fine. It's a much better system, and it's very important. All of us also want to appear professional. None of us want to hide the key under the doormat, or want to hide the key somewhere in an unsecure space where the guest already has a bad feeling. Imagine showing up somewhere in the property and it's a very weird place where the key is hidden. You probably don't really feel safe, and you have a very bad impression immediately because your host just appears unprofessional. So that was important for us as well. Also, the third factor we looked at, which was important, is that it just has to be cost effective. As every one of us wants to scale, has also periods of time which are not just the June to August period, but has more periods where it's a bit less occupancy. We want to have a solution that's cost effective, that justifies our efforts, and there's still a margin for our businesses, which allows us to grow, which allows us to further invest. So we came up with a system of Keynest, and how it works is just you can drop off your keys in any Keynest store whenever you want to. You can send a 6-digit code to your guests or your cleaners or your contractors, and all they need is this code to collect your keys. They don't need to download an app. They don't need to necessarily speak English. All they need is the location of the store where you dropped your keys, ideally super close to your property with good opening times, and they will get your keys and you will be notified whenever it's collected or dropped off. So I'm not going to all of this, just a bit more information. So we designed this process to have a maximum of security, have very happy guests for you, and give you peace of mind as well. So you don't only have happy guests, you're also happy hosts who, again, can concentrate on finding the next thing, can have the next apartment, can concentrate on the next niche, getting business travelers, potentially having the best pricing strategy, other than just continuously worrying about how are my guests checking in. Just quick information about us. We started in the UK in 2016 with 10 partner locations. We now have thousands globally. As you can see in Europe, we're in several countries. We also launched in the US and Canada and Australia recently. And it's just really an effect of many of our hosts even use us in different geographies. So we have customers having used us in the UK, but then they said, actually, I know this one person who has 2 or 3 apartments in Paris. They were really interested in me managing them because they saw how successful I am in London. And through our system, they were able to do so because they had a place where they could just store the keys and then they could give remote access by being hundreds of kilometers away. These are our contact details. If you have any other questions about the different solutions that are out there, as I said, there might be a few cases where it makes sense to use one of the first solutions that I told you about. For example, if you have a house that you own or that you can manage you can manage for several years, it might make sense to install a smart lock. In some other properties, you might need to meet your guest personally. These are all different variables that come into play. If you want to have a chat about it, or of course about our solution, just reach out to us. Here's our email address, also our phone number. We are 24/7 reachable. So any questions, anytime, please give us a call. Thank you.
In this session, we'll be covering how you can furnish your property, what are the different options where you can buy everything from, and also we'll be going through the shopping list, the things you need to essentially purchase at the end of every checkout. Not necessarily you have to purchase at the end of every checkout, but the things you need to replenish after every checkout. So when it comes to furniture, there is essentially 3 main options. The first one is IKEA and Amazon. Now, IKEA and Amazon are very, very good, essentially because, well, the products are very good quality, and they're also lower price when it comes to competitors. So in the task guidance section, I've also included an Excel file which goes through all the different pieces of furniture you need to buy. So think of this like a tick list. Essentially, you just go through everything and select, essentially everything you need for the different rooms. So you have the living room, the bedrooms, the kitchen, the bathroom, and so on and so on. And this will go through every single thing you need in your property. So that is the first option. You can use Amazon and IKEA. Now, the things I've included for IKEA, you can use this list as more of a checklist rather than buying the exact same items. So, for example, you might go to the bedroom section and you might not like, you don't necessarily have to buy the exact same wardrobe or the exact same chest of drawers. You can simply just buy something else that you prefer, but at least well, these are the things I need, and it turns into a bit of a tick list. Now, not everything might necessarily fit in your property. So, for example, we have a chest of drawers. Now, we don't necessarily put in chest of drawers in every single one of our properties because a lot of properties do not have space in order to put this in, and you don't necessarily require either. People are there for short-term stays, and as long as you have a wardrobe, that is normally sufficient. If you have a huge room and you have space to put these extra things, then feel free to add them. Maybe even add in a desk and a chair, so if people have work to do, they can do. So you don't necessarily have to buy every single one of these things, but it is a complete list of everything you could possibly need, and then you simply decide, well, which ones you need and which ones you do not need. So I will add a link to this Excel file in the task guidance section,
So you can either buy the same items or use this as a checklist in order to know exactly the things you need. The second thing is using a company called Fusion Furniture. Now, Fusion Furniture is a done-for-you service, which essentially means that you simply place an order on their website and they will do everything for you. They will bring the furniture to the property, they will build it, they will clear all the rubbish. So if you don't have a lot of time and you want someone else to do all of that for you, essentially you want to outsource everything, Fusion Furniture is a great example of that, and that's exactly the service they offer, and I will include more details about them in the task guidance section. So that is the second alternative. And finally, the last option is by hiring an interior designer. So if you have an interior designer, they will essentially pick all the furniture and they will pick anything you need for the kitchens and bathrooms for you, so you won't necessarily have to go and find all those items. Now that possibly might be the most expensive option out of the three, purely because sometimes you end up buying bespoke items or items from not mainstream shops. So that can be a bit expensive, but it does result in a good product, something which is designed very, very well. So, in summary, IKEA and Amazon tend to be the cheapest option, followed by Fusion Furniture. Again, one of the reasons that is a bit more expensive is purely because, well, they're doing it for you. Everything is done for you. You simply give them the keys and, like I said, everything will be done. And finally, you have the hire an interior design option, which is the most expensive one, but you do end up with a very, very good looking property if you have, got someone who's a very, very good interior designer. So that is essentially what you need to do when it comes to furnishing your property. Now, in terms of the shopping list, there are essentially three main items. The first one is your basics. So for example, your tea, coffee, and sugar. And I wouldn't really offer anything else beyond this. So for example, some people have milk and those sort of things, but in my opinion, they tend to go off very quickly. You can get carton milk, which doesn't go off as much, or I believe it's called UHF or UHC milk or something, which again doesn't go off, but I don't really tend to put those in. I tend to put in tea, coffee, and sugar and leave it at that. If you want to put in some extra bits like some mini cereals, feel free, or even some biscuits, which we've done in the past, feel free, but those are the basics that we essentially put in: tea, coffee, and sugar. The second thing is we put in toilet packs. Now, toilet packs are essentially, I can give you a very, very quick example here on Out of Eden. This is the website we use. Again, I will put these links in the task guidance section. So you essentially have these mini toiletries which you can, leave for your guests. So when they check in, they essentially have these mini toiletries and they can essentially, use them for their stay. It just seems a bit more professional, and you end up getting better reviews. So for example, a set like this, you have a body wash, a shower cap, those sort of things. And again, they're very, very cheap. It's only £3.54, including VAT per stay. So very, very cheap. Those are the toilet packs we use. And finally, toilet rolls. So you do need some toilet rolls in the property. So again, I will add the links to these in the task guidance section, but those are the basic things you need from a shopping list. So tea, coffee, sugar, toilet packs, and toilet rolls, which have to be replenished at the end of every single stay.
I think most people will agree that possibly one of the most important things in rental properties, in service apartments, in hotels has now become the Wi-Fi. And essentially, one, you need good Wi-Fi, and you need to make sure the Wi-Fi is there before the first guest checks in. So this is something you should do as soon as possible. Now, if you want very, very quick Wi-Fi and good Wi-Fi, these are your two main options. The first one is Virgin Wi-Fi. The reason Virgin is good is because their connections are very, very fast. They generally, most of the time, depending on the location, they can just send you a box and you sort of plug it in and you're pretty much good to go, I think. So that is a very good option. The second option is, for example, if you go with any other broadband or any other internet provider, sometimes there can be a bit of a delay. So they might say, well, we'll come out in 2 weeks' time and we'll sort of plug everything in. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to leave your property empty for 2 weeks while you don't have internet. And what you also don't want to do is, get people in there and they realize, well, there's no Wi-Fi, because you will get bad reviews. So if you have a bit of a delay, what you can do is you can use a EE pay-as-you-go dongle. Now, this thing is basically, imagine like a small device the size of your phone, and it normally comes with 30 gigabytes or 40 gigabytes. It's not cheap, but essentially it's this tiny thing you can use for internet. and a guest checks in and they sort of just connect their phone or their laptop to this tiny dongle. It's very small. It's like smaller than the size of your hand. And yeah, as soon as you plug this into the wall, you basically get internet. It is only as a temporary solution. It is not really designed for a long-term solution because it is so expensive, and it's literally just used for, maybe if you're on the road or something, you need some good Wi-Fi and those sort of things. So, but again, it is much better than having an empty property or having a property with no Wi-Fi. So make sure you get the Wi-Fi as soon as possible. And if your provider says there's going to be a bit of a delay until you get the Wi-Fi, if you already have the property live and there are guests who've already booked, then make sure you have at least an internet dongle in there which they can use on a temporary basis until you have the proper internet connection. One of the most important things when it comes to marketing is by far the professional pictures. So if you have good quality pictures, you will get a lot more bookings, and if you don't have very good pictures, when guests arrive onto Airbnb, booking.com, your website, wherever this is, if they see bad quality pictures, they're less likely to book. And I think this is possibly the single best investment you can make. It's very cheap, but essentially it makes the biggest difference, which is hiring a professional photographer to come and take pictures of your apartment. Now, you might think, well, I'm good at photography, or I don't need a professional, I can sort of just do this with my phone. I'm telling you, like, the people who sort of do this as a living, as a day job, they will make your property look 10 times better or even 20 times better than what you sort of can do on an iPhone or with some basic photography. And at the end of the day, people book these properties based on the pictures. If there's a good picture, they will book, and if the pictures aren't that good, they aren't going to book. So make sure you get professional photos of your apartment. Now, with the professional photos, there's another thing you need to get when the photographer comes in. This is the list of pictures that you need from your photographer. So when they come in, you say to them, well, yep, take the pictures of the apartment, of the house, of whatever you're photographing. And essentially you also need this list of pictures, and I'll explain why you need them in a second. The first one is, well, of course, the property itself. After you've taken the pictures of the property, you also need pictures of the entrance and the check-in process. So you want to say to your photographer, like, almost act as if they're checking into the property. So, okay, well, this is the picture of the main road, this is where the lockboxes are, or, this is where the Keynest shop is, and, if this is a lockbox, well, essentially, have a very clear picture of where the lockbox is in relation to the property, and then you basically have a step-by-step process of how you check into the property, and you have pictures. Now, you could also make a video, but I think pictures do the job most of the time, because if you have these pictures, and by the way, we will use these pictures to make the guest manual later on, then guests won't be constantly asking you, well, I can't find the lockbox, how do I check in, how do I check out? Because you have the picture of the building on the road, you have the picture of, well, exactly where the lockboxes are, you have the picture of the front door of the building. So make sure you have all the pictures as if you were checking into the property for the first time, and you sort of just do step by step. The next thing you need is close-ups. So these are your amenities, your toilet packs. So now let's say your property, has a dishwasher, and it has, like you provide fresh towels and fresh toilet packs, or, if you provide anything else, then you want to make sure those things are photographed, because when you want to put them onto your listing, because, that really sells your listing, that sells your property compared to other properties. So all these small details, these extra touches, these small things which sort of set you apart, you want to make sure, the photographer takes pictures of those, because you can use those for your marketing. The next thing is a picture of the heating control, the water control, and the washing machine. Again, the reason you need these is because if, for example, if you have a picture of the heating control, and in the manual you can explain where the heating control is, how the heating control works, how to turn the heating on, how to turn the hot water on. If you have all of those in a manual, you're not going to get the call from the guest saying, oh, I can't work out, how to turn this on, I can't work out how to turn that on. And so if you have the picture of, the heating control, the water control, the washing machine control, all those sort of things, then you're not going to get those questions again and again and again, and it will just make your life much easier. The next thing you need a picture of is the communal bins. So this only applies to apartments more so than houses. But again, even with houses, you should take pictures of, the bins outside or show them exactly where the bins are. The reason you want to show them where the bins are is because if it's a long guest and they're there for a few weeks, most likely they will have to change bins here and there, and they would, it's important for them to know where to put out the trash and, where to put out the bins. And again, if this is a house where, the bins have to be put out every Thursday or every Wednesday, then again, you would sort of put that in the manual, take a picture of where the bins need to go, and you put this in your manual that every Thursday, please, leave the bins on the main road or wherever the bins are supposed to be, and so that people can come in, empty out the trash. So again, if you have those pictures in place, you're not going to get the questions. The next thing you need is a picture of the parking. So again, if you provide parking, it's very, very helpful to know exactly which bay, how to enter the car parks, and maybe, next to the building there's a gate, and there's a gate for the parking, and that's how you enter the car park. So again, if you have a picture of the gate and you have the picture of the bay, you're not going to get the question, which bay is it, how do I enter, or all those sort of questions relating to parking. Finally, you need a picture of the view from the window. Now, this isn't for the manual, this is more so for your marketing. Again, this only really applies if you have a good view at the window. So for example, if you're in central London and you've got an amazing view of the London skyline or maybe a famous monument, that might be really helpful. Or again, even if you're in a not so popular area and you're in a nice town or like a village or something, and you have a really nice view, or with cafes and so on outside. And again, if you think the view is something which sells the property a bit more, then that is something you would put into your marketing essentially. So make sure you hire a professional photographer to take pictures. And the second thing you need to do is make sure not only do they take pictures of your property, but they also take pictures of all these things I have listed below, purely because, well, you can use those to improve your marketing and also improve your guest manual, which saves you a lot of time because people don't keep asking the same questions again and again. So in this session, we'll be going through the guest manual that you need to create in order to make sure your guests have a good experience, and also to avoid any unnecessary questions which can be answered using the guest manual. Now, the platform I use to make the guest manuals is called hostfully.com. And essentially what Hostfully does is it allows you to create an online manual which you can also print out. So what that would mean is, for example, once you have this manual, so this is on a phone, this is on an iPad, you can basically send your guest a link to your manual, and before they even check into the property, they already have the manual, which is actually much better than simply just having a manual which is in the property, because there's a lot of information they need before they even get into the property. And typically the problem with manuals, printed manuals, is that, well, you can only access that information once you're actually within the property, inside the property. But what about information like how do I check in and so on and so on? What's the best way of getting there? Which train should I get? Where's the parking space? All that has to be addressed before they actually check into the property. And this is exactly what Hostfully allows you to do. It allows you to make a very simple manual very quickly. So what I'm going to do now is essentially all you have to do is click sign up, and it will take you through the process of making your manual. But let me just show you exactly what you can do. If you go to products and click guidebook examples, this will give you some very good tips and tricks on the sort of things you can do with your own manual using some of their really cool examples. So you have this company here, Heart of Cape Cod. I guess it's an apartment company or a accommodation company, and then you click see guidebook, and that opens up their guidebook, and this will give you a lot of ideas when it comes to essentially making your own. It's very simple. It's essentially a template you can use to make your own guidebook. So now this is exactly how the guest will see your guidebook, for example. So let's you have all your details here. So then you click on arrival, they can click on arrival, house manual, attraction. So they click on arrival, all the arrival details are there. So the check-in time, gaining access, the Wi-Fi details, the property address, the directions, the parking, the recommended ways of getting there, from the airport if you're driving. So you have all the details. Then you click house manual, and within the house manual, you have, all the details about how to use different things. So for example, it says swimming pool, and it has all the details about the swimming pool, what time the swimming pool's open, and I recommended that you use your professional photographer to take pictures of the heating controls, the washing machine controls, so on and so on. So you can essentially add them to your manual. And like I said, you can also add videos to the manual as well, which is really helpful. So for example, this one says the dishwasher, and this is exactly what I meant, and they've done a really, really good job. The dishwasher tablets are under the sink. The recommended setting is cycle 5. And again, it just helps the guest when they're there. And if you have all this information, they won't be asking you a lot of questions. You have the emergency numbers, you have parking, secure parking for many vehicles on site for cars and for motorbikes. So again, if you have all those things, again, helps just a lot. So I believe the apartment is probably here somewhere. Let's have a look. You have all the, see, as you hover over the attractions on the right hand side, you can see it's changing. So it's highlighting which ones they are. So again, this is, really helpful for guests. You can have cafes here and so on and so on. Places to eat. Again, really good. Shopping. Again, very, very helpful to have these things. And then for departure, well, what time you have to check out, anything additional, where should they leave the key, and any additional details which you want them to carry out before they check out. So again, that was a very good example. If I go to one more just so you can see. So again, another apartment company or accommodation company. So we go here, we go to arrival. So again, very similar. They have all the Wi-Fi details and parking details and how to get there by bus and taxi. They also have the color, the current weather, which is again something, just a additional touch, which was really helpful. And very, very similar. So, how to open the door, how to lock the apartment. Essentially everything you need in order to, have a good stay. You don't have any extra questions. Everything's already answered for them. So this is what we used Hostfully for, which is to make the manual. See as many examples as you want, just to get some ideas of how you can sort of, create your own manual. Again, it's very easy to use. It's essentially a template. And if you need some help, you can even go to the demo. And under the demo, you can watch their 15-minute demo, which will, show you exactly how to use the manual. Or you can even, click this button here and ask them more and more questions. But Hostfully is the platform I would recommend for manuals. And what we're going to be doing with these manuals once you've made it is very similar to all these companies. We'll be, taking this link and we'll be sending this to our guests every time they simply make a booking. So every time someone makes a booking, they're about to check in, or maybe a few days before check-in, we send them these details so they know how to check in, where to get the key, where the lockbox is, or where the Keynest is, and all those details, so they have a much, much better stay and avoid any unnecessary questions for you. So hostfully.com is what you need in order to create your manuals. In this session, we'll be covering how to start automating your service accommodation business. Now, the stage we're at, we have a property up and running, and we really need to start automating purely because, well, if there isn't any automation, it will end up burning a lot of your time. So now the best tool for automation, in my opinion, is Guesty.com. Now, Guesty is what is known as a channel manager, or you can call it a property management tool, whatever you want to call it, but essentially it is a channel manager. What that means is that, as you can see on this diagram, the reason it's in different colors is because these are essentially maybe different platforms. So you have Airbnb, you have Expedia, Booking.com, HomeAway, TripAdvisor, and you have one central tool for all your reservations. Because what you don't want to be doing is logging into all these different websites and seeing, well, how much money you made from Booking.com, how much you made from Airbnb, and then automating it becomes a huge, huge challenge, so on and so on. So what Guesty does is it basically keeps everything in one place, and it just makes the automation process a lot easier using some of their tools. So if I go to features here and then click automation tools, okay, maybe I missed it. Let me just scroll down. They offer a lot. They offer analytics. You can even have websites through them, but we'll ignore that for the time being. The channel manager is essentially what I'm referring to when I say that all your bookings are essentially controlled in one place. So this is the most important thing, which is the automation tools. And the automation tools allows you to do things like this. It allows you to send automatic messages. So for example, in this screenshot here, if you see, it says schedule to 2 days before check-in, and maybe before 2 days before check-in, you have your confirmation message. You have your check-in message, which says, thank you for booking. Here are the check-in details. Here's your manual, so on and so on. And equally, 2 days, before checkout, you can have your checkout message. So it could say something like, your checkout is coming up in 2 days. This is what you need to do about the checkout. This is where you need to leave your keys, so on and so on. So, and that will do that automatically for you without you having to do anything. And this will actually message the guest through SMS, through email, or through the booking platform, so Airbnb and Booking.com. So you can basically set up all your messages, so you never have to, send them the messages yourself. It will also, it will automatically be done. Auto responses. This is a really cool feature. This is, I believe, Guesty is the only software which actually does this in the whole of the service accommodation industry, which is you can set this up so every time your guest has a question, so for example, they might say, well, for example, what is the Wi-Fi password, or so on and so on, Guesty will actually answer those messages for you, and which is really cool because you don't have time to be replying to the same messages again and again about Wi-Fi or where the towels are or what the check-in time is, checkout time is. You essentially store all your responses on Guesty, and Guesty will answer those for you. Now you might be thinking, well, surely it's not going to be that good because it's a computer doing it rather than a human. The way Guesty actually works is they actually have their own staff who reply to the messages for you. So it's not like a computer is replying, it's actually people replying on your behalf, which makes it really cool because it's very, very accurate. Well, it's 100% accurate because it's people replying, and it means you don't have to answer all the questions. You just have to, pre-program them, and it will answer for you. You have stuff like auto pricing. Now, this is not something I particularly use, but if you wanted to set up some pricing rules, it can absolutely do that for you. And this could be things like increase the price of my accommodation by 10% for any booking which is more than 1 month in the future. Now, some people might do that because they might want to say, well, if it's more than 1 month in 1 month in advance, then well, maybe I want a higher price. I'm not really too fast about offering getting those bookings at the same rate. Maybe I want a bit more money, so I'll increase my rate. Again, not something we're going to dive into too much. It's not something I believe is needed because we're going to do this using other techniques, which is going to be covered. So you can ignore this one. And then you have stuff like auto reviews, which is again really good. So every time a guest leaves your review on Airbnb, they will actually, review the guest for you without you having to review guests every single time they check out of your property. So again, you can automate the review, so it's not something you have to do. Automatic payments, so rather than you taking payments yourself, going into Stripe and taking payments, this can do that for you. It can be completely automated. So, and these are just some of the features. They have so many more features. So this is just a quick overview of Guesty, but essentially what you need to do, and by the way, Guesty has one of the best onboarding trainings. They're almost, kind of not known for their onboarding training, but they have very, very good onboarding training. So they're going to take you step by step and help you set this up entirely. So you are essentially up and running, all your properties are connected, they're automated, and everything is in one place. So in order to sign up for Guesty, what you need to do is you need to email one of my account managers. The reason for that is that Guesty actually doesn't allow people to sign up to Guesty if they only have one property. So the minimum requirement for Guesty is 5 properties. If you're under 5, you can't actually sign up to Guesty. However, I have an understanding with one of my account managers, and she's very happy that if I refer someone, then they can sign up with only 1 unit. So in the task guidance section, I'll be including her email and exactly what you need to email her in order to get listed with Guesty. And what you need to do is you need to email her and she will book you in for a demo. And once you sign up, there is an onboarding fee. And the onboarding fee is around £500 or £600, and they also take a percentage of bookings going forward. But again, they only take commission going forward, and there's a one-off fee. And I personally think that's really, really good because they're not charging you a fixed fee every single month, so you're not really tied in. You only make money. For example, they only make money if you're actually getting bookings and making money yourself, which is, really, really helpful. So that's what you need to do there. You need to email my account manager. Her name is Shelly. I'll include her details. request a demo. Once you've had a demo, you need to sign up for Guesty, you need to pay the onboarding fee, and then they will take you through the onboarding training where they will help you set this up entirely. And this is going to be the best way to start automating your service accommodation business by far. Once you've set up Guesty, you need to change your Booking.com payments so you're able to take the payments yourself rather than Booking.com taking the payments for you. So in order to do that, click onto Property, go into Policies, and once you're on that page, if you scroll down, there is a section which says Guest Payment Options. Now, if you're using Payments by Booking, which you would have done when you made the account, then that's essentially what the settings will be. But you can click Edit and you can select the type of property. So it says, can you charge credit cards at the property? Click yes, and then select the ones that you want to charge. And you can select essentially all of these except for this last one here, and then just click Save. Now what that will do, that will automatically change your payments. So going forward, you will be taking the payments yourself rather than Booking.com taking the payments for you. Now, what is the reason we're doing this? Well, there's a couple of main reasons. The first one is that even though Booking.com takes payment, they don't take the security deposit. Now we want to make sure we take the payment and the security deposit. And if you're taking both at the same time, it just makes it slightly easier. Whereas if Booking.com is taking the payment and you're taking the security deposit, sometimes the guests end up having a bit of a bad experience because they don't realize why you're taking another payment when Booking.com is already taking the payment. It becomes very confusing. The second thing is Payments by Booking.com, they normally pay you about 30 days after the booking, or there is a bit of a delay. Whereas if you take payment yourself, you can take payment before they check in. So you never have any cash flow issues from that point of view because you don't have to wait until you get the money. And you also have a lot more control over your bookings because, well, essentially, you've taken the payment yourself, you know who's paying, who's staying, so on and so on. So essentially, you just have a lot more control. So you need to make this change, and going forward, what that will do is that will mean you have to take the payment yourself. Now, the way you take the payment yourself is by connecting your Stripe account to Guesty. So what will then happen is that essentially Guesty will be connected to Stripe, and I will add this link into the task guidance section. And then once you do that, you go on to Guesty and you go into, for example, any of your listings. And once you go into a property, you can go into auto payment. So for example, if I was to, click on a property, and if I was to go into automation and go into auto payments, as you can see, what I've done here is I've set up this rule here. So if I just click back onto these rules, as you can see, what is happening is that the payment is being scheduled to collect 30 days before check-in 100% using the guest card. So what this will do, and Guesty will help you set this up, this will essentially take the payment for you. So essentially what is happening here is 30 days before check-in, Guesty is taking the payment. Now the reason it says 30 days before, because my cancellation policy is 30 days. So as soon as you're within the cancellation policy, you want to be taking that payment. If your cancellation policy was 14 days, you will simply change that to 14 days. The reason is you don't want to take money before the cancellation period, because if they were to then cancel, you then have to go and refund them. So I only take payment once I'm within the cancellation period. So reach out to Guesty and they can help you set up the auto payments feature for your property. But that is essentially all you need to do, which is you need to change your payment settings within Booking.com, then connect your Stripe account to Guesty so you have a payment processor which is able to take the payment, and then reach out to Guesty so they can help you set up auto payments for your property, and make sure you take the payment only within your cancellation period. So if your cancellation is 5 days, you take it 5 days before check-in. If it is 30 days, you take it 30 days before check-in, and that is all you need to do in order to set up your own payments for Booking.com. In this video, we'll be covering security checks and essentially preventing any type of fraud, parties, or any bad related events when it comes to serviced accommodation. So there's two main reasons for having security checks. The first one is to preventing parties or any other related events, and the second one is to preventing chargebacks Chargebacks basically mean that, imagine someone stays in your serviced accommodation unit and a month later they say, well, you know, you get an email from the bank company, the credit card company, they say, well, this accommodation was booked using a stolen credit card, so you need to provide proof that this person actually did stay. Now, if someone booked with a stolen card, it's unlikely you'll be able to provide proof that that exact person stayed, since, well, the person who stayed was actually not that person, since he used a stolen credit card. So what ends up happening is you have to give all the money back. So the last thing you want is, you know, you get £1,000 booking, a month later they take the £1,000 away from you purely because, well, you can't prove that that person stayed since it was a stolen card. Now, so what we want to do is we want to make sure we don't get those bookings in the first place, and we can detect any sort of credit card fraud. So in this session, we'll be essentially going through two main objectives. One, how to prevent any bad events like parties. And then in the second half, we'll be going through how to prevent any sort of chargebacks. And that is the reason we have the guest verification process. So in this video, we'll be going through some policies you can set for Airbnb in order to make sure you do not get any parties or any bad guests. So you need to go into your guestie account and then click, once you're in a listing, click communication service. Then you scroll down and you have a thing which says this listings checklist. And this is the checklist guestie will follow for every single booking on Airbnb. Now, the first thing says a verification offline ID. What that means is if someone is inquiring to book your apartment and they do not have an ID, for example, their ID is not verified on Airbnb, guestie will say, please verify your ID. Here's a link how to verify your ID, and you have to verify your ID before you can book the apartment. So that is a very good way of making sure that anyone who books through instant booking or through inquiry has an online ID, because you want to have, you want to make sure they have government issued IDs on their profiles. The next, we have no pets. If someone was to ask, well, can I bring my pets? The answer is no, unfortunately, because, well, I don't necessarily want a lot of pets in my property because, well, they might damage the furniture, so on and so on. If anyone was to ask about parties and events, they would also get a no because, well, we do not want these types of properties. The next one, if someone was to ask about events, again, that is a no, similar to this. The next one you need to know importantly is this one here, which is guest from same city as listing ask. What that means is, let's say you are operating in Peterborough and you get an inquiry from someone who lives in Peterborough. In that case, guestie will highlight this to you and flag this up, and they will send you a text message or an email saying someone from Peterborough is looking to book your listing in Peterborough. The reason I flag this up is because I'm always cautious of people who are booking accommodation down the road or a few minutes from where they live, because to me that is a sign of maybe someone looking to have a party. Now, a lot of the times you get someone, it's an elderly couple and they might have some relatives coming or something, and that's fine, but you do have to be a bit careful about when people are booking from the same location. So this is a rule you need to have for Airbnb, so this is highlighted. Reviews, if bad reviews ask. So again, when someone sends an inquiry on Airbnb, guestie will check their reviews. If they have any bad reviews, they will highlight this for you and they will ask you what should they do. Should they let them stay? Should they not let them stay? Again, very, very helpful, because if they had bad reviews in the past, you want to see what the bad reviews are for, how many bad reviews they have, because if they have a lot of bad reviews, then you don't necessarily want them in your property. The last one here is filming and photo shoot. If someone asks us about hosting filming and photo shoots within the property, then we decline. We don't really want a lot of equipment going back and forth, or a lot of people in the apartments going back and forth. It's not exactly the ideal. So in that case, we also decline. So these are the settings. You can simply copy them. You can speak to your guestie account manager and you can reach out to the support team and get them to set this up for you. I believe you can't actually set this up yourself. There might be some new options, but essentially in order to do this, you have to reach out to guestie and they can do that for you. In order to avoid any bad bookings on booking.com, the first thing you need to do is go on to property and then click policies. Now, when you do that, you essentially end up on a page like this, which has all your policies in place. And what you can do there is you can simply scroll right to the bottom and you have a section which says guest information. Now, what you need to do here is where it says guest address details, you can leave these ones. You don't necessarily need these because we'll get these from the guest using our terms and conditions form. But I would turn on that they must provide a phone number since you need this to contact them. And I would, importantly, set the minimum age to 22. Because what I don't want is, I don't want 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds who are still maybe students in universities. I don't really want those people booking, so I have a minimum age of 22. So if anyone does book who is below that age, I can simply cancel that booking because it does not meet my terms and conditions. Very, very simple to do, very easy to do, but it's a great way of preventing bookings by people who are pretty young and who might not necessarily be up to a lot of good. So that is what you need to do within booking.com, change your policies and insert a minimum age. So in order to prevent chargebacks from stolen cars, from people, booking with cars that do not belong to them, this is what you need to do and what you need to follow. The first thing you need to do is you need to create a form. Now, I've created this form using called formsite.com. You can simply make an account. It's very, very cheap, very, very easy to do. And I have a form here which basically asks people for the type of booking, whether it's personal or business, and their arrival date, their departure date, the details of the people booking. So for example, who has, the guest name, who is booked by. The reason I have this distinction here is because sometimes people book for other people. I want to know who's making the booking and who's paying for the booking. Because when it comes to preventing chargebacks and stolen cards, you want to make sure that you have the person who's making the payment, you need their details. It doesn't really matter as much who stays. It's very, very important you have the details of the person making the payment, since a lot of people book for their children, or maybe they book for, in a company, they book for a colleague, but you need the details of the person who is actually making the payment. Because if you do not have those details and someone down the line says, well, I never stayed at this property, you can't challenge them. So this is why it's very, very important to have these extra details. Now, if you select business, then essentially you have some extra details here, and it just says company details, and you want their company name and company email address and company, so on and so on. But if we just select personal, it's pretty much the same except for those added things. You can sort of play around with this. I'll leave a link to my form so you can simply copy and paste my form if you want to. So once they've added their details, very important to note here, it says the billing address of the payment card. The home address doesn't really matter as much because you will get this from their ID sometimes anyway, but what's important is the billing address. The reason is that, let's say you steal someone's card. Even if you have their card, you won't know what the registered billing address is. And that is one way, and I'll show you this slightly later on of how you do this, but that is one way of detecting credit card fraud. Because if someone's stolen a card, they might have the card and the CVC number, which is the 3-digit number on the back, but they won't necessarily know, where this person lives, and therefore they won't be able to answer these questions. And if they make this up, we'll be able to detect this later on, and this will fail our checks, and therefore will prevent any sort of credit card fraud. So what you then do is you ask for the billing address. You then also ask them for a picture of their government issued ID. You want their ID, and you also want them to upload a picture of their bank card. So now, very important to note here, it says, please block out the first 12 digits of the card number. You don't necessarily want the full card number because of security reasons. You just want the last 4 digits. Most credit cards and debit cards have 16 digits. You just want to see the last 4, and I'll show you why slightly later on when we run all the checks. It then has some more information about why we require ID, why we require the picture of the bank card, and then it also says if you would like a receipt, then they can just simply click yes or no, and you can send them a receipt. Most people simply just select no. If they have any additional comments, they can put this in here. Then there is a box to essentially sign, and they can simply sign their they can sign that they agree to the terms and conditions. It says please sign here. If you accept the terms and conditions shown below, you have then all the terms and conditions, and right at the bottom you have a button which says submit, and they will simply submit this form. Now once they submit this form, it even says scroll to the bottom of this form and hit submit, because you want them to see the terms and conditions. Now once they fill out this form, you essentially get the form here from the person. Now, I have blurred out a lot of the details, again, for security reasons and data protection and so on and so on, but you essentially get their name, their email address, their phone number, and so on and so on. You get a picture of their ID. Again, this is blurred for security reasons, and a picture of their card. And what you have is you have their last 4 digits. The first 12 he has hidden with a piece of paper. I can see the name on the card. I can see all those details. He's signed the card, and essentially so on and so on. So once I have all these details on the form, I also have his details on my Stripe page. The way I have these is purely because, well, when the booking is made either from booking.com or a direct booking, I'll make an account for them. I'll add them as a customer on Stripe. If you have connected booking.com to Guesty and you have connected Stripe to Guesty, this will automatically be done for you, and you can simply go onto Stripe and you'll see all the customers, you'll see where they came from and all their details. So in this case, if I scroll down here, and again, a lot of this is blurred for security reasons and because there's a lot of personal details about this client. But what is important to note here is this segment here, which is the payment method. Now, the payment method has their card, and what happens is, again, this is slightly blurred, but what Stripe shows you is only the last 4 digits of the card. So again, it says Visa ... and then the last 4 digits, and again the same here, which is the number and the last 4 digits. It shows you the expiry, it shows you the origin of the card, and it says if the CVC is passed and failed. Ignore the zip check for a second, and I'll show you why this is important. So the CVC is basically the last 3 digits of the card, and if they input the wrong details, for example, within booking.com when they're making the payment, this will fail automatically, and if it fails, it will actually not even show you the card. It will automatically detect that, well, this is a stolen card, and therefore it won't even show it to you. So CVC has to pass, otherwise you do not get these details. So now this is where the whole credit card, stolen card prevention comes in. The first thing we need to do is we need to make sure the name on their ID matches the name on the bank card. So if I go back onto the form, and again, you can't see this exactly because it's blurred, but I'm looking for the name here, which is the name on their ID, and I'm looking at the name on their bank card. And in this case, the names do match. The name on the ID is exactly the same as the name on the bank card, so that is absolutely fine. So I know that the person whose ID it is, the card is also theirs. The card also belongs to them. So the first check is absolutely fine. Sorry, the second check is the last 4 digits on the card has to match the last 4 digits on Stripe. So if I look at the picture on the card, it shows me the last 4 digits. Now I want to make sure these last 4 digits are exactly the same as these last 4 digits here on Stripe, because what that means is that this person does actually have the physical card. So it might be stolen, but he or she does have the physical card. So, it's not a picture of the card or anything along those lines. That this person does have the physical card, therefore, it's less likely to be stolen. But at this stage, it could still be stolen because someone could have just stolen the card, but at least they have the card. So that's fine. The cards are exactly the same. What you don't want is that they send you, their Lloyd's card, which has a different last 4 digits number, and, here is something else. You want to make sure they have the physical card present with them, the one they have used to make the booking. So that's fine. We then move on to the next thing, which is the card origin has to match the ID. So if I go up here, the ID, you can probably see, even though it's blurred, that this is a UK driving license. They've submitted a UK driving license, so that means this person is UK based. Okay, so therefore, when I go on to Stripe, their card origin really should be from the UK, and in this case it is. But if their ID is UK based and the card is from France, to me that would be a red flag. That why does someone who's based in the UK have a card from another country, and I normally would not accept those, and I would highlight that, you know, we need a card which is registered in the same country, or so on and so on. So that is one massive red flag when the card is from a different country, and that is a big sign that the card might be stolen, because a lot of these cards get stolen from different places. You know, they move countries and so on and so on. So this is check number 3. You want to make sure that the card origin is the same as the ID origin. If this person has submitted their passport, you know, and it was a UK passport, then I want to make sure that the card is also UK based. Or if it was a German passport, I want to make sure that the card has a German origin. The next thing is the signatures also have to match. Again, this is not a big check, but this is, anyone can replicate this, but it's just helpful to know. For example, again, it's blurred so you can't see, but there is a signature here on their driving license, and that is the same as the signature which is posted here. Again, this is also blurred so you can't see, but the signatures do match. Again, a small check, anyone can replicate this, but it is just helpful to see very, very quickly. Now, the final thing, which is the big thing here, in order to make sure the cards are not stolen, is if you go back on the form and you look at their zip code, postcode, whatever you want to call this, this is their billing address. So when you ask them for their address, remember it was a billing address. If I go back to this, the billing address of the payment card. If someone has stolen someone's card, it's very unlikely they will know that where the card is registered. So if you take their billing postcode and go back to Stripe, and if you click this button here which says edit, and then click more options, there is a thing which says zip and postcode. Again, it is blurred, but when I input that person's postcode in there and then click update, what will happen is that Stripe will check. So I just have to put in my password very quickly and then click update and then let it load up. So again, this is slightly blurred so you can't see, but you can see this which says the zip check is passed. That means that this billing address is correct. So that would mean that it's very, very unlikely this card is stolen because, well, in this case, they have provided the correct billing address. So now this person, in summary, has provided a picture of their ID. The card has, they've provided their ID. The name on the ID and the bank card are exactly the same. So that means the person who's booking, whose ID, and they present their ID, the card also belongs to them. The card they're using to make the payment on Stripe is exactly the same as the one they submitted the picture of because the last 4 digits match. The card is from the same country as their ID. It's not from a different country. They have the same signatures and they also have the correct billing address. Now, one final check on this is if the booking was made by a business. Now, if this was made by a business, what can happen sometimes is that when they submit a picture of their card, their bank card, sometimes it has the company name on the bank card. And if someone has stolen a company card, it's very, very easy for them to, forge fake IDs and even find out what the billing address is, because you just have to go in company's house and, find which company it is and where they're registered. So if it is through a company, if it is a company card, I would do one final check, which is I would get them to email me from their company email address. And if we go back to here on the form and select business, then as you can see, one of the positions is they have to have their company email address filled out as well. And I would get them to email me from their company email. So just to verify that, this person does work at the company as opposed to someone who's just stolen the card from someone within that company. So that is the final check you would do if it's a company, which is get them to email you from their business email to make sure that that person actually does work at that company and they're the ones who actually have that card. So that is essentially everything you need in order to make sure that you do not get a chargeback. Beyond this, if someone ever does give you a chargeback, and if for example, if a company does say, well, this is a stolen card, then you can submit all this proof. You can submit any communication. You can submit that they've signed your terms and conditions. They've submitted a picture of your bank card, of their ID, that you have all the details, and you have proof that this person did stay at your property. Now, this list is actually created using Stripe's own instructions when it comes to chargebacks. And if you want to read more information on this, Stripe actually has a whole segment on disputes and frauds, how disputes works, how the best practice when it comes to responding. So for example, if I go into this, it tells me it tells you exactly how to respond to them, how to submit evidence to have the best chance of winning these disputes. So if anyone does say the card is stolen, you have all the proof that you need. So for example, here it says including proof of customer authorization. And by the way, this is actually exactly how I created this form. I created this form using Stripe's own documents. So look, as you can see, it says you need the AVS. The AVS is essentially their billing address, so the address verification. And if I go into Stripe, the zip check is essentially AVS. You also need the CVC. Again, we've done the CVC check. It says it's passed. So signed receipts and contracts, and again, we have the signed receipts or contracts because that is why we have the form with the signed terms and conditions. And it also helps if you have the IP address which matches the billing address. The IP address is essentially where they were when they essentially completed your form. Now this might be hard to do with service accommodation purely because it's travel based and people are moving around when they book accommodation. They might live in one city but they might be in a different town for work, and they're essentially booking the travel when they're already in a different place. So this one can be a bit hard with service accommodation, but essentially if you read these documents, and I will put a link to this below in the task guidance section, this will give you a lot more information about how disputes work, and this is pretty much everything. Sure, one, you do not get bad guests in the first place, and you can root out as much as you can when it comes to fraud and prevention, and making sure you do not have people who end up booking with stolen cards. Other than just taking payments, one of the things we also need to do is make sure we take security deposits for our guests, from our guests. So if you go on to, again, this is only for booking.com rather than Airbnb, because on Airbnb takes the deposits themselves. So for booking.com, you need to go onto your listing on Guesty. Under automation, you need to click auto payments. Now, once you're within auto payments, you need to focus on the number 3 here. The first two are related to their normal payments, not the security deposit. The last one says authorization hold, capture 150 of the payment 5 days before check-in. So what happens is that essentially 5 days before the check-in, £150 is held from their card. So it's not necessarily charged. And I believe there is an option if you want to charge it, you can. But what happens is you essentially put a hold of £150 on their card. So it is almost frozen, let's just say. And if you want to take that 150, you can do so. Now, there is one problem with authorization hold, which is the authorization hold is automatically released after 7 days. So if you take authorization hold, and this is 5 days before check-in, 2 days into their stay, that authorization hold no longer applies, and therefore you can't automatically deduct those £150 from their account. But there isn't really an amazing solution other than this, other than if you were to take £150 and refund the guest every single time. Now, the reason I personally don't necessarily do that is because from almost 4 years of running service accommodation, there's only been 2 or 3 instances where I've actually had to charge the security deposit. It rarely ever happens once you've had good screening and make sure you don't get any people who are likely to cause any problems. And again, at the end of the day, you do have their credit card details, so if you did need to charge the security deposit, you can just do so after the checkout. Now, you could argue they might not have any funds in their account and so on, but this is one of those things where, because it rarely ever happens, I don't necessarily want to go through the hassle of charging every single guest and refunding every single guest. So what I tend to do is I tend to use the authorization hold to make sure they do have sufficient funds on their account. You could, and then once you have done this, what will happen is that after 7 days it gets released, and if you do need to charge this, then essentially you will charge it at that stage. Now, if you look down here, it says currently these rules will apply to all sources except for Airbnb, because on Airbnb they will take the payment themselves, and you do not necessarily have to take the payment because that will be automatically done for you. Now, as you can see on this, what is happening here is that 5 days before the check-in, the amount to hold is £150. If you want to then charge it, you can do so, and you essentially just charge that amount at check-in, and then all that would mean is you simply go in and you refund it once they have checked out. So again, you can do both things, both very, very easy to do. If you, at the start, when you're starting out with service accommodation, if you want to charge everyone 150, just to sort of get the hang of it, and while you're still, working out all the processes and procedures, you can do so. And again, you will have to reach out to Guesty in order to set this up, to make sure you have all the correct settings in place, or you can simply just copy the same settings I have. One thing to note here is that we have a security deposit of £150 across all our listings. So if you want to set this within booking.com, you simply go into property and then go into the policies segment, go all the way to the bottom, and it says damage deposit, where you can simply add that you have a deposit of £150. And that is how you set up deposits for booking.com. On Airbnb, you don't need to do this since it is already set up for you.
Monthly cash flow template. So this is the monthly cash flow template that I wanted to take you through, and this is a template that we use at the end of the month to have a look to see how each of our apartments have performed. So for simplicity, I've taken out all the apartments that we've got and I've just put in apartment 1, 2, 3. So it's profit and loss / cash flow. Here you will insert the month that you're looking at. So for example, some of these numbers, direct bookings and channel manager information relates to the month of December. So for example, here I would type in December, so I know that I'm looking at the previous month's cash flow. It's really important to do the cash flow on a monthly basis for the prior month, so that you can see how the apartments have done. It's really important to make sure that you're monitoring this so that you can make adjustments for the months ahead. It's really important as well from, say, a pricing perspective. So if you look at the revenue side, you want to make sure that your pricing is correct and it's generating you sufficient income. And then from the costs side, the expenses, some of these expenses will be fixed, so it will be difficult to try and reduce them. But other expenses you might be able to, such as, for example, if you have lots of repairs happening in the month, just trying to find out, why. Do you end up repairing or replacing or calling a handyman in for the same things over and over again? This information, this is assuming you've got 3 apartments. So this information is coming from the channel manager report. So you will have a channel manager that will manage all your properties on the various portals, and your channel manager should have the functionality to be able to print out all the checkouts for the month. So what we do from our channel manager, we run a report that shows all checkouts in the last 30 days. So we want to see in the month of December, in the last 30 days, how many checkouts have there been. And this tab here, channel manager report, this is exactly what it looks like. So, this report is emailed to us from our channel manager, and it will show check-in, so when they checked in and when they checked out. So this is a report that's based on checkout, so everyone that checked out on the 12th. So I've had to take out a lot of the information because it is confidential, things like where the apartments are, but more so things like the guest name, guest's email address, and the guest's phone number. So we can't really share that information, but these headings and some of the other information is straight from our channel manager. It shows you the total payout, the source, whether it's booking.com, Airbnb. So these are your OTAs. So anything that you plug in, it will tell you which source. Accommodation, cleaning fare or cleaning fee. So if we add these up, 385, 385, same here. This is the booking.com's commission. We could ignore these two. We have a column that we built into our channel manager. so that if there's any refunds, discounts, or anything extra, like someone wants to stay for an additional 10 nights, we add in, for example, any comments that will influence anything to do with any additional revenue generating revenue items or costs. We'll put into that particular booking, so that when we pull this report, we can see from one place whether there's been any additional revenue or any additional costs. These three fields here, these are additional fields that we add in. So this is Stripe. So Stripe is our payment merchant. And all we're doing here is any bookings that we take via booking.com, we use Stripe as our payment merchant. And for all the booking.com bookings, we just double check that if the channel manager is saying that this was the payout, then we'll check on Stripe just to make sure the two are the same. The reason we do that is because on Stripe, you can't actually break down per apartment the payments that have been made. What Stripe does is, if you've got 30 apartments, for example, it just takes payments and then it sends you those payments at periodic times. So it's very difficult just to run a report from Stripe that says, show me the payments for the month of December. So that's why, as a check, we just want to double check that any payments from booking.com that we're taking via Stripe, that they are there. And then in terms of the Stripe fees, we'll add these here as well. So this is Stripe's credit card fee for processing our transactions. So that's a cost of business that we need to take into account. So this is an example of a report from our channel manager. So if you use a channel manager, you will definitely get some sort of report that you can set up, and you can tailor it. So for example, you don't have to have a lot of this information in there if you don't want it. So you'll be able to tailor it depending upon the information that you want. But we find, this is the basic information that you'll definitely need is check-in, check-out, confirmation code you don't necessarily need, listing title, listing address, nickname. So these we have just so we can identify the apartment, obviously. You could argue you don't really need the guest details in this report, but we just have it for completeness. And then total payout, we always want to find out, what's the total payout, and that's made up of the accommodation plus the cleaning fee. So again, we just want to make sure that the cleaning fee is set according to what we think it is. Sometimes you think it's one thing, but actually when you check it's another. So it's always good to have it split out. And then you want to see what your channel managers, what booking.com, for example, the channel manager, the OTA, that you use, what their commission is. And so for Airbnb, for example, if this said source Airbnb, there would be here it would be 000 because Airbnb pays directly into your bank account. You don't take payment using a third-party payment merchant. So again, this is a channel manager report, and you can customize that report to include whatever fields you like. But generally, this is the type of information that you're going to need in order to do the monthly cash flow forecast. Just going to look at the direct booking. So these are direct bookings. So this is maybe you're on one of their corporate websites such as Situ, iCab, Silverdor, and so the way in which those bookings work is they'll call you to say, look, we've got an inquiry, can you help? We need a 2-bedroom apartment for 30 nights, can you help? And if you can help, you provide them with the breakdown of what the cost is, what services you provide, how many bedrooms. And if they're happy to go through with your booking, once the client gives the confirmation, then they'll send you a summary of the booking. And they tend to pay you, it depends. So for example, Situ tend to provide a credit card, which you can take payment from, and same with iCab actually. But there are some of the other corporate providers, they prefer to make a bank transfer. So with these companies, sometimes there is a delay in terms of payment. With the OTAs, they normally pay before they arrive. However, with the direct bookings, with the corporate agencies, payment can be on check-in, but it can also be 2 weeks, 30 days, or even 60 days credit terms. So just make sure you're clear, which one you've opted for. So these are some bookings that we had in December for these apartments. This was a situ, ICAB situ. These were the number of nights, 28, 36, 31. This was the nightly rate that we quoted. This was the total payout. Commission, 15%. That's how much they take. So, for example, when we invoice them, we'll invoice them for 2520, and they'll send us a remittance back saying, yep, we owe you 2520 less our commission, which is 378, and less the VAT on that as well. So they'll send us a net payout of 2066.4. So then we'll work out a net payout per night to give £73.80, and that will, and so this column here, the cash flow month. So here we're looking for, because this cash flow represents cash flow for the month of December, here we're going to enter the month of January, because what we want to do for these type of bookings, so for the long-term bookings that you get with ICAB, so with ICAB generally they tend to book for, say, 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance, and they tend to extend. So rather than waiting until someone checks out to do the cash flow, we prorata any long bookings. So long bookings, generally anything over, say, 15 nights, you want to kind of prorata, so that you're having a look at the costs and the revenues in that particular month. So in terms of these, we'll prorata the bookings so that this revenue relates to the 25 nights in December. So let's go back to month. So this is total from the OTAs. So if we look at apartment 1, 385, 385. Apartment 2, 476, 476. Then we'll look at the total direct bookings. So for this one, it's 1845, 1845, 2238, and 3050. So we're just picking up these numbers from all OTA bookings and the total direct bookings. This is a total column. Repairs. So as I mentioned earlier, in our channel manager, we have a column that says refunds, discounts, or extra costs. So if there's any repairs that you need to make that you would have made in the month, so for example, imagine a chair breaks, you need to send the handyman, or the blind comes down, you need to send the handyman, or there's another issue, anything that costs you, you'll put it against that particular booking, so that it will appear here, and you can enter it here. So repairs, any repairs you can enter here. So this column is Stripe fees. So again, this is coming straight from the Stripe fees that we would have pulled out and looked at, £6.75 and £8.30. Booking channel commission. So for example, this is the OTA's commission. So if you use booking.com or you use Airbnb, for example, this is their commission. So if we have a look at channel manager report for apartment 1, £69 and 34 pence, £64 and 34 pence. So that's the commission. So channel manager commission. So this is, for example, our channel manager. So our channel manager is Guesty. They charge 5% of the OTA amount. So this is just a calculation. So it depends on the cost of it depends on the channel manager that you use and what their pricing is like. And you can add in a cost here for the cost of their services. Cleaning, so we charge around 30 to 35 pounds per clean, and we add another 10 pounds or so for linen. So we round it up to about 50 pounds, and then we'll enter the number of cleans that have happened in the month. So here, for example, we've had 4 cleans, 4 cleans, and 5 cleans. That's all those costs. So these costs will vary month on month. The revenue will vary month on month. These costs will tend to stay the same. So these are kind of like your fixed costs. So the rent for your apartment, the gas and electricity bill, the council tax, any water bill for these particular apartments. Our water bill is included within the rent, so there is none. The Wi-Fi and the TV license. So these, once you've done it in the first month, they should remain relatively constant, so fixed costs on a monthly basis, and you can kind of see that these are the variable costs. So what that gives us is total income, which is coming from the OTAs and any direct bookings to give us the total income, and this column gives us the total expenses. So the total profit or cash flow is your total income less your total expenses. So what this monthly summary does here, it just summarizes the above for each apartment and gives an average as well. So total income, total expenses, and total property profit. So this apartment made £969 in December, this one made £1,300, and this one made £1,500. So this apartment actually is a studio, so did pretty well. This one is a 1-bed, did pretty well, and this one is a 2-bed, so did pretty well. So on average, across the 3 apartments, the apartments made £1,250 or so. So that's in terms of the numbers. So again, you just want to make sure that the information coming from your channel manager is complete. You want to know the accommodation, the cleaning, and the commission, and then any direct bookings that you've got. If they're long term, for example, you just want to pro rata them so that you can have a look at what's the revenue generated in the month, rather than waiting until someone's checked out after, say, 6 weeks. So make sure you pro rata the revenue. Again, it is shown on this sheet how to do that. You just put in your check-in dates, your check-out dates. The number of nights is automatically calculated. You add in your nightly rate, commission, VAT, net payout. And what this does is, so we're looking at December month, so this is a January checkout. So the pro rata is just looking at, so they checked in on the 7th of December. They would have checked out, for example, on the 1st of January, and that gives us 25 nights in December of cash flow, which is £1,845. So if we go back here, these are some of the checks that you want to do also on a monthly basis. So please check booking.com, your booking.com extranet, to ensure that the commission matches the commission charged. So what do I mean by that? So if we go on the channel manager report, so here we've got 2 apartments, 2 bookings, apartment 1, apartment 2, and our channel manager is saying that booking.com for the month for that booking charged us £69.34, and this one £85.69. So we just want to double check to see that is correct. So booking.com will generate you a monthly invoice based on checkouts in the month. So you just want to double check that that's correct and that matches what booking.com is going to invoice you for. Check Airbnb payments are being received into your company bank account, because again, you don't take payment for those. They'll pay into the account details that you've provided. Here we'll have a look at occupancy, the number of empty nights. So you'll just type in, I don't know, 5, 6, or 0 here, for example. Long-term bookings pro rata OTAs. So for example, now the reason for this is that if we've got any long OTA booking, so for example, if we've got an Airbnb booking, imagine someone booked for 2 months, for the months of November and December. The channel manager report, if you're showing all checkouts for December, it's going to show that all that revenue was generated in the month of December, because that's when they checked out. So what you want to do is prorata that booking. So you'll put in the total payout from Airbnb or booking.com. the number of nights, so it would have been 60 in that case. Nights in the current month, that would have been 30 because we're looking at December. To give, and then you'll look at the price per night from Airbnb or Booking.com, and then this one will be the total for the current month, which will be the nights in the current month multiplied by the price per night. And what that will do here, it will revise your cash flow. So if you look here, it will take this and add it onto your cash flow up here. So again, it's really important to make sure that any long-term OTA bookings you are pro-ratering, so that you're getting a view of how much money you generated in the month. So, and then we have a commentary section. So again, the whole purpose of this is to have a look at, how much money are your apartments generating, what's the revenue, can you increase that revenue, and what are the costs, and can you reduce those costs? If our repairs seems to be really high, we want to try and understand why. Is it a reoccurring cost that seems to be happening? Is it a cost we're responsible for example? That's another thing. Cleaning costs, is there anything that you can do in terms of the cleaning costs? A lot of these other costs are quite small, so the big ones you want to look at is your pricing. Are you charging enough? And in terms of if you want to try and reduce your fees, can you try and get some more direct bookings? Can you try and get on with Situ, iCab, Silverdoor, the apartment network, Prestige, to get the bookings where the nightly rate tends to be a lot more higher, and also the length of stay tends to be a lot longer as well. So that's the reason for the commentary. So for example, this particular month, December, has been pretty good. On average, £1,251 per apartment has been generated, which is good. The only check I would do here is to see, in terms of the other apartment providers on Booking.com, maybe Airbnb, are we being competitive in terms of price? Because I don't want to be undercharging. For this particular month, for these 3 apartments, we had these long bookings, and these generally are the nightly rates in this area. So for example, what you could do is you can go onto Situ's website, type in the area that you're interested in or looking at. So for example, Bracknell, and it will show you all of the apartments that they've got listed in Bracknell and what the nightly rate is. So if you've said to them, £110, but on the website every other apartment provider is listed at £150, then you might want to increase your nightly rate, especially if you seem to be getting lots of these types of bookings. So that's one thing to look at. So in terms of the commentary again, so for example here, it will be things like, so the average cash flow generated was X. This was above or below our set expectation. The main reason for this was due to a long-term booking which we received at a good rate from a corporate agency, or we had lots of short stays with a big gap in between one of the bookings, which resulted in low occupancy overall. So then you want to have, going forward, what are you going to do for the month ahead? So going forward for the next month, we will try and contact the corporate agencies we work with and iCab to see if we can help them with any inquiries, review our adverts on Airbnb and Booking.com, and check our prices are competitive to our competitors. So that's the whole point of this cash flow, is the numbers aspect, but also analysing as well. Okay, what's happened in the month just gone, and what do we want to happen in the month that's ahead, so that you can have a look at kind of adjusting pricing possibly. So for example, if your empty nights was really high, like 15, 20, and even 25, then your apartment wouldn't have generated would have generated very little revenue. So then you want to try and understand, well, why? Does that mean that the prices that we are showing on Airbnb and Booking.com are too high? So that's one of the reasons that we need to do. We want to make sure, one, that the apartments are making the amount of money that they should, but also we want to make sure that we're being competitive in line with other apartment providers. So on Booking.com, for example, make sure you're looking at other apartment providers and not hotel rooms. So I think a lot of people make the mistake of trying to compete with, say, a hotel room, but you're kind of doing yourself a disservice there, because a hotel room, someone like Ibis that has, 100 rooms, can afford for a lot of them to go empty and charge £60 a night. Whereas, if you gave your apartment away for £60 a night, you make very little money, even if it was booked, for the full 30 nights. So even when you're on booking.com, just make sure that you click where it says apartments, and then make sure that you're checking to see that you're competitive and your availability is there as well. Sometimes that can happen. For example, if you're blocking out your calendar in your channel manager, then that can affect where you appear in terms of the rankings on booking.com and Airbnb. But a lot of people do that because they don't want to let people book 6 months in advance. So for example, they don't want someone booking for the summer now because the rate in the summer is the same as it is now. So that's why a lot of people tend to block out their calendars and maybe only leave them open for, say, 3 months instead of, say, 6. But your channel manager should allow you to change how much you're charging, going forward. So that's the profit and loss cash flow. It's relatively straightforward. You just need to make sure that you set it up once. Make sure you have that tailored report from your channel manager, and then you can update the cash flow on a monthly basis. Again, try and target the direct bookings as they're more profitable, and as you can see, the number of nights tends to be high as well. And just make sure you capture any extras, refunds, discounts, extra costs, per apartment. These can get quite easily lost, so you want to incorporate all costs into your analysis. The property redress scheme, or property ombudsman. So in essence, all property agents and professionals that carry out estate lettings and property management work in the property industry have a legal responsibility to join an authorised redress scheme. The property redress scheme, otherwise known as the PRS, is authorised by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government and the National Trading Standards Estate and Letting Agent Team to provide redress for estate lettings and property management agents. So the property risk scheme is also authorised by the Chartered Trading Standards Institute to resolve disputes. So under the property redress scheme, they offer a service to property professionals such as company landlords, inventory clerks, tenant relocation experts, property finders and removal companies. The advantage of these kinds of professionals is that membership offers an open and transparent resolution service which can increase their reputation and offer their customers confidence. So really, by joining the PRS, property agents and professionals agree to resolve complaints using their resolution process and agree to abide with their final decision when they are legally required to do so. So in essence, it's really, really important that you join the PRS scheme. It's £125 plus VAT for the entry-based model, which will apply to most people. And it's just one of these schemes that people, guests, customers, anyone that's in the property industry, for example, will just ask if they've got a complaint or they're not happy about something. They'll just ask, just to kind of scare you, which property redress scheme are you part of? So it's well worth, for the sake of £125 plus VAT, to be part of this particular scheme. Also in England, a letting agent or property management agent that does not join an approved scheme can be fined up to £5,000 by the local authority and ultimately closed down if they continue to operate illegally. So you need to be part of one of these schemes, and the PRS is, relatively straightforward, easy, and cost effective. So one of the other schemes that you'll need to look at is if you're handling personal information, personal data. So for example, you might be sending out a registration form for guests to fill in that has their name, address. You might be asking for driving license, passports that shows, their date of birth, where they live. So this is all personal information. So for this, you need to join something called the Information Commissioner's Office. It's ICO. The cost is about £40. And what that says is that the Data Protection Act basically requires every data controller who is processing personal information to register with the ICO unless they are exempt. Most organisations that handle personal information must register with the ICO. Again, it's a relatively straightforward process. It costs about £40, but you need to register with them, especially if you are taking direct bookings. You're asking people for their personal information. Those are the two key schemes to be aware of: the PRS, Property Redress Scheme, and the Information Commissioner's Office Scheme. So the first one's £125 plus VAT, and the second one is about £40. Insurances. So public liability insurance cover. So public liability insurance cover can cover legal costs and compensation payments if your business is held responsible for injury or property damage to a client, contractor, or another member of the public. So in this instance, imagine if an employee in your cleaning company leaves a wet floor after cleaning a floor, and then someone slips, maybe one of your guests, and breaks a bone or is hurt or injured. Ultimately, your business could be sued, so your public liability insurance could then cover the legal fees and compensation costs up to the limit of your policy. So for service accommodation, it's really important that you take out public liability insurance. So whether or not you need to take it out, it's not a legal requirement, but it's kind of helpful to know that it's usually taken out by businesses that interact with the general public. This means, public liability insurance, it's kind of bought by tradesmen, hairdressers, shop owners, restaurant owners, for example. But since most businesses come into contact with the public at some point, it's a good idea for many businesses to have it. So in terms of how much public liability insurance do I need, it's up to you to decide how much. It's sensible to check with your broker to see what he recommends is the industry norm or industry standard. The cover can range from 1 million to 10 million of public liability insurance. So again, this is also more important when dealing with the corporate agencies. So when you're dealing with Situ, Seiko, Prestige, Silverdor, ICAB, the Insurance Accommodation Bureau, they will actually sometimes on an annual basis ask to see your certificate showing that you've got public liability and professional indemnity insurance in place. So if you want those type of kind of corporate bookings, it's really important to have public liability professional indemnity insurance in place, and it has to be to the required amount. So yeah, definitely get it, and we recommend Keen Insurance. That's who we use. So if you do go on to keeninsurance.co.uk, they can help, or if you get in contact with us, we can put you in contact with the broker that we use. So another question we get all the time is, does public liability insurance cover employees? It is not designed to cover employees. It's designed to protect you from third-party claims made by a customer, a client, or any other member of the public. If your business has one or more employees, you're usually legally required to take out an employer's liability insurance policy. So this can cover you for compensation claims made by an employee because they suffer an injury, illness, or property damage as a result of their work. So, for example, if you hire your own cleaners, they're your own employees, then you will need this type of employer's liability insurance. But if you use third-party contractors, so you use a cleaning company, you'll want to check with them that they've got their own insurances. So they've got their own public liability professional indemnity insurance. So that's employer's liability insurance. Again, that only really applies if you've got your own staff. Professional indemnity insurance. It's really for businesses that give advice or provide a professional service to clients. It can cover compensation claims if a business is sued by a client for making a mistake that leads to a financial loss. So one of the reasons that, so in this instance, you might think, well, I don't actually need professional indemnity insurance. I'm not actually giving out advice. But the reason that we do tend to need it is because we handle client data. So it's client data. So for example, if you request one of your guests to fill in a registration form, you take their name, address, maybe a copy of their passport, driving license, birth certificate, for example. You need to store that information. So that's handling client data. And again, some of the professional agencies will want to see that you've got professional indemnity insurance in place before they'll allow you to, kind of register with them. So again, professional indemnity insurance, it isn't mandatory, but again, some of the corporate agency providers, they want to see that you have it, and so I would definitely recommend getting that as well. So contents insurance, just want to talk about landlord's insurance. So again, the type of insurance will depend. So if you have a flat that you're managing as a, say, rent to rent, for example, and it's a flat, then the buildings insurance is covered as part of the service charge paid by the landlord. So you don't need anything in terms of the building insurance. You might choose to insure your contents. And contents normally is, if you think of a flat and if you turn it upside down, anything that falls out, furniture, anything that isn't nailed to the wall, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about contents. So if it's your own flat, for example, again, you'll be paying the buildings insurance as part of your service charge costs, but you might consider taking out contents insurance. It's completely up to you, depends on the type of apartment, the location, how much money you've spent on the furniture, and how worried you are about kind of damages. Again, it's not mandatory, but will cover the cost of existing furniture. That's the type of insurances that you'll need within serviced accommodation: public liability, professional indemnity insurance, and if you have your own employees, you'll need employer's liability insurance. But if you don't, you just want to check your cleaning company that they have the relevant insurances in place. If you're running apartments, you won't need buildings insurance because that's covered as part of the service charge, but you might opt to choose contents insurance. If you're running freehold properties, so if you're running a house as a service department, for example, if you're managing it on behalf of someone else, then again, it's that person's responsibility to do the buildings insurance. But if it's your own property that you're running as serviced accommodation, then you need to pay for the buildings insurance and potentially the contents insurance.
So once you have a bank account, the next thing you need to do, you need to set up a payment processor. A payment processor is essentially something which allows you to take payment into your bank account. Now, this might be for a direct booking, it might be for future bookings through booking.com, it might be for security deposits, it might be for extra services like early check-ins, late checkouts, and so on and so on. But you need a mechanism which allows you to take payments, and the platform we use, the payment processor we use, is called Stripe. So essentially you have to go to stripe.com, and once you're on the website there will be a button saying Start Now. This is currently down here, it might be up there by the time you go on the website, but essentially you click Start Now. This will take you to the Create an Account page. Now once you're on that page, you simply fill in your email, your name, your password, and once you've made an account, you then link your company bank account to this account. And as soon as that is set up, it's very, very easy, very straightforward. And as soon as that is up and running, you can essentially start taking payments into your bank account.